Good morning, family and friends, colleagues, mothers, fathers.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, Chair.
Am I in the right meeting?
Yes, Chairperson. You are in the right
Thank you.
meeting, Chair.
Johnny, where's Johnny?
He hasn't logged in, but I think he's with his colleague, wherever they are, because they are working together today. So they might have used the same device. I'm not sure, Chair.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a discussion with Johnny. With this thing of me leaving me in the dark with all the paperwork. I'm still old school.
Oh, okay, Chair.
Tell me, do we have the link for that?
Not yet, Chair. We'll send it as soon as we start. So they will be in the discussions as soon as we start, Chair. But
Okay, what is this Parliament stream here?
they are the ones that will share the link with us, Chair. We'll ask them for the link.
Oh. I just want to go have some coffee. It's still early.
Yes, Chair. We still have 15 minutes.
So, Leka, can you flight me the agenda? I just want to snap it, man.
Is it visible, Chair?
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks, Jabu. Good morning, guys. Will the professional staff just indicate as to whether we are forming a quorum in order for us to start this meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Yes, we have a quorum, Chairperson. We may begin.
So we can start the meeting.
Yes, Chairperson, we can start the meeting.
Good morning, honorable members. I would like to welcome each and everyone. The agenda has been flighted for us. Before I'm going to do the official welcoming and opening of this meeting, I would like to ask whether there is a proposal and a seconder on the agenda for today. But before I'm going to ask for a proposal and seconder, let me also request members that's going to do that. They will do this with the proviso that we will move point 2 and 3 further down. That will then leave us with the deliberation on the minister's rejection of the PanSALB Board following the department. Is there any member who would like to propose that we accept the agenda? I can't
propose,
see.
Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mthethwa. Is there a seconder?
Chairperson, good morning, and good morning, honorable members, professional staff. I second the proposal, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Moletsane. Honorable members, I wonder, maybe I must just go through a quick roll call for introduction, and then also from the side of the department before we're going to start. My name is Joe Maglua. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Members can start randomly. If you'd like to show your face. If not, if you have problems, that is fine. Just mention your name.
I am Palwamina Makhato from Limpopo. Then I belong to this portfolio. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair and the members. Good morning to all our guests today, the officials of the department, all protocol observed. This is Eugene Mthethwa. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Sally, you can go.
Morning, everybody. I just joined now. Been having some internet problems.
We are dealing with introductions. Honorable Sally, you may introduce yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, all. I am Advocate Shamima Sali from the Al Jamaa Party. I've just joined in, so I might have missed a few things just earlier. I'm part of the Sports, Arts and Culture portfolio. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Cornay Mulder, representing the Freedom Front Plus. Good morning.
Good morning, honorable members, professional staff, everybody who's on the platform. My name is Honorable Matsulo Molotane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everybody on the platform. Good morning, honorable members as well. My name is Liam Jacobs, and I'm also a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson and the protocol observed. My name is Honorable Mbele. I'm no more the main person. I am an alternate. That means I don't have any rights to vote. I don't have any rights to second, to whatever. I can only deliberate, but not to take any decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Bele.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the members of the portfolio. My name is Kukulethu Mkhono. I'm representing Umkhonto Wesizwe. I'm a new member of the portfolio. Thank you.
Welcome, Honorable Mshunu.
Thank you.
Can we do the professional stuff? Secretaries.
Good day, members, everyone in the meeting. My name is Ajabuli Lemtia. I'm the Committee Secretary for Arts and Culture. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, members. My name is Lingla Matlasela. I'm the Researcher, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, Chairperson, and all the members on the platform, as well as our guests. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and chair. I'm Dr. Herman Tembe, a legal officer from the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in the Speaker's office. Thanks, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Will that
Honorable
be all
members.
from the? Oh, that is JJ.
Chair. Morning, members. Morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob Moroi, the researcher in the Portfolio Committee for Sport and Recreation. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Budala Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Chair Soleka is in the meeting. I'm not sure if she's having technical issues, but she is also in the meeting, Chair.
Noted. Thank you, Portfolio Secretary. That leaves us with Dr. Kumalo. Please proceed with your entourage.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to the members, leadership, executive, and council members from Freedom Park, and the leadership from CIFSA. Chairperson, I am Dr. Kumalo, the Acting Director General. I just want to indicate that I am made to understand that we are led by the Deputy Minister. I'm not sure whether she's been able to join. However, perhaps going ahead with the introductions as you have requested, can I then just start with the Sport, Arts and Culture staff quickly, but also just to indicate, Chairperson, that in the meeting is the new board of the Freedom Park, led by the Chairperson, Ms. Chani Lee Kruger. After we introduce the Sport, Arts and Culture officials, we would, I will hand over to her to lead the introductions through you, Chairperson of her board, together with the management from Freedom Park. Also, just to indicate, Chairperson, that we also have the President of CIFSA, Ms. Joy Mbewane, present in the meeting, leading her executive team. Again, Chairperson, through you, after the introduction of Freedom Park, I would like to hand over to her for introductions of her team. From Sport, Arts and Culture, I have the colleagues that I work with from the Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development Unit. Nonto Tuzelo, if you can please start. Please unmute, Nonto Tuzelo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nonto Tuzelo Sekhabi, and I'm the Director for Performing Arts at the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thanks, Nonto Tuzelo. Working with Nonto Tuzelo are two deputy directors who are present in the meeting as part of working with CIFSA and other projects that we support. To introduce himself next is Mr. Themba Lutuli.
Good morning. I'm Themba Luthuli, Deputy Director, Performing Arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Themba. Next is the Deputy Director, Zwelakhe Mbiba. Zwelakhe. Okay, Chairperson, maybe he's having challenges because he was in the meeting. I did see him. On the side of oversight, working with Freedom Park and other entities, is the director, Mr. Tsanyane. Sibusiso.
Good morning. Thank you, ADG. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, Freedom Park Council and colleagues. My name is Bosiso Tsanyane, Director, Entities Oversight Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thanks, Sibusiso. We also have in the office of the DG, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer, Ludwig Ralibipi. If you can introduce yourself. Ludwig.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Mabeta Ralibipi, PLO in the DG's office. Thank you.
Ludwig reports to Bongi, the director in the office of the DG. If you can introduce yourself, please. Bongi.
Okay, thanks, ADG. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, senior managers, invited guests. My name is Bongi, Director in the office of the DG. My camera is not working.
It wasn't on, but let's then go on. I saw Khapa in the office of the Deputy Minister. I'm just trying to see whether he's still here. He is the parliamentary officer in the office of the DM. Khapa, are you still here?
Good morning.
I think there's connection. Oh,
good
thanks,
morning,
Khapa,
ADG.
sorry.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Kapa Mabusela, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is us as the officials in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So if you allow me to hand over to Ms. Kruger, please, leading the Freedom Park team.
Is she just going to do the introduction, PG?
If you allow, Chairperson, if you want them to do introductions now, or do you want them to do it later when they start with their presentation, you can guide, Chair.
We will do that later with the other entities, if that is fine.
That is fine with us. Chair, we have just given you a note that they are here together with SIFSA team. They are also here. They will introduce themselves later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mbele.
Chair.
Oh,
Good morning,
thank
Chair.
you. Okay.
Good morning, Chair.
Let me just give Honorable Mbele an opportunity to raise the hand. Then I will go to Honorable Kobane.
No, say I was. Yes, thank you very much. No, I was going to introduce him because he was struggling with the gadget.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Honorable Kobane
Yes.
has no induction unnecessary for you. Welcome, Honorable Kobane.
Good morning, Chair, everyone.
Please
I'm
introduce yourself.
honorable. Excuse me.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Kezan Erin Kobani, member of Portfolio from MK side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was struggling with the network, hence I connected late. Greetings to your good self, Chair, my colleagues, as well as the officials present in the platform. My name is Honorable Nkosi, Ethel Nkosi, the member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nkosi, honorable members. And thank you so much for the Department Sports, Arts and Culture, who really have a sound contingent present in today's meeting. And I want to say thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo, for making that possible. Honorable members, let me again welcome you officially. We will have a very extensive and a very long agenda today, and we are almost close to coming close to the year. And next week we will deal with B triple R's. We will deal with that processes and also as well have debates on committee reports. I just want to say, and in the midst of having such a huge delegation present of the department, I just want to say the following, and perhaps while we have various DGs and DDGs to also make note, and if possible later on in this particular meeting to give some kind of a response on the issues that I will raise. Again, I want to stress concern on the trend and the operation within the Department Sports, Arts and Culture. I must say, DG, that we have since, some changes in some areas where we can see that the department is doing something to build that relationship between the portfolio committee as well as yourself. But I want to raise quite a range of red flags pertaining to responses on communications, responses on letters, and even complaints from various sectors in society as well as entities, and also the allegations of corruption in some of the entities. This includes the criticism and also objections of internal appointments in some of our entities. It is indeed a painful to see that the department remains quiet. They are completely mum on most of these issues. And I would like to say, honorable members, that this warrants a response from the department, but also intervention from the portfolio committee, who is indeed responsible for oversight in this regard. We agreed with the department that we will have a session to see how best we can address and, do these things offline, unlike communicate with one another, in the newspapers, as discussed with the minister the other day. Now, the National Film and Video Foundation Council, from a bird's eye view, it seems that there is a mess. I have seen letters from Mr. Ismail Mohammed, the director of the Center and Creative Arts of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, alongside allegations of nepotism from the African Film Decentralized Autonomous Organization. The organization wrote a letter on the 12th of November this year, acknowledged by the Chief of Staff, Bakang Letoko, who promised that they will brought these things to the minister's attention. And the only thing that is received from these particular stakeholders that we are still waiting for a reply in the letter. During my engagement with the minister last week, I've made it also very clear that, it is my intention to report the ministry to the leader of government businesses due to this very heavy loaded communication between us. I am not sure where the stumbling block is pertaining to letters where I appeal to see the minister or various stakeholders within the ministry. It is just not possible. But following that discussion with the minister, he opened, I must say thank you to the minister, opened his door so that we can have some engagement on various issues within the department. There's also the Board of Independent Producers Organizations, IPOSA. They raise alarm at the lack of the industry participation of the council, which has been a constant problem over the years. Honorable members, I think we dare not fold our hands, and these are fresh and recent concerns, and I expect the department to give a response in this regard and to see to what extent with specific reference to the film industry, what are we going to do? We're also meeting today with Freedom Park. I've seen also letters and complaints from Freedom Park, and maybe in their presentation here today, I think they should also come clear on what is happening. Then, honorable members, before I'm going to give over to the content advisor who is going to brief us on an item, let me just weigh into a few misconceptions on report recently in the newspaper by the minister and even uninformed journalists out there. You might be aware of some of these reports where the minister has labeled the Democratic Alliance as racist because no white persons have been selected to serve on the PanSALB Board. Let me be clear, honorable members, and I want to be clear from the onset that the PanSALB Board is not a party political matter. I understand that the minister is still new, but he must come more to Parliament to understand the Parliament and its processes. It is also reported that I submitted names to the minister, honorable members. This is not true because we are all aware about the process. And at the end of the day, this committee, in terms of the process, submitted names to Parliament for adoption, and the content advisor will later outline the process to all of us. The minister is within his right to accept or reject the name submitted to him. But I want to remind the minister that the Act states it very clear that the minister, after consultation with the portfolio committee, shall appoint the members of the board from the number of persons whose names appear on the short list. It is the very same minister who cried foul in our previous meeting when he said he just read about himself in the newspaper. It is the very same minister who now communicate with this portfolio committee through the newspaper about the rejection of the PanSALB Board. And all of this, honorable members, happened 8 weeks after Parliament adopted the report. We were never consulted about the rejection as a committee by the decision of the minister. What makes matters worse, honorable members, the journalist, not even word been mentioned here. I informed her last week, Friday, that we are discussing the matter today. She is welcome to come. She's welcome to come and attend. She was privy to communication between the minister, the speaker, and myself on stuff, and some of the stuff not been published in the ATC yet. She chose to go ahead to publish an article before getting all the facts. This is nothing short of sensation. Perhaps I should report her to the press council, but I have, as the chairperson of that portfolio committee, better things to do. As a member of Parliament for the last 15 years, I would like to believe that members of the 6th Parliament, including the Democratic Alliance, have always been committed to diversity. That includes the disabled, the Khoi community, the deaf, and mostly so, has considered the question of fit for purpose. Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Mpetwa, both of you were part of the 6th Parliament. With the PanSALB process, you can attest that this was a tedious process. In conclusion, I need not mention that some have very short memories. On 3 September 2024, this portfolio committee, DG, was requested by the minister's office to consider and adopt nominations by the minister to appoint a panel of the National Council for Library and Information Services. This committee, did not approve it. Instead, we referred it back to the minister for inclusivity and wider consultation with other stakeholders. To date, it is 5 months later, the pot is calling the kettle black. As a result, there has been no advisory board for the minister for the last 5 months. Something worth publishing, Honorable Liam Jacobs. Honorable members, you would agree that we cannot allow or tolerate that this issue becomes a political playboy. While I have, to the best of my ability, provide a true reflection of what is transpired with the PanSALB Board, not like some best known for big talks and big promises, I believe that this cleared the air on false allegations, baseless facts, and sensationalism journalism that may cause manipulation to the truth of what actually transpired. Also, that the content advisor explanation on the process achieved the committee's desired outcomes and or result. I will now give an opportunity to the content advisor to proceed with the issue. But before she's going to do that, I see Honorable Mtetwa has his hand raised. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. May I also add on your words, Chair, that it is disingenuous for the minister to apportion the criticism to DA when you were not there in the portfolio committee in the 6th term. These interviews, the process was dealt with in the 6th term. I am the only member that came in and said these were free and fair because we did openly and publicly the interviews. The listing of the members, of the nominated members, was presented to us, and one of the questions in that particular terms of reference, it requires one to express himself or herself, whether he's black or white. And if I remember, there was an issue on this member, particular member that the minister is raising, who did not express whether he was black or white. So we were supposed to just think out of the blue that he is white and therefore is at. And we did interviews. We did not select people randomly. We did interviews with everyone. So if the minister thinks that the color of a person determines his capabilities, he must go back to the apartheid era. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. I saw Honorable Khabo's hand. It seems that we lose Honorable Khabo. Is there any other member who want to raise an issue on this? Dr. Mulder?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks of all. First of all, my apology. I accept that I do not necessarily have all the facts. I'm just trying to assist. You are right when you say that the minister appoints the board after consultation, which implies that he needs to consult, but that the decision lies with the minister. It's not in consultation. If it was in consultation, then it's a joint decision. So after the minister consulted, he takes the decision. And if he's not happy, he can refer it back. Secondly, I may be mistaken, and I stand to be corrected, but I think that the response of the minister is not necessarily meant at members of the certain party, the DA, within the committee now or in the 6th Parliament. I think it was a referral to a statement in the media made by the chairperson of the DA's Federal Council, Ms. Helen Ziller. But I may be wrong, but I think that also plays a role, and we just have to take that on board as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Mulder. I'm not going to have a two-way discussion. It shows how deep the motive of the agenda is here, Dr. Mulder. I mean, the federal leader of the Democratic Alliance, Helen Ziller, has nothing to do with this issue. It was the newspaper contacting her, not understanding the process. I must also say up front that I had cordial discussions with the minister where he indicated his intention that he is going to not accept the board. And I said to him, this has been approved by Parliament, and I also respect that. But, but it's politics, and the next thing, it is the newspaper, it is a journalist calling me left, right, and center, but I mean, we can see the agenda here. Let me give Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I don't know what to say anymore. This thing of the minister to do things and overlook the portfolio, it's not correct. As you are indicating, we don't deny that the appointment of the board lies with the minister. That one, we understand it correctly. And we are not in dispute of that. But what is wrong with the minister is that he never consulted with us as the portfolio committee. And as we indicating that the act is stating very clear that he must do that in consultation with the portfolio committee. But he decided to overlook us. To him, we are not there. And remember, Chair, this is not happening for the first time. He did that when he disbanded the boxing SAA board. We learn about it on the newspapers without being told as the portfolio committee. I think that that thing is totally unacceptable. We are not going to be the puppet honorable members here. He must take us very seriously. And we don't believe that whatever that we are doing, we must do it through media all the time. We can't do that. He must come to us and report to us and get the approval from us. Of course, we are not going to stop him. But if he continues doing this, Chair, I think we are not going to accept it. And we are not going to allow him to do as he pleases. We are there. And he must learn to know that the portfolio is here and it's going to work with him, because we are here to play in oversight. We can't just keep quiet when things are not going well. That one, we are not going to accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kosi. Honorable Moletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning again to everyone who's on the platform. Chairperson, let me also support what Honorable Nkosi has just said. We are not here to tick boxes, not at all. And if we still remember the issue of PanSALB, if we go back, on a day when as the portfolio we approve those names, remember it's the process that started in the 6th administration, where all of us, we were not there. And it can be that in fact, if we allow this to happen, it means everything is going to happen in the same route that has just started. And if we are here just to tick boxes, let us be informed so that we can be able to know that we are just here to say yes to everything, even if things go wrong. It will be us who will be there, who the community will look up to say that you failed us as the members of parliament. And Chairperson, you know, there are so many things that have happened which we only learn about them in the media. And there are some things that are being done, and as the portfolio, we are not being informed. If you allow me, Chairperson, if I'm out of order, Chairperson, you can call me in order. The issue of the box in South Africa, if we don't say anything, it's going to go the same route that we are now. The last time when we were having the box in South Africa, the resolution was that investigations must happen on the finance 2023, 2022, 2023, 2024. And we haven't, up to so far, there is none that we know about. 2, the board was dissolved. Until today, we are still waiting for the answers. We are still waiting for the investigation. How far is the investigation? We are still waiting for people who are running the investigations. Who are they? And if we allow that, the same thing is going to happen. We allow that in the boxing, we kept quiet. Now it's with PanSALB. If the minister wants to change something, which we don't have a problem about as the portfolio, let the minister come and inform the portfolio and engage us as the portfolio. At the end of the day, the minister report to us as the portfolio. He need to come to the portfolio to take the mandate. It's so painful, Chairperson, that we are being treated like a step kids of this parliament. It can't be, Chairperson. It can't be. All of us, we are honorable members. We are equal before the law. It's only that the minister had that to be the minister, but he needs to come and inform us so that we can be able to stand up even when the media calls you during the night to say, are you aware of this? You can be able to say, yes, I'm aware of this. But immediately when the media calls you and asks you, are you aware of this? And you said to the media, no, go and talk to someone who's dealing with the media. Immediately they become aware that it means we are not on the same position. We don't have information. Chairperson, please put your foot down. We can't be undermined as the portfolio committee. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. For me, when I look at this entire thing, I think it's a very deep matter of scapegoating. It's when you have, and you know you have made a mistake on your side, that now you want to go and blame other people and shift the mistake to other people when it's not other people's mistakes. And that is what's actually going on here. And I think that, when we look at all of this, when you look at, the minister's view on this, I think, his argument presents something that is really, as we'd say, not make sure, but in real terms, it is something that's not strong because, I just can't understand how the minister measures diversity just by race and rejects things such as skills. He rejects geography. He rejects gender diversity and all of that stuff. He rejects it, and he measures it just by race. And then he says, that his argument is that he wants to protect, promote, and uphold the rights of languages, and that there must be a racial correlation between a language and a person. But what is missing also here, Chairperson, and you must indulge me here, is that he's not taking into cognizance that this is a board of linguistic diversity. And in South Africa, when you look at this notion of racial correlation to language versus linguistic diversity, it falls flat, Honorable Chairperson, because more than 80% of South Africans speak more than 2 languages. More than 80%. So that means that you can't tabulate a racial quota system when it comes to language. Because if this is his logic, then he's saying things like there are black languages, there are white languages, there are Indian languages, there are colored languages, and so on and so forth. And that is not right. Because if we allow this to happen, Chairperson, if we allow the minister to disrespect the process, disrespect language like this, it's taking us back to the days of apartheid classification for language. And that is ridiculous. Because then you can easily transcend that, or how can I say, you can transpose that message and that idea to other boards and then install racial quotas on other boards. So the minister is completely in the wrong here, and he's wrong also in just swinging the blame to a political party when you have members of this portfolio who have confirmed that it was a free and fair process that has taken place. Honorable Chairperson, I've even seen that there was somebody that identified as human race on the interviewees, and I found that very interesting, Chairperson. But just as I close, we just have to look at the objectives of the board. The first one is to create conditions for development and promotion and equal use and enjoyment of all South African languages. The second one is about the extension of these rights relating to language and status of languages in the Constitution, which before the Constitution were restricted to certain regions, then the prevention of the use of any language for exploitation or division or domination, the promotion of multilingualism and the provision of translation facilities, the fostering of respect for languages spoken in the Republic, and then the non-domination of rights relating to language and status of languages. Now, Chairperson, none of these objectives contain race. So out of which tree has the minister fallen to say that this is a racial thing when it is a linguistic thing? So I think that the arguments that are being made here are not only weak, they are fallacious, and they rely on fallacies to make themselves stronger. And if that is the case, then we cannot entertain what the minister is doing to this portfolio and what the minister is doing to PanSALB, which desperately, desperately needs a board. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mbele.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Actually, I thought maybe we were going to wait for that presentation of this item so that other members that are new can be taken on board. But nevertheless, Chairperson, I think I really concur with other members, because as far as I'm concerned, this is a disregard of the portfolio committee. And actually, for me, I would say, can we then escalate this matter? Because we cannot keep on identifying issues that the minister is doing. This is not the first thing that has happened, like you have mentioned, the issues of the boxing, and also even with the issues of the spending. This is what I have been monitoring, that we were complaining about certain issues in terms of the spending. Now, the spending, it seems like it's escalating like nobody's business. I will take an example in terms of the paperwork that we've been complaining about. It has gone from 2 million to how much? 6 million or something. But it has gone, no, how much was it? Was it 6 million to 12 million? It's double. Now, I'm just mentioning it because just as an example, that what we need, I think maybe what we can do, it's a matter of saying, okay, right, can we do also the tracking of the resolutions that we are taking, because so that we monitor those things, because at the end of the day, Chairperson, if we are going to react when something has happened, but in all the resolutions that we have taken, I haven't seen not even one a resolution that has been implemented. But instead, there are problems after problems, problems after problems. So, and also to end this thing of the minister communicating through the media, it is uncalled for. He's accounting to this portfolio. So now, if we can just, we've been very lenient to him. We tried everything to support him, but now he's really getting out of, this thing is getting out of hand. And then, like you are saying, other members as well, the issue of concern, we're supposed to be putting there as a priority, not to be, it's so undermined, it's so really undermined, Chairperson. So I don't know, really, I'm just stressing at this moment, but I think we need to take it up. It's too much. Or what you can do, Chair, like the honorable member was saying, you have to put your foot down. You have to call the minister to come in account. And then I think what we need to do is to list all the things that he has done, and then he must come and account for those things. Because if he doesn't account, he only attends the meeting and then we only raise those issues when he's here. But he must know that the portfolio committee meant business. We said we mean business. We yeah. So if we don't do action, then it's going to be complaint after the complaint. But it's going to go on and on and on and on. Now he must be called in to account and escalate the matters. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks. Honorable Makato, following by Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much. What I've realized from our leader is not working together with the board of appointment. And again, it's not consulting us at all. So I don't think he is doing a very good thing. And again, he needs also to recommend why he's not accepted, or maybe the board is not represented. So we don't know what he's doing. So to do that without consulting us, we must make it in the right way. That was done. It is totally wrong. He must come to us and take the resolution. We will talk together. Now he must also shift the problem to other people at this moment, while he has done the things alone. So the matter here is that he must take everything back until he come back to the portfolio. So we'll sit down and discuss in the portfolio, and then he will take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Honorable Khabo.
Oh, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Proceed.
Thank you very much. You know, Chair, we must decide if we are going to be a portfolio committee or we're going to be puppets of the minister. That decision must be taken in this meeting. And from where I'm sitting, we have created or we have enabled a situation or an environment whereby the minister decides that is above the committee. The reason why I'm saying this, Chair, is because of it's been too long. There are a lot of things that are happening in the committee or in the department. We have allowed the minister not to be held accountable. We have allowed the minister to a large extent to think that is above the committee. I'm going to cite one or two issues as part of the examples. I'm going to leave the box in South Africa. We had a meeting, agreed that we must get a report. We never got the report. You as the chair and ourselves as the committee, we have accepted that situation. Number two, we have had numerous reports on and around the Arts and Culture Council, National Arts and Culture Council. There's nothing that we have done as a committee. Thirdly, we have got a number of reports from different entities that are being held or that are being led by this department. We have not done anything as a committee. From where I'm sitting, Chair, we must decide as to whether the minister is above the committee or we're above the minister. It will not be fair of us to play politics now. You know what is happening between yourselves and the minister is above our control. Don't invite us. In fact, don't drag us to a party where we are not invited. The fact that the minister and the chair of the committee is having different political views on this matter, it has nothing to do with us. But rather now we must be proactive as a committee, rise above petty issues. And you yourself as the chair, you have allowed and created a situation whereby the minister is thinking that the committee is below him. I'm raising all of these things, Chair. I'm waiting for the report to be presented so that we can raise our issues. It's unfortunate that we had to open up this discussion. Currently, as we speak now, our national identity, the Springboks, there is a discussion on and around the stakeholdership of a private company that must take over Springboks. We are quiet as the committee. There are a number of things that has been happening in this department, and we have decided to keep quiet, of which from where I'm sitting, I don't believe we are doing justice to the people that have elected us to represent them. That's why, Chair, from where I'm sitting, I believe that the report will be presented, will raise our views, but be it as it may be, we have allowed the minister to do as he pleases. And from where I'm sitting, I mean, practical example also, the minister appeared on the media around the VAR discussion. He has committed money on the VAR discussion. Without us knowing as a committee, there was a spin city. The minister has committed without us knowing where is that money coming from. We are not going to allow a situation where we are going to be dragged in the discussion where we are going to discuss politics of identity. It does not assist us as a country. We want the country to be democratic. We want it to be prosperous. How do we achieve prosperity when there is no demographic or there is no democracy taking place? That's my argument, Chairperson. And from where I'm sitting, let me make that submission, and we'll take it from the presentation of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kabo. Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair. These things of inviting the guest, we're supposed to go straight to the points of the guest, because this was supposed to happen only in the portfolio of the sports, arts, and culture. Because now we're involving our guest here in the politics. The minister, we invited him last. The minister was just bluffing with him, laughing. He will never tell them the truth. That is why he's always undermining us. We had the one meeting of him. Last week, he never came to the question. I never saw him there where we're supposed to question him these things. Because the minister, he thinks this is a bandit portfolio. We are not allowing him to see this, because what he's doing each of opening his mouth is campaigning for himself. That is why he's taking us for granted. We are government for the people, not for him. He cannot take anything to the people without this committee. That is why he's playing around with us. Chair, invite him that we need him immediately to the portfolio meeting. Otherwise, he must leave us because he's busy with his party in our portfolio. He doesn't know the job of what's meaning of Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. For him, he just go and do the vibe. You can even check him when he's open the mouth. I'm a bandit, I'm a bandit. When our people are suffering down there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Mshunu, then Advocate Shamima. So Advocate Sally is Honorable Molatani. Is that the legacy hand?
It's a new hand, Chairperson.
Okay, you will be the last, and then I'm going to. I allowed members to speak on this issue, because most of the issues that you have raised will come out from the report that we have seen to take a decision, and I think that's a legacy. And Honorable Khapo, let's give Honorable Mshunu. You may proceed.
Honorable members, it is true that I'm a new member of the portfolio committee, but as I'm listening to all of you, already I'm very much frustrated and disappointed, in fact. You know, to learn about the minister's approach to decision making, specifically his lack of consultation with the committee, that is so bad. In fact, this is a legitimate concern, as the collaboration and consultations are essential components of the good governance. So I think the minister needs to provide a clear explanation for his decisions and actions. We cannot allow him to look down on us, and we can't be his puppets and be undermined by him, because he can't just do his own things without consulting the committee. So we are not here just to tick boxes or do what, but we are here, to make decisions and to work with him, not to work alone. So I think, it's very bad, comrades, because he really, he can't just, look down on us like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Advocate Sally.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Chair, fellow members, this is going on for too long now. There is a specific purpose of the portfolio of sports, arts and culture. We already considered the stepchild of portfolios, and yet many a person is looking towards this portfolio in hope for improvement of situations in our country. We have started off so well, and with the hope that we would have a minister who would understand the bigger picture of the most vulnerable and oppressed who are desirous of change. There's many valid concerns that has been raised by fellow members. Because the concern surrounding the actions by the minister has been raised on several occasions. Yet we have not taken the minister adequately to task when he has been before us. When the questions are raised, the specific question with regard to the promises made by the minister to very vulnerable communities, it's discarded, and it's the responses of the minister then goes to other matters. And we've seen this in many of our meetings. The actions on going against decisions made by the portfolio committee, the minister makes promises which is easily accepted by the community. The problem is that the constant politicking that we are witnessing by the minister and the utilizing of his position to advance his own cause and his own party, instead of putting the best interest of the people of South Africa first and utilizing his position as a minister for the best interest of everybody. This is a major concern, because also the minister is new, so I don't want to use this as an excuse, but it clearly appears that the minister does not comprehend and understand his roles and responsibilities as minister, nor does he comprehend his roles and responsibility when it comes to the portfolio of sports, arts, and culture, and therefore he's clearly, or maybe even deliberately, undermining the positions in order to further his own cause. So as a portfolio, it is time to ensure accountability and transparency with regard to the minister. And we also need to know that when a minister is failing to respond to this particular portfolio, he's also failing to adhere to the best interests of South Africa at large. We have a duty and responsibility to follow the rules and the regulations and protocols to take the minister to task for his actions. I would have loved for the presentations to flow so that we could adequately ask the questions that needs to be asked, but like it's been indicated, we are all frustrated because of the actions of the minister, and it is now overflowed where everybody can hear the current situation. But, Honourable Chair, something needs to be done. We cannot proceed in this particular fashion. I thank you.
Thanks. Can you wrap up, Honourable Molachane?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, on what the honourable members have just said, their frustrations regarding this issue of PanSALB Board appointment. And also, Chairperson, remember that PanSALB presently it's operate without a board. And in our meeting earlier, I can't remember the date. We said that as the portfolio committee, our resolution was that minister will select a board based on the 18 candidates as adopted by the House. And remember, those candidates were supposed to start before the end of November. Unfortunately, with everything that the members have said regarding this, even if the presentation can be made, Chairperson, it's not going to assist in what we've just said. My proposal will be, Chairperson, let the report be referred back, and the next date will be set up where the minister will come and be part of the portfolio committee, even if it can be a special portfolio committee where we are going to discuss this item of PanSALB. So my recommendation, yes, humbly so that this report be referred back up until minister is part of the portfolio to come and discuss this item. Even if we can have a special portfolio committee based on this item only, I think it's fine, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, honourable members. Honourable members, we are dealing with the issue at hand that is scheduled for today. And I must emphasize the issue of meeting with the minister to represent the views of the committee members, and also he was happy to meet whoever will accompany me. It took me 7 months through letters, everything, to contact the minister, to engage with the minister, only to find that now during November, I was able to go there after I threatened that I will go to the deputy president. That's the first important thing, and that's why I allowed members to vent. We, as indicated in various meetings, that we want to work together with the department, because we are here for one cause, and we are here for this three-pillar: social cohesion, inequality, address it, and also transformation. The issue, Honorable Khabo, of the Springboks, yes, it's close to our heart. We've tried our best to fit it in. I had a conversation yesterday with Mr. Mark Alexander, president of the SARU. Unfortunately, and as we are all aware, that the Springboks are playing overseas, and I granted the leave so that we can meet later. But members, there's also things that I would say that the minister, yes, is busy. Obviously, is busy. It is just the kind of the working relationship with the portfolio committee. Also, to me, it doesn't matter what the minister does, where, how, he must account here, and rightfully so. And I don't want to say that we start to get the idea that the minister thinks that he is above this committee. I've made it clear to the president of SAR. This is a matter of national interest. We want to hear what is going on. If you look at the trade-offs when it comes to the national asset, namely the Springboks. He had his explanations. He must come and explain that to the committee. I must also say that I have seen efforts of the department that really try. But the fact that we are dealing, and we will also be joined by Dr. Tembe, is the legal assistant in the institution for supporting democracy, and is dealing with Chapter 9 institutions. And maybe perhaps he has indicated to me that he would like to leave earlier. I see there are people who want to be admitted into this meeting. I'm not sure whether they are allowed in this meeting or on the Parliament stream. Will the professional staff just have a look at that? So, honorable members, and I'm happy that we could speak. I'm happy because we also understand the background of this whole issue. The issue will now be explained for us to have a response to the minister on the rejection of the minister's names. There's nothing wrong. The minister acted within his rights, but the act says, like Dr. Mulder has said, after or in doesn't matter to me, but we haven't been consulted. I've been off the cuff last week when I visited the minister personally, been informed, and I was not happy with what I read in almost want to say cooked a media report. I'm going to call upon Mr. Tembe to proceed, and then he will be assisted by our content advisor. And following that, we will have an opportunity for questions of clarity and make a decision on to where and what we would like to see after the minister has indicated that he reject the report, and on what basis. Thank you so much, Mr. Tembe.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to honorable members and fellow colleagues. Because of the time frame, I'll just shoot straight to the issue at hand, which concerns the rejection of the board, of the PanSALB Board shortlist by the minister. So I think all the honorable members are quite aware or have read the minister's letter. But just to sum it up, I'll say the minister indicates that the reason for his rejection as declaring exclusion of white people from this board, even though a number of well-qualified white people apply. He mentions individuals such as Lindy Kortz and Dr. Conrad Steenkamp. He further complains about the rejection of Mariam M. Martins, who has been on the PanSALB board for the past 5 years, despite her application for another term. He argues that none of them, nor any other white person, was included in the final shortlist of 18 names, even though the PanSALB Act allows for up to 20 names to be provided to the minister, from which a board of no more than 15 persons may be appointed, as this will have given him a broader pool from which to choose who to appoint as members of the board. He further argues that he could never be comfortable with the exclusion of any white applicants, as such is tantamount to being silent about racism, which he abhors, and it is against building of a social cohesive nation. Then, in order to tackle the substantive issues brought by the minister, we have to look at the legal aspects of it. So the starting point is the Constitution, because the PanSALB Board is established by the Constitution. So section 6.5, section 6, subsection 5A of the Constitution provides that a pan-South African language board established by national legislation must promote and create conditions for the development and use of all official languages, including the Khoi, Nama, and San languages and the sign language. Then we also need to look critically at the Pan-South African Language Board Act number 59 of 1995 as amended. Section 3, subs A1 of the Act outlines the objective of the Act as promotion of respect, development, equal use and enjoyment of all official South African languages, of all languages. Then in terms of section 5.1a, perhaps of the Act, the minister is designated as the appointing authority and is required to follow all procedure outlined and provided for in subsection 3 when exercising his authority to appoint members of the board. Just maybe to bring the members of the portfolio committee on board to understand the provision of subsection 3, which is prescribed by the Act. Section 5, subsection 3 of the board has got about 3 critical requirements. First, it says, a person's appointment as a member of the board in terms of subsection 1A shall be made in accordance with the following procedure. So it outlines the procedure. A, the minister, after consultation with the portfolio committee, shall appoint an ad hoc committee consisting of not fewer than 9 persons to invite the general public to nominate persons for appointment as members of the board. That is at the initial stage. So that was done. B, section 3, subsection 3B says the portfolio committee shall in a consensus-seeking manner, 1, from the nominations forwarded to it by the ad hoc committee, compile a short list of candidates with due regard to the provision of subsection 1A and 2, provided that no short list with more than 25 candidates shall be compiled. That stage was also passed. There are no qualms concerning it. Then 2, interview in a public and transparent manner each of the candidates whose names appear on the short list. And 3, compile and forward to the minister a final short list with due regard to the provision of subsection 1A and 2, provided that no final short list of more than 20 candidates shall be compiled. Then C, which I think is the critical point here, or where the gist of this conversation lies. It says, the minister, after consultation with the portfolio committee, shall appoint the members of the board from the number of persons whose names appear on the short list mentioned in paragraph B3 above. So just to further that argument, having brought the honorable members excuse me, on the provisions of the Act, in particular subsection 3. So we need to point out that the Constitution and the PanSALB Act recognizes the principle of multilingualism as demonstrated in the provision that espouses the establishment and the objects of the PanSALB. These are clearly set out in paragraph 5 and 6, which I think I've read. It is clear from the above that the rejection of the short list is based on alleged exclusion of white applicants and exclusion of previously serving board members. So these are 2 issues which perhaps comes from the minister's letter. So in contrast to the provision of Section 5(2)(c) and 3 of the PanSALB Act, it emphasizes and requires that members of the board, when viewed collectively, shall be broadly representative of the diversity of the users of the official languages. So that is contained in the Act. So the board, when viewed collectively, shall be broadly representative of the diversity of the users of the official languages. So therefore, I'll say in line with the objectives of the Act, emphasis is placed on the diversity of users of the official languages and the principle of multilingualism and not race. So that should be taken or be highlighted that actually the emphasis or the accentuation is not on race. Thus, the minister's argument and basis is unfounded and not based in law that regulates the caliber of person eligible for appointment as members of the board of PanSALB. Similarly, the argument by the minister that certain individuals who previously served as a board member was excluded has no basis in law. Section 5 of the PanSALB Act is instrumental in this regard and provides that a member is appointed for a term of 5 years and shall, on expiration of such term, be eligible for reappointment. So a true interpretation of this provision indicates that the reappointment does not mean renewal, let alone automatic renewal. Thus, eligibility for reappointment does not exempt the candidate from competing with the rest of the candidates. The Act has intentionally put both new and old candidates on the same par. Furthermore, the argument by the minister that the shortlist was only composed of 18 candidates, even though the threshold is 20, cannot be entertained and finds no expression in law. Section 5(3)(b) 3 provides that no final shortlist of more than 20 candidates shall be compiled and forwarded to the minister. The literal interpretation of this section is that the committee's threshold is 20 and there's no minimum number that has been prescribed, considering that the composition of the board is a minimum of 11 members and a maximum of 50 members. The committee was at liberty to shortlist the 18 candidates, as it still gives the minister an option of 3 extra candidates. Just as a way of history, although not, if I may be allowed to digress, the previous administration, which was the 5th administration, when appointing, recommending names for the PanSALB Board, actually it gave the minister, the then minister, 15 names, the one that the board tenure that lapsed around March. But just to progress on this one, so Section 5(3)(c) of the Act creates an opportunity for consultation between the minister and the committee once the final shortlist of candidates is compiled and forwarded to him. This provision envisages that the minister will consult and engage the committee on any matter pertaining the final shortlist before exercising his authority to appoint the candidates. So it is after consultation with, which is in parentheses, the committee that the minister shall take a final decision on the final shortlist of candidates submitted to him. This crucial procedural step envisaged and create a platform and an opportunity for both the minister and the committee to engage and possibly find each other on any other issue related to the process. However, the minister ignored this peremptory provision of the law when he outrightly rejected the final shortlist submitted to him, let alone the tone of his letter. In fact, the minister's decision to reject the final list is seemingly based on a subjective view of the entire process undertaken by the committee and borders on undermining or casting aspersion on the integrity of the committee itself, considering the allegations of racism. So perhaps in our recommendation, we recommend that the committee engages with the minister in terms of this provision, which is Section 53C of the PanSALB Act, so that the consultation takes place, not for the just utter rejection to take place. Because I believe in the round table, the issues that the minister raises, the committee and the minister can find each other, and finally a board be appointed for the PanSALB. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tembe. Honorable members, may I request the following process? An input from members if they wish, any member. And then perhaps I think what we should do in terms of what Dr. Tembe have said, perhaps following the minister's rejection, formulate a response and perhaps with particular help from Dr. Tembe to the minister in order for us to save this boat. The PanSALB Board is for quite some months now without a board, and it is not healthy. We cannot give, one person all that rights and opportunities to do what he or she wish in the organization. It is important, for the importance of this particular body, that this should proceed with the utmost urgency. Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is very simple this time. I'm not going to give a very long-winded, prelude to my question. I just want to know, I want to ask from a legal perspective. Is it that the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture consults with the Portfolio Committee when, as a result of him rejecting the PanSALB Board? And if yes, what are the details? And if not, why not? And then I just want to know, this is a yes or no question. Did Honorable Gayton McKenzie, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, consult the Portfolio Committee on this particular matter during the 7th administration? I'm just asking from a record-keeping perspective, and in my opinion, the simple answer is he has not. Thank you.
Let me give the content advisor that opportunity to respond to that. But from my side, Honorable Liam, the answer is no. My understanding of what Dr. Tembe has read, should there have been a formal meeting with this Portfolio Committee. I must say that during my visit, the minister indicated, but I don't see that. The discussion between the two of us, I don't see that as a consultation because I am not a committee. Fiona, and then I'm going to give Honorable Mbella your hand up. Will the content advisor or the PC secretary please respond to Honorable Liam Jacobs?
Chairperson, it's Fiona speaking.
Proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. Jacobs is correct. The minister has not consulted with the committee on the PanSALB matter. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, honorable members, due to time constraints and to speed this process, is it fine that we request the content advisor with the assistance of Dr. Tembe, legal assistant, to formulate a response on behalf of the committee in light of the recommendations in the words of Dr. Tembe, and that we then forward this to the minister. And in this particular case, Dr. Tembe, let me just explain again, and also the attitude and the eagerness of this committee to have this done. Apparently, this letter sat with the speaker for quite a while, following a response, or we were activated by this as a committee, and we contacted the speaker. Where is this letter? So that is how we actually got hold of this letter. So to have this process forthgoing, especially when you go to the archives of this particular case and read on this issue, I must say, it's a tedious process that they have went through. We've mentioned people say there's Caucasian, they are, and it was a complete tedious process. So if we can do that, I'm not sure. I see the hand of Fiona again, because my take on this was that we even have a special meeting just for this to pass this resolution in the week, and also for us in order to proceed with the other entities that is also on here. Fiona, you may proceed. Do you have something for us that we consider perhaps now and adopt as a committee?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just wanted to note, procedurally, we are supposed to report on this issue because it was referred to the committee. I have drafted a report which I can flag if you allow me to.
Please do so. If there is no problem, any member, please indicate if you have a different view. But I would think and say thank you to the content advisor for having something ready. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to share the screen shortly. I think it should be visible now. So, Chairperson, thank you so much to Dr. Tembe for taking the committee through such a comprehensive report on the situation. And just to add to what Dr. Tembe has noted, that in addition to following procedure according to the PanSALB legislation, the committee also published the final shortlist on Parliament's website for a period of 2 weeks after the final shortlist was finalized, and it did not receive any rejections to the shortlist. So just to take the members through the report quickly, Chairperson, if I may. So the purpose of the report is to consider and report on a reply by the Minister on the report that was adopted by the House on the 27th of August this year. And the matter was referred to the committee in the ATC of the 5th of November. The committee is required to consider and report on the letter from the Minister, noting his his rejection of the shortlist that was forwarded to him after Parliament has done its due diligence to shortlist, interview, and compile a final shortlist from which the Minister, after consultation with the committee, shall appoint the members of the board. And then just the background, which Dr. Tembe has gone through, and I won't take the committee through that again. And then just to note that the board there's been no board since the end of March 2024. Dr. Tembe has gone through the whole procedure of appointing an ad hoc committee to deal with the shortlist or with the nominations process. And I'll just scroll through that. And then just to note that reports on the process have been tabled in Parliament, and these are available if anyone needs those. And then again, Dr. Tembe has thoroughly dealt with the basis of the objection and the committee's responses to these. Just to note, Chairperson, part of the official nomination process required nominees to submit a nomination form, and one of the sections of the form also required the nominee to detail personal information, including gender and race. Then just to provide a breakdown of how many people.
Before you proceed,
yes,
I would like Dr. Tembe's view. Following this, I've also seen that numerous candidates has been in the sifting process, has been rejected because of incomplete forms. I'm not too sure whether we are in a position to indicate that. I would love it must surface somewhere, but if it's not necessary, Dr. Tembe, we can leave it like that.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. I think that since the advert came out, there were perhaps a qualification or requirement which had to be complied, because if somebody does not comply with the requirements which are placed on the advert, then that person does not qualify. So even if the rejection happened, it happened because there was a composed panel, which composed of the department officials and others nominated by Parliament. So that rejection did not happen within Parliament. So it happened outside the scope in terms of the Act, where there has to be an ad hoc panel composing of persons appointed by Parliament and by the department. So it does entail the process. It's something outside jurisdictional, it's not within Parliament. Thanks, Chair.
I'm happy with the explanation. I'm asking this because I have seen quite a number and of applicants, and it actually take my thought back in my university days, where we were requested to submit assignments for final results on a particular date. And hey, you hear me, there's no data, there's no signal, and most of them want to send it on the date. And as much as and as good as that assignment came across, it was null and void. But I just feel to clear the air, because this meeting are being streamed. There's quite numerous people on this meeting, so that people can understand what we are doing in Parliament and the efforts of this committee, and not to play politics, but to do what is best for this country in this particular regard of a PanSALB that is without a board since March 2024. Fiona, my apologies, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll just pull up the report again. And so just also to add, Chairperson, that the committee received 134 nominations, which in comparison to the number of nominations received in the fifth Parliament is actually more than double. In the fifth Parliament, there were only 59 nominations to consider. And each of those 134 nominees their qualifications were looked at. All the requirements that they were supposed to submit to the ad hoc committee were considered fairly. And the members had access to all their information, including their CVs. So Chairperson, just to continue and look at, because the substantive matters, as Dr. Tembe has pointed out, is around the issue of race. So when you look at the breakdown based on the nomination form, breakdown by race, you can see there were only, let's just work through the list, 2 people who self-identified as white. There was a further person who identified as Caucasian, and then one of the nominees, as Mr. Jacobs pointed out earlier, identified herself as human race. One person identified as South African. So if we just continue on to the next part of the report. So based on the nomination forms, as I mentioned, 2 nominees self-identified as white. Ms. Martin self-identified as human race. And a further candidate who is not mentioned in the Minister's communication to the Portfolio Committee identified himself as Caucasian. No other nominees identified themselves as white or could be inferred as being white. Dr. Tembe also dealt with this.
I just want to add that members should also take note that these people were nominated. So there were nominations as far as this whole board is concerned. People did not apply, there were nominations. And I take it for granted that the process of the 6th Parliament was happy with the amount of nominations, but particular reference. If you look at a shortlist where 136 people has been interviewed, I just felt to mention that. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. So Dr. Tembe has dealt with the issue of reappointment to the board. And the Minister notes that Ms. Martinez has been on the board for the past 5 years, and she applied for another term and she did not make the short list this time around. Just to note that 7 other former PanSALB board members who served until March 2023 were amongst the list of 154 nominees. 4 out of the 7 nominees were selected to be interviewed. Ms. Martins was one of 3 former board members not selected to be interviewed. Further, only 3 of the 7 were included in the final shortlist as indicated below. So those are the 7 who were nominated. The nominees who were selected for interview, and an indication of who actually made it to the final shortlist. And then, Chairperson, as Dr. Tembe was speaking, I just added, just to enrich this part of the report. Additionally, Section 5 of the PanSALB Act states that a member of the board shall be appointed for a term of 5 years and shall, on the expiration of such term, be eligible for reappointment for 1 further term only. This provision in the legislation, however, does not automatically qualify a previous board member to be eligible for reappointment, as all nominated candidates have to be considered. And then Section 4.3 of the report, which looks at the issue of numbers, which the Minister also raised, the numbers on the final shortlist. The Act states that rightfully, the Act states that the final shortlist could be a maximum of 20 names provided to the Minister. And then section, just to flesh that out a bit, in Section 53B3 of the PanSALB Act, compels the committee to compile and forward to the Minister a final shortlist, provided that no final shortlist of more than 20 candidates shall be compiled. The legislation is not prescriptive, as Dr. Tembe said, about the minimum number of candidates to be included in the committee's final shortlist, as the Minister shall appoint a board of not fewer than 11, but no more than 15 persons. So So the committee did provide the minister with a sufficient number of candidates from which a board can be appointed. And then again, there was space for the inclusion of two additional names. That issue Dr. Tembe also highlighted in his report to the committee. That section of the Act states that the minister shall appoint, that I've been through that already, so I'm not going to go through that in too much detail, but just to say, Chairperson, that the persons serving on the board should be representative as possible of the official languages, as Dr. Tembe pointed out. It's about multilingualism, as well as language skills, including but not limited to interpreting, translation, terminology, lexicography, language and literacy teaching, and language planning. And the persons on the final shortlist are, I think, fairly well represented, or representative, sorry, of those skill sets that's needed. And then the issue of diversity, Dr. Tembe has clearly dealt with that in his report to the committee. And just to go through a bit further through the report. And then just to note, Chairperson, as we reported on in August by the committee to the House, the initial shortlist was comprised of 19 candidates, and unfortunately, that report lapsed at the end of the 6th Parliament, and then further, one of the shortlisted candidates passed away in May of this year. And that was noted in the report to the House. And then just to note again, Chairperson, that it was this committee's decision to revive the report of the previous committee, and that was adopted and reflected the names of the 18 remaining candidates. And Chairperson, just to look at the observations and the recommendations. The committee regrets that the committee regrets that the minister's letter of rejection was sent to Parliament nearly 8 weeks after the House adopted the report on the final shortlist without prior consultation with the committee. And then, Chairperson, I deleted this because
No, I don't think we should delete that. That also needs that needs a declarative from myself, Dr. Tembe. That was also a way to reach out to the minister with my engagement with the content advisor to say, let's write and ask, whether the minister perhaps have a legal opinion based on what, and we reach out to find out on what basis this was rejected. As a result, we received that letter from the minister. So I think that should stay with the qualifier to say that we actually reach out to assess, to have an understanding and interrogate and perhaps say, listen, this is where we can meet one another. That was the main objective of 5.2 from our side. So it was not hey, where do you get this? It was a reach out. I also, while I'm speaking, I also, Dr. Tembe, don't see any way, Fiona, the clause that I really would like to surface here is where we said that the committee, I think we should add where the committee regrets that the minister's letter rejection, and then perhaps on that particular clause say that the clause and the what the clause said in conjunction, and the committee, take note that this rejection, as Honorable Jacobs has said, has happened without consultation or whatever the case may be. Do you agree, Dr. Tembe?
Yes, that should be pointed out because that's the substantive issue or the statutory one, because The other issue are peripheral, but they are not based in law. So the minister should be alerted to the statutory provision. So,
thank you so much.
Yes.
I'll include that, Chairperson. And in
Can we proceed?
5.2, oh yes, so we've dealt with 5.2, 5.3. This is just a recommendation, should it be the desire of the minister and or the department, to have a board that is broadly reflects the racial and gender composition of South Africa. The department should consider amending the PanSALB Act to enforce this. 5.4, given the protracted period that PanSALB has been operating without the board, the committee recommends that the minister select a board based on the list of 18 candidates as adopted by the House by no later than the end of November. Chairperson, this can also be discussed.
Doctor, no, don't take it out. Dr. Tembe has called another phrase of any tree. I think we should include this as well, and that also may form the basis of our meeting with the minister.
Apologies, Chairperson, you were breaking up on my side. You said Dr. Tembe said?
Dr. Tembe mentioned something earlier on that the minister may select the board based on the list, and then he talked about extra three. If he can just explain himself.
Actually, Chair, what I pointed out, the Act says the shortlist should not be more than 20. So, which is the maximum or ceiling threshold. So, it doesn't set the minimum threshold. So, the appointment, the board is composed of members between 11 and 15. So, I was actually explaining this issue with where the minister say he has been furnished with 18 names instead of 20. Then I said, in terms of the Act, the board is between 11 and 15. So the committee furnished the minister with 18, which means it has got extra 3. So previously, I even gave history that in the previous board or the previous committee, furnished the minister with 15 names, not even 18, not even 20. But the then minister decided to appoint 13 out of the 15. So, which means the committee was at liberty to provide the 18, not that if it says 20, not more, it says not more than 20, which is the limit, which is the upper ceiling, the 20. So the committee can provide the minister between 15 upwards, but not more than 20. So hence the freedom or the liberty of the committee. That is what I was explaining, that even now, because he seems to be decrying that he was given 18 names instead of 20, that no, beyond the Act, which provides that the board is composed of 15 members, he has got extra 3 names. So perhaps maybe, I hope I'm clear, Chair.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You are clear. I'm happy with the threshold, but in this report, reference are also being made on, I think, one candidate who passed on. So I'm not too sure whether we, the 7th Parliament, the Portfolio Committee, or rather it should be referred back to the committee who dealt with the interviews to add particular names in this case. I'm not too sure. I don't want to make it difficult for us, but I don't want us to engage with the minister and have some sort of backtrack, be as it may, from the side of the portfolio or the side of the minister. If we can be advised as to whether we are at liberty to engage in a process to add it up until 20 with the knowledge of some that has passed on.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Actually, as I've explained, there is only a maximum threshold. So you cannot say you need to reach the 20 by adding 2 names. As the committee is liberty from 15 upwards. So it does not state that actually must be 20. It says not more than 20. So, which clearly the number, the discretion is between 15 and 20.
Thanks,
So,
Doctor. Thanks, Doctor. Understood. Dr. Corney Mulder.
Sorry, Chairperson. I'm trying to assist. I really think that you and Dr. Tembe are speaking of two different things. What I hear from Dr. Tembe is he's just explaining the process. In other words, the committee could have appointed or given a list of 20. They didn't. They gave 19. One person died. That's 18. And I understand him to say that the point he's making is that is still 3 members more than needs to be if it is appointing the maximum numbers of the board, which is 15. That's what I understand Dr. Tembe's argument is. But what I understand from the minister's side is his argument is that the previous committee only gave a short list of 18. They could have gone to 20, and that could have included white people as well. So I think we are dealing with two different things. And then I think I hear you to say that is there a mechanism that that list could be included even if it's with the previous committee? That is something completely different, I would suggest. But I don't know if I'm assisting, but that's my understanding. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thanks for that clarity. Dr. Tembe would like to respond to that.
I'm sorry, Chair. I missed those questions or the clarification sought by honorable member. Actually, as I've indicated, I had to be on another portfolio committee. So the chairperson of the portfolio committee on women, which is Honorable Lizel van der Merwe, just called me. So I was engaging with her on the phone when there was that clarification. Maybe with your indulgence, Chair, maybe can the honorable member recapitulate on the question of...
Go for it, Dr. Mulder.
Chair, I really don't think it's necessary. I think it's quite clear. I don't want to waste the committee's time. I just think I think we all understand the difference in terms of what Dr. Tembe has been explaining and what the situation is. Unless you want me to repeat that, but I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Please do. I would love to hear his response, Doc.
Okay, sorry. Let me try again, Dr. Tembe. The point I was making, I said I think that the chairperson and yourself are talking about two different things. I heard you explain, Dr. Tembe, to say that in terms of the process, the previous committee could have appointed a short list of 20. They didn't. They appointed a list of 19. One person died. That leaves 18. And the point I understand you are making is to say if the minister appoints a maximum board of 15, there are still 3 members on the short list more than the 15 from which he can choose. That's what I understand your argument is. From the minister's perspective, I interpret what he is saying is to say they only appointed 18 people on the short list. They could have gone to 20. And if they did go to 20, they could have included 2 white people. And then I hear the chairperson says, but that means there is technically still room for 2 or 3 more people to broaden the list. But that should be done. Is that possible? Or could that be done by the previous committee, which I don't think is possible? That's just my interpretation. I don't know if I'm assisting. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the indulgence. Actually, the question made by Honorable Dr. Mulder. Actually, we are not speaking at cross purposes with the Chair. You are correct in your interpretation. That one should have been done by the previous committee. So, on the current position, nothing can be changed by the current by the 7th administration committee, unless, because if you decide to add 2, that means you start afresh the processes of interviews and the shortlisting. So in the current position, nothing can be done to reverse the processes that has been actually undertaken by this portfolio committee. So I think even the act, it makes it clear that the minister must appoint from the short list provided to him. So now, if it doesn't want to appoint from the list provided to him, then it becomes a question whether is this binding on him or not. But there is that after consultation, so which means the final decision lies with him. So after consultation, but I still believe the committee and the minister can find each other and actually thresh out these thorny or sticking out points, and so that a board can be appointed. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks to both Dr. Mulder and Tembe. You may proceed, Fiona.
Thank you, Chairperson. And in the final part of the report is just a very brief conclusion. And I'm aware that Dr. Tembe has made a recommendation that the committee and the minister perhaps meet and find each other on this issue. So please, this is for the committee to advise whether or not this should be included or should go. And then just to say that considering the very broad mandate of PanSALB and the extensive range, of skills that the collective board is legally required to possess, the committee is satisfied that the individuals shortlisted fulfill these requirements to position the institution to fully discharge its mandate. The committee is of the view that these individuals best represent the competencies needed to provide the strategic support and direction to ensure that previously marginalized languages and those facing extinction are adequately promoted and developed, and moreover afforded the respect that they were once denied, and then report to be considered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, thank you so much, and thank you to Dr. Tembe in this regard, as well as our content advisor, Fiona. The report is in front of us. May I ask, is there any proposal for the adoption of this report?
Chair Eugene Mtetwa, I propose the adoption of the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Is there any seconder? I can't see on my screen. Please speak if you want to. Just speak. I can't see on my screen.
My name is Kokoletu Mkono. I second. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mshunu. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of this report, PanSALB report. And Dr. Komala, is that a legacy hand?
Chair, unfortunately, it's a new one.
Okay, proceed.
You've asked for a proposal for the adoption of the report and for a seconder, but you haven't given us chance to express our views with regard to the report, whether we accept it or not. I want to vote against the report.
Okay, noted, Dr. Connie Mulder. Is there anyone else that want to vote against the report? There is none. The report is then adopted. Can we perhaps just put on the agenda again and proceed to the second item? Honorable members, we're now going to deal with the overview by the Department on Cultural and Creative Industries, Federation of South Africa. Who is going to lead us in that?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would introduce the presentation. If Lodwick, you can assist me by putting it up on the screen. The presentation is going to be made by the current project manager under whom this project falls, And Chairperson, while we are aware that this particular federation is not necessarily an entity of the department, they are independent structure. However, they are funded by the department, and the presentation will then outline and talk to that. Ludwig, I do not see the presentation. Can you give me an indication if you are struggling?
Whilst we wait for the presentation to be flighted, Honorable Molatsane, I saw your hand.
Chairperson, my apology for being late. I will also follow Dr. Melde. We are not supporting the report.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Should I go on? I'm going on. I'm assuming that Chairperson is allowing me to go on. Ludwig, we need the presentation on slideshow, please. I was indicating that we have got two project managers in the meeting. The current project manager, Mr. Lutuli, will take us through the presentation. I need to indicate that, as I said earlier on, we have got Mr. Mbiba, who was...
Hello.
Chairperson.
Yes, it's Mrs. Makhajo. We are not with that report before we go on. It's just that the Wi-Fi didn't work properly. So we don't support that letter.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato. Honorable Molatsane has indicated. Proceed, Doctor.
Chair, I just want to check something with you. It's Honorable Nkosi.
Proceed, Honorable Nkosi.
Yeah, I can see that you've got two proposals here. Which one are we taking? Because there's a recommendation that says we adopt the report. There's another recommendation, but I don't hear you coming out clear as to which one are we taking, because there are two proposals on the report.
Okay, let me do this. Can I put the report for a vote? Members against the report, may you please raise your hands, and for the professional staff to indicate and count. Okay, those who reported, please indicate by hands. Will the members who have indicated they're not supporting just lower their hands? Members who support the report, please raise your hand. The professional staff, will you indicate the vote?
Chair, we have 4 members that have raised their hand to support the report. We have
Yes,
Mr. Mtetwa, Ms. Sali, Mr. Mkuno, and Mr. Jacobs.
And the members who not support the report?
Chair, I think myself, I'm getting problem to raise the hands here. Count me in.
Is that for the report, Mr. Kobane?
Mr. Honorable Kobane, if
No,
you say
Mr.
count
Kobane, Mr. Kobane is saying that he's part of us. He's rejecting the report.
Mr. Kobane, Honorable
No,
Kobane.
No, wait. Don't confuse me. I'm saying I support.
Thank you. Can the professional staff give us the numbers?
Can the members that are not supporting Chair please raise their hands again, Chair? Mr. Mteto, can you drop your hand, sir? Thank you.
Members who do not support the report, please raise your hands. Members who support the report, please raise your hands. Honorable Kabani, are you in a position to raise your hands? Yes or not?
I raise my hands.
Can the
Because
professional staff?
I cannot get through, but I raise my hands to the second hand.
Can the professional staff indicate it?
Chairperson, I saw the hand of I was saying I saw the hand of Honorable.
Can the professional staff indicate it?
Chair, we have 5 members for the report, and we have 5 members against the report, Chair, without your vote, Chair.
Yes, you can register my vote as support for this report.
Maybe, Chair, there's confusion on what report are we accepting, because I think members are not aware that they are rejecting our own report that states this is our position. So that might be the problem. I don't know.
I think I agree with you. Okay. On how you are presenting this matter, you are creating a confusion unnecessarily.
Chair, we are rejecting our own reports.
Members, can I see the hands who support the report?
No, Chair, can we start with you clarifying this aspect? Which report are you referring to? So that there's no confusion unnecessarily. I think we agree in most of the issues.
The report that has been flighted. The report that has been flighted by Fiona.
Chair, can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a mistake. Let me correct it. Actually, Honorable Mteto, is true. This is our report. We should adopt it. I think what we are objecting as the portfolio, I think we'll come to that, is the letter to the minister's letter. That is one that I'm going to object. Thank you. But this report, it's ours. I think we made a mistake. We support it.
Okay, let's do this over again, honorable members. Those who are in support of the report, please raise your hands. And if there's any member that have a problem to raise his or her hands, please indicate through your mic whether you are in support or not.
I support. I support.
Will the professional staff indicate the members that raise their hands?
Just give me a second, Chair. I'm writing everything down here. We've got Honorable Kobane, Mr. Mteto, Mr. Jacob, Mamuntunu, Mr. Khabo, Ms. Sali, Ms. Ethel Ngosi, Ms. Mahato, Mamumo Lutsane. Yes, Chair, we've got those names.
Yeah, can you just take a snapshot as well?
Excuse me, Chair?
Take a snapshot.
Okay, this is recorded, Chair.
Okay. Members who do not support the report, kindly raise your hands. Those who do not support, kindly raise your hands. Any member abstain? Any member want to?
We are all together, Chair. We are all together.
Any member want to have a declaration or say something? Honorable members, the report is then adopted as presented. Let's go to the second issue. My apologies to DSAC.
Thank you, Chair. We are responding to the request from the Portfolio Committee where we were requested to invite CIFSA, which is the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation of South Africa, to come and brief the Portfolio Committee on the financial statements. The correspondence from Portfolio said from 2016 to 2024. So I was saying, Chairperson, we've got two, because this dates back to 2016, you will see that the report starts a bit earlier. There was a project manager who was in under whom this project fell, Mr. Mbiba, he's here, and then there is a current project manager, Mr. Luthuli. But we have made an arrangement that Mr. Luthuli would present, and if there are questions related to the period before Mr. Luthuli joined the department, Mr. Mbiba will then respond. Allow me then to hand over to Mr. Luthuli to take us through the overview by the department before we take CIFSA. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Luthuli, please go ahead.
Thank you, DDG and ADG. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Themba Luthuli. I'm going to take the Portfolio Committee through this presentation. In terms of the content, we have introduction, background, objective, governance, transfer of funds, challenges, recommendation, and conclusion. Please move to the next slide, sir. Thank you. Introduction. Department of Sports, Arts and Culture prioritize formation of the Cultural and Creative Industries Federation of South Africa, CIFSA, as a strategic intervention to transform and coordinate the South African cultural and creative industries landscape. Background. Sorry, sir, move back a bit. Thank you. CIFSA was formed in 2014 as a result of various consultative engagements between the then President of South Africa, Mr. Jacob Zuma, the DSEC, and South African cultural and creative industries practitioners to establish a national body to promote and protect the interests of CCI practitioners in the country. Next slide, please. The objective is as follows. CIFSA's objective is to restructure, organize, and transform South African arts sector in terms of development, growth, and sustainability. The intention is to have a national body structure positioning interests of South African sector at a global stage. South African arts sector needed a national body to lead its transition from being entertainment into a professional creative economy with a potential to contribute meaningful into SA gross domestic product. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of governance, in 2014, an interim team of 18 arts and culture individuals led by Ms. Yvonne Chakachaga as chairperson and Mr. Mabuto Sithole as deputy chairperson were appointed by the then Minister Mashatile to assist with the establishment of CIFSA. Due to unavailability of interim team members, a committee of 4 individuals were recommended to proceed with planned activities, and appointed individuals were Mr. Tony Korocha, Mr. Mzwakele Mbuli, apologies, Mr. Simpiwe Dana, and Mr. Raplani Sipemo. This team was tasked with implementation of activities leading to the formation of CIFSA, registration of CIFSA as a non-profit company, and hosting an elective conference. Next slide, please. Continuation of governance. Initial company directors of CIFSA NPC registered with CIPC were as follows: Ms. Yvonne Manga, chairperson; Mr. Mabuto Sithole, deputy chairperson; Mr. Nhlanhla Sibisi, secretary general; Mr. Dodo Monamodi, treasurer general; Mr. Sipho Dlamini, spokesperson. Next slide, please. Continuation of governance. In 2015, an elective conference was held. CIFSA management was elected as follows: Mr. Tony Korocha, president; Mr. Papa Penny, Deputy President, Mr. Pamela Sidit, Secretary, Mr. Mdagane, Deputy Secretary, Mr. Dodo Monamo, the Treasury General, and Mr. Ayanda Roda, National Coordinator. Thank you. Next slide. The current CIFSA management was appointed as follows in 2019. Ms. Joy Mbewane, President, Mr. Johannes Msomi, Deputy President, Mr. Mangaliso Mchula, Treasury General, Mr. Luzugo Kohl, National Coordinator. The term of the current management structure came to an end on the 30th of August 2024. CIFSA was due to plan and host an elective conference, which was superseded by the call for a Bosberat by the minister. Thank you. Next slide. Funding. I will upfront mention that on this particular slide, there has been corrections due to the fact that some of the information received from archives recently might have difference on the original figures that have been sent. And 2014-2015, the department transferred an amount of 5,784,000 to CIFSA. 15-16, an amount of 5 million transferred. 2017-18, no amount transferred. 2018-19, an amount of 12 million was allocated to CIFSA, but eventually amount of 11,500,000 was transferred to CIFSA. Then 2019-2020, no amount transferred. 2020-21, an amount of 2,500,000 was transferred. 21-22, no amount transferred. 22-23, an amount of 5 million was transferred. 23-24, an amount of 5 million transferred. Then the total will be slightly different on the actual amount transferred to CIFSA. Initially, it was projected at 38,284. Now it's 39,772,884. And next slide, please. In terms of challenges we had encountered when we were working with CIFSA, CIFSA had struggled to implement its mandate as tasked by DSEC due to various formations that emerged competing with CIFSA within the sector. Secondly, CIFSA experienced capacity challenges regarding issues of corporate governance, more specifically in terms of reporting and accountability at certain intervals. Thirdly, the public perception of CIFSA is not positive due to different opinions regarding a preferred model of CIFSA. Next slide, please. The recommendation put forward by the department is as follows. DSEC has engaged various arts sector formations, including CIFSA, over the past few months with the ultimate vision of exploring an alternative model to restructure and transform South African creative sector. All formations have made submissions during 2024 best period, which was being consolidated to develop a new strategic intervention, introducing an alternative model for coordination of the South African cultural and creative industry sector. An alternative model of managing creative sector has been mentioned by the Minister for South African Creative Economy sector, which he has up to now met with various sector organizations that have been nominated on the 28th of October 2024 and made pronouncement tasking the sector to look at feedback of the department regarding Bosberat consultation processes. Next slide, please. conclusion, as of now, DSEC shall pronounce a new model once it has confirmed as an outcome of post-merit consultation engagement, which are being led with the minister. Then once that has been finalized, it will be communicated to the sector at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ntuli. Honorable members, I'm going to allow members to ask questions, and also if there's any member who would like to have clarity on a particular issue, you are welcome to do so. I'm going to give members an opportunity in the following order of what I see in front of me. Honorable Kobane.
Chairperson, excuse us, please. We thought we will do the full presentation on CIFSA and before you allow for questions.
Okay, you may proceed, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
My apologies, honorable members. Proceed.
Thanks. We have then, through the communication, a presentation prepared by CIFSA that goes into, I believe, further detail, specifically on the questions that, on the communication that we received from yourself, portfolio, as a portfolio committee chair. Ms. Joy Mbewane is the president, as I was saying earlier on at the beginning of the meeting, Chairperson. If you can then allow her to comment and introduce her team, I made to understand that the Treasury General of CIFSA will then do the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
It's fine, Dr. Kumalo, you may proceed.
Greetings, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and officials from DSEC and leaders of CIFSA. Chairperson, I think before I respond or get into the presentation and respond, I'm tempted to even respond to the presentation from DSEC, but I would request the indulgence of the committee through you, Chair, to talk to a few issues that I think as a president of CIFSA feel they need to be put on record. One, it starts with the, I think we must also remind ourselves why this organization was formed and why so much investment of public resources were invested in it. But I don't want to bore you with the details because I assume they are part of the historical account of this committee. But it was consciously formed to be a sole voice, the uniting front of the cultural and the creative industry. The then minister, Mr. Paul Mashatile, was behind the formation of the organization at more or less the same time when he was driving the Mzansi Golden Economy Policy Initiative. So the big question here, Honorable Chair, is to ask Uguti, did CIFSA failed in its mandate? And what was CIFSA's mandate? And what was it funded to do in the past 5 years, at least during my term as a president? Maybe the question should be asked backwards or in the other way around. What was it not funded to do? CIFSA was not funded to do programs within the industry. It was not funded to host workshops in all the sectors, train and develop artists. You cannot train and develop artists randomly. There has to be an organization that functioned first at all levels of governance in the country, from at what level, district level, and the provincial level. There lies the mandate of CIFSA. CIFSA, during my term, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, was funded to develop the organization. CIFSA, under my leadership, has successfully achieved 80% of its mandate of developing the organization. CIFSA is the only organization that is present in every district and every municipality of this country in the same instant in the municipality level. 6 provinces have gone to provincial conferences and has credible elected leaders, including sector leaders. And CIFSA is only left with 3 to organize 3 provinces, which is Limpopo, Western Cape, and Free State. And we have already started AMA processes, AMA local, as well as of AMA district. So the second phase in this process for our plan was to develop AMA sector councils. But before we couldn't even go there, Mr. Gayton Mackenzie came in and started everything from start. He literally took us back to Umangaunga. All the work that we have done for 10 years of work has been started all over again. The same public is being dedicated to the same process. Asazike why. And it must happen. The cultural and the creative industry master plan was adopted by the cabinet in 2022. Sector categorization was made very clear both in the revised white paper and the cultural and the creative master plan. So why does this department and its minister define the resolution and the decision of parliament and go and rearrange our sectors adopted by cabinet? So our minister can define the decision adopted by cabinet. As CIFSA, we stand resolute that the mandate of CIFSA has not changed. We delivered on our mandate. We will not be able to complete it because the new minister, who will be here for 5 years, has his own vision of how the cabinet decision should be defined. In the 5 years, colleagues, we will have another minister with a new idea of how this industry is supposed to function. The minister says, no one organization can represent all sectors, but on the other side of his mouth, he's perishing ISASCOC. But he's ought to kill and as the department has presented, they are starting something new that above prosperity of 52 people, where they came back with 74 sectors. And then when the minister called a meeting again, he came back with 16 sectors. So money that should be finishing projects CIFSA is now being dangled in front of the industry instead of helping the sector to move forward. So you don't destroy an organization you have built, that you have created as a department, just because maybe you don't like the leaders. But what you need to do is to change the leadership through properly constituted conferences and elect the new leadership. My leadership has submitted the report to the department of all the money that was funded for. No one will not accuse CIFSA under my leadership of not accounting. So what is the problem? Why not finish the work that we have started? Why are they using the same public purse to do what has been done by the leaders? And some of the leaders are now the members of the portfolio committee, the activists that have worked for us to be here. So Chairperson, CIFSA is not going anywhere. We will come to this committee and report if the department and its minister is blocking funding from this organization. The department has a reason to support the industry, has a responsibility to support the industry organization, and CIFSA is an industry organization and it will remain an industry organization. When they talk about gossip that they are getting from the streets, we cannot be leaded by the gossip and the feelings. And we have the minister now come and tell the industry, Guti, you will do as I say. He's running the industry like a prison cell and do mountain. He's telling us, if you don't want to listen to what I am telling you, I don't know whether the department misrepresented the sector or the minister doesn't listen to anyone. Because the minister, if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying or to do as I say, go and start your own political organization, campaign, and then become a minister. I am the minister. The unfortunate part is that we are creatives and we find ourselves as workers being organized by the employer. Maya's about Eugene, they've been a unionist. It has never happened. So because he's got, all of a sudden, I wish the department can also respond with where did they get all these national organizations, the 52 national organizations, because there are no 52 national organizations in the creative industry. The organizations that we have, national organizations, are less than 5 in the creative industry. Are the people that are elected to lead the sectors, are they coming from the sector? And CRP, that's just my input. There's a lot that is happening. The industry has become a mess. People are running around forming organizations, forming structures, because now there's a new minister who promised the industry 300 million. But in October, they must come back with an account. He's going to give them 300 million. He has lied to us. He has not given that money. And then now he come back with new sectors, 16 of them. And each sector is funded with 2 million and 1.5. 2 million is not even enough for a one-day event. The department uses millions, and we are supposed to, we only received 12.5 million for 5 years, and we've done work. I will allow my Treasurer General to maybe to go to details with our financial records, because we are told that the portfolio committee is interested in that. So for now, thank you so much, Chair, honorable members, department, and my colleagues. I've got Umangaliso Mchula through you, Chair, or ADG, who will do a financial statement, report here too from 2016 and 2024. We were hoping that the previous leadership of SIFSA were going to be here to account, because the reason why SIFSA has a bad name is the maladministration that did not happen in my time, in our time. But the leaders are still alive. Should the portfolio committee, they can invite them. They were invited. I'm not sure what happened, but the department will have answers on that. But we'll present from 2016 to 2024. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Chair, do I have the platform? Mangaliso Mchula here.
Yes, I'm actually eager to listen to the presentation of the financial report, and I think that is what we have asked. Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for this invite, Chairperson, and to the members of the Portfolio Committee, the professional staff, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Freedom Park Board, and SIFSA leadership, our Honorable President Joy Mbewana. My name is Mangaliso Mchula. I will be presenting the annual financial statements for the period 2016 to 2024. However, as it is alluded by my colleague, Mr. Lutuli, that it covers from 2015 to 2024, but the communication came out for 2026 to 2024. The table of content is as follows: is the introduction, general information, director's responsibility and approval, independent auditor's report, financial statement, statement of financial position, statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in reserve, statement of cash flow, notes for the financial statement, and then conclusion. Just to take into consideration, Chairperson, next slide. This is an overview of the 9 years that we have been in SIFSA. So when I go through the presentation, you will pick that up. The introduction, this presentation covers the annual financial statements of the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation of South Africa from 2016 to 2024. It provides an overview for the financial performance and key highlights over the financial year, with a focus on reporting periods covered by the financial statements from 2025 to 2024, excluding the financial years ends February 2020 and 2022. Next slide, please. This is just the general information of the organization taking over from the 2015 to 2019 leadership. Our organization is an NPC, Cultural and Creative Federation of South Africa, registration number 2014-087050/08. The directors currently, Mr. Joy Mbewana, Mr. Joanna Msomi, Mr. Mangaliso Mchula, and Mr. Luzuko Khohli, and the late Mr. Anele Maki. The nature of our business is the cultural and creative activities. Our address is as follows: 7th Street, R. Nanzokazi, and the independent auditors. As per the report, that you will notice that it covers all 9 years, so there will not be only one independent auditor. The other auditors will be Lutheran in Association and Junda V Business Accountants. Our responsibility as the directors is to make sure that the preparation is fair preparation of the financial statement in accordance with the international financial reporting standards, and also small and medium-sized enterprise. The main to maintain internal controls, ensure compliance, and ensure the financial statements represent the state of affairs of the company. Next slide, please. The independent auditor's report. The independent auditor has audited the financial statements and provided an unqualified opinion that the financial statements presented fairly in all material respect the financial position of SIFSA, signed by RM Banjwa, Chartered Accountant. Next. All right. Now we are on the state of financial positions as of end of February. Just to indicate, this summarizes the company's asset, what it owns, the liability, what it owns, and the equity assets, loss, liability on that specific period. Now, looking from 2015 to 2024, at the end of that period, that would be our financial year. You would look at 2015, it's 132,647 rand. That was the total assets. You would go to the equity, it would be the same amount. You go to the total equity and liabilities. The same with 2016, it's 219,072. It's the equities, the same as the total equities and liabilities, 2017. And then 2018, 2019, as I've indicated, 2020, during the period of COVID, there was no funding. And then 2021, 2022, 2023, you look at the assets, 629,179. It's the same as the equity, total equity and liabilities, 2024, 47254 or 7. The same with the equity, the same with the total. All of this will be projected into detail in the other presentation. Now we go to the statement of comprehensive income. This is the statement that indicates the total summary and total income since the inception of SIFSA, to indicate how much was allocated for that period of time, as it was also indicated by Mr. Lutuli that there would be discrepancies with their archive and our financial statements as per the auditor's report. According to our auditor's report for 2015, the allocated funds that we had in our possessions was 5,019,153 rand. Our operating expenses were 5,560,394. Then the net or the loss would be 541,241. 2016, you would see that it comes to 4,549,952. And then our operating expenses would be 4,092,648. Net or slash loss would be 457,304. 2017, you will see again, it's not the same as the 5 million that it was reported due to the accounting processes. It is 4,147,052 rand. Operating cost at that time would be 2,749,551 rand. The net would be then, or the loss, 1,397,501. 2018, it was 3,026,298. Then our operating would be 3,936,268. Our net or loss would be 909,970 rand. 2019, in our accounts, there were 15,977,437 rand. Our operating cost for the 2019 financial year was 15,519,094 rand. Our net or loss was 458,343 rand. For 2020, there was no funds. 2021, an allocation of 1,660,000. Our operating cost was 1,660,244 rand. Our net or loss was 244. 2022, no funds. 2023 financial year allocation was 4,520,200. Operating cost 3,891,370. Net slash loss 628,830. And then 2024, 5,014,417. Our operating cost was 5,171,639. The net or slash loss was 157,222 rand. Next slide. Now the statement of changes in the reserve, just to indicate what obligations do we still have at the end of that financial year period. It moves over from the close of financial year or our auditing period. You will look at 2015, there was none. 2016, you would see a minus 541,241. Ordinary share capital would be 457,304, and total equity would also be 83,937. 2017, none. 2018, number of shares would come to 1,313,564. Ordinary share capital would also then be 909,970, and total equity would be 403,594 rand. 2019, it opens with 403,594. Ordinary share capital 458,343, and then total equity would be 861,937. 2020 not applicable. 2021 you'd see that we are opening with none. Ordinary share is minus 244 rand. Total equity minus 244. 2022 also then none. Then 2023 we are opening with 129. Ordinary share capital it would be 629,050 rand. Total equity 629,179 rand. And then 2024 we're opening with 129. Our number of shares, ordinary share capital would be 472,418. Total equity would be 472,547. Next slide. The statement of cash flow, it indicates and tracks the movement of the business, the money coming in, the money coming out for that period of the business, how much it will spend and how much it will accumulate. It always also identifies what part of the business makes a profit. In that sense, we are a non-profit company, registered as a non-profit company. Now, in 2015, when you look at the net generated from utilized by operating activities, it goes to 131,647. When you look at the net generated from financing activities, there are none. Cash at the beginning of the year, there are none, and then cash and cash equivalents at the end of the year, it is the same as 131,647. When you look at 2016, we are on 94,427. When you look at the net generated through financial activities, it's 78,940. Cash at the beginning of the year, it goes to 131,647. Cash at equivalent at the end, it would say 147,134. In 2017, we opened up with 946,162 rand. And then we are going to the financing activities, 660, 51 rand. And the cash at the beginning would say 147,134 rand. At the end, it would go to 1,753 rand, 347. 2018, we opened up with a minus 611,119 rand. We go to 1,398,002 rand. At cash at the beginning of the year, it goes to 1,753,346 rand. And then at the end, it accumulated to 2,540,229 rand. 2019, open up with 475,761. We then had a minus of 2,058,054 rand. Cash at the beginning is 2,540,229 rand. At the end, we were left with 957,936 rand. 2020 not applicable. 2021 it's minus 244 at the beginning, and then at the end is 244. 2022 not applicable. 2023 we open up with 643,624 rand, and then minus 213,033 rand. Cash at the end of equivalent of the year, it was 430,591. 2024, we open up with minus 104,233. Cash net 314,711. Cash at the beginning of the year, there were none in both financial years. Cash at the end, equivalent of the end, 11,647 rand. Next slide. The notes is attached by the financial statements, the International Financial Reporting Standards for SME compliance, depreciation of property / plant and equipment, revenue recognition and cash equivalent policies. Next slide. Conclusion and outlook as to the honorable members. The financial statement reflects the organization that remains a going concern. No significant event occurred after the reporting period that would affect the financials. For further inquiries, contact SIFSA. Thank you very much. I hope I was in time, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mtsuli. I'm going to give members an opportunity to raise questions, to ask questions of clarity. I'm going to start with Honorable Kobane, then Honorable Mtetwa, then Honorable Makato, followed by Honorable Moletsane, and then Honorable Sali in that order, and Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Kobane.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I want to ask, when the minister come now, did he come to the portfolio and suggest to close down the CIFSA? The committee was there, because what I see is a politics here. Everything that created by our President Jacob Zuma has been unfinished project, because they are punishing and fighting to our President Jacob Zuma to not finish this. That's why the CIFSA has been formed the times of President Jacob Zuma. Myself, I'm an artist, I'm a culture. The artists, they are suffering more than suffer in South Africa. The government, it never looks after artists. We've been fake our music, we've been doing everything. The government was staying outside of that. Forgetting that the music is a culture of South Africa. Forgetting that the people who's doing the arts, they're the God created. They're the members of the citizens of South Africa. The time of apartheid, it was artists who march, who sing. But once we have this government, they're never taking care. That was so disappointed, all of them, including myself. We can't kill CIFSA. The CIFSA money, I can see there, I'm not telling you the information, whatever. The CIFSA money, it cannot run the national by 5 million. It can't be like that. But one person is applying money in the arts and culture. He gets more than 10 million. One day of project, they're getting more than 10 million, 15 million. But the CIFSA, that is nationally, they're getting 5 million because something is wrong. The government doesn't need artists. We need to uplift CIFSA. Let's speak the truth. The CIFSA is more important to bring the all sectors of South Africa in one place. It's what President Jacob Zuma did. But because they are sabotaging one person, now they are involving all of us. People dancing music, our children dancing music. I never see soccer marching in the time of apartheid. It was artists who beat it by apartheid. But now you want to destroy CIFSA. That is standing behalf of all South African sectors, arts and culture. Myself, as standing with the CIFSA to not be destroyed. They must be functioning. They must work nicely. But they're getting peanuts. And I've seen some statement when you start there about money, money, money. It's not all about that money that you went to CIFSA, but it's not for CIFSA. What kind of SIU? Because that statement is wrong. It was the money that come from department passing by CIFSA, but it's not there, which means a manga business. And why you call the prevention leadership? When us we give the full statement, you must call the existing leadership of CIFSA. Because it's not the truth. If you want all the from 2024, we vote everybody must come in the table. Just because we want to not give SIFs a money, we want to come over stylish. Our minister is not a culture man. He's a spinning car. We are culture in South Africa. We cannot kill our culture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. May I request members to follow in that order as I have requested?
Thank you, Chair. Can I firstly ask the department if it can confirm and commit to the truthfulness of the report? Who is going to, is the DDG or is she acting DG or DDG now? It can take commitment to the truthfulness of these reports. And I finally we have SIFSA here to report. But the current SIFSA that is here to report, the new director or chief director or director who is responsible for this particular project has no facts at all. He has presented a very, very shady and shabby report. I'll tell you, if I were to post now the financials that both presentations presented to us of the department is 5 million, even in the years that he personally says SIFSA was not funded. 2 years. But when you look at what he has presented in terms of the presentation, it shows 5 million, except during the time of COVID. So, and between the financials, between the two presentations, you see 5 million this side you see the 1-point-something million, you see what. So let them decide which one we must consider as true reflection of what transpired in SIFS. I was unfortunately part of this journey. This journey was started by Creative Workers Union of South Africa. And I was presenting on this particular idea, which was modeled around SASCOC. So even the mandate has been distorted. So the MOUs that were signed contrary to the mandate, to the initial mandate that we had agreed upon with the now Deputy President of this country and who was the then Minister of Arts and Culture. Let's start by first, the presentations, they say national body, but there's a disclaimer that this particular institution doesn't belong to government. It's a private company, but it's a national body. How can a private company be a national body? What is the meaning of national body? Why was it, when it was established, it was presented to the parliament for adoption? Adoption of what? Private sector, private company. The interim committee, which I was part of, there's so much distorted information by the department. It was an interim committee with no positions. But the chair, and in collaboration with Mr. Sibis, who was the SG, who elevated himself to SG, and suddenly everybody had position. To that effect, Penny, honorable member Penny would remember that those positions were even rejected at the founding conference because they said those are positions that you acquire by election, not by self-appointment. So for him to say there was SG, TG is endorsing nonsense. Sorry to say, because those, even in the presence of the minister, they were even removed from the front to come and sit with the people because they were not SG's chairperson. There was only chairperson and deputy chairperson, but not the SG and TG, because those are positions that you get when you are elected at a conference. He further goes into saying 12 million was 12 million was also added to SIFSA. He doesn't tell us the truth that 12 million was a budget for Usiba Awards, which was not program that was allocated to SIFSA initially. It was just a project out of nowhere. Even Honorable Penny called me and said, I, as the deputy president of SIFSA, I don't know anything about this Usiba Awards. So he doesn't speak to that. He speaks to 12 million as if it was given to SIFSA for programs. Correct, the president, the current president, whose their term has actually lapsed, he's correct that the department is just lying. As usual, it's always lying to us because it doesn't take us serious. SIFSA was not funded to do projects. As I say, that the model that we proposed as Creative Workers Union of South Africa, we proposed a SASCOC model because we're saying the sport is well organized because it is organized around sporting codes. Therefore, the creative and cultural sector, we are unable to organize it. As the former President Jacob Zuma said in his 2009 meeting in Sandton, he said, government must assist the sector to create an enabling environment for it to organize itself. And the organization of the sector was supposed to be according to the sectors and the subsectors in view of the UNESCO Declaration on Sectors. Not all these things that are happening. She's right to say, now the current process, which I've asked the minister and he responded. I asked if he is dealing away with SIFSA. And he said, no, we are not dealing away with SIFSA. That's confusion. Because the same situation, the same process is following with this Bosperat team that has the same members, dominated by the same members who messed up many things in the sector. Without screening them, he has actually recycled the very corrupt individuals into his current team, which he denounced to say, no, these were elected by organizations from the sectors. And I said, that's not true. We know the problem of this industry, of this sector. It doesn't have organizations that have national footprint, as the president has alluded to that point. So it is friends of friends who invite each other constantly with the department that knows that has been there for over 30 years. There for over 30 years. They know everybody in the industry, but they keep on inviting selective ones and reject people like Atta was rejected to attend it. Yet he's got an organization. So it is true that it is politics within the politics and lies within the lies. Now, the initially approved budget was 15 million. Now, when you are reporting about 30-something million. What created that? Because each and every year for the first 3 years, 3 terms, it was 5 million per term. That was actually declared by the then Minister Paul Mashatile, who's now the Deputy President. And I want him to account and tell us if he's quite okay with this situation where his own process, exactly as it was, it is now duplicated and repeated with cost, obviously. After losing over 38 million or 32 million, you are now repeating the same process that was followed by the then Minister Paul Mashatile of looking for people from different sectors to come and form interim committee instead in view of establishing the SIFSA. You are doing the same thing, and now you have a duplication of 2 forums. I will call them forums. You have SIFSA, you have now the Bosperat. SIFSA that had been run down and corruption. I've got the public protector's report, which I will forward to you. That confirms that there were maladministration. There were mismanagement of funds. There were people who were bought suit out of nowhere, T-shirts, when it was not meant for that. But the department did not take action. And the reason that was given to us when we asked why has the department not taken this action, through the public protector. They said, no, CISA is not part of government, but we are putting money. So it doesn't matter how CISA uses the money because it is not part of us. So they are not interested in really changing the people's lives, as we say. Now, when we're listening to both presentations, these reports, they don't talk about the work that has been done on the ground. They talk about the money, how much we're given. This is how much we have gotten. The other report talks about structures in the regions, structures in the provinces. CISA was not meant to be an organization for structures in provinces. It's supposed to be sector structures and subsector structures. Challenges that you have mentioned, challenges were internally and externally reported to the minister. I wrote an email to say there's a lack of corporate governance to the so-called self-elevated Secretary General, Smith. And I said, there is a problem with corporate governance in this organization. I was sitting in the finance committee, so you can't tell me anything about how was the money used in that first. There was corruption. Members of it was called the task team. Members of the task team sitting around the table would be given projects to manage, projects that they would be paid for when they're actually earning a stipend or rather a compensation for their sitting in the boards, in the meetings, which is against corporate governance, where somebody has comparative advantage over others. There were no projects that were advertised or services that were advertised. They became service providers, paid up service providers on their own. For instance, the MOU that we could have drafted as a constitution against my advice, saying we require a constitution to go and establish in the inaugural conference. We require a constitution that we can draft for free. It was given to a friend who is sitting in the task team at 300,000 rands. An MOU, and I mean an MOA or MOI at 300,000 rands. And I reported this to the minister. I alerted the minister. I rejected that proposal because we didn't even process it through the finance committee. It never went through. The TG, that who needs to be arrested with both hands tied behind, appointed an accounting firm whom his sister, deceased sister, and I don't know who else, were directors in those, appointed them night before the conference. I rejected because the finance committee had not sat on a single day to discuss the finance of the organization, how it's supposed to be distributed. You know, in terms of the board you need to refer the proposed budget usage to the finance so that the finance go through and see if the organization is sufficient, if these matters can be prioritized, and then send a recommendation to the board. That process were never existing. So I don't know what is it that you are reporting, Director, about SIFTA 2016, because you were not there until I think it was 2019, if I'm not mistaken, 2020, when the new leadership was elected. And we forced that particular conference to happen because we were seeing the failures of the then leadership, Yaka Tony Khoroge and the Dodo Munamuti. 24 Bosperat is a duplication, as I said. And if SISA, according to the minister's response, is not being dealt away with, what will this Bosperat task team do with the corrupt elements that cannot be done through SIFSA? If this particular Bosperat is the new feature, then there's no need for existence of SIFSA. Indeed, that means the minister is dictating to the industry how it wants to. The president has said, assist the industry, by creating and enabling, not imposing things. And that's why the problem was for many years, that many people came and wanted to leave their own footprint by imposing things to the industry. We know the industry better. We've been in the industry for over 30-something years, 40 years. We know what this industry requires. It requires a minister who is going to support, but with full knowledge and understanding of why. This thing of spinning cars, bringing spinning cars and people clapping people as a sport when we have a violent country like ours, those things will never happen under our watch. Now, the looming failure, as I said, is that the members that he has listed, I can mention a number of them. Your SBC, your Tony Khoroge, they are there. These are the people who failed the process of having something that is credible to build the industry, a SASCOC of this industry. What is the minister going to do differently with the same? And I told him, if you remember last time, I said, you can't put new one into old SAC. He is doing that, constantly doing. This must be regarded as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And it is so sad that he's doing all these things in the watch of all these who are accounting officers. All these people who are accounting officers who have institutional memory of what has transpired. But just to keep their jobs, they allow the minister without informing the minister correctly. That is why I want DDG for you to commit yourself to the truthfulness of the reports that you have presented. Maybe let me just pause there and say, I in advance, I reject these reports. Because as you know, I often say, don't tell me the numbers, the statistics. Show me portfolio of COVID of evidence that says we have, for instance, we have Black Coffee now, who is an international star, who was grown through this department. Please show me that. Then I will admit that you are working. But as long as you come here and tell me statistics that you saved so much, you overachieved so much, and then on the ground we don't see. You said you fixed the pools, but I go to some communities, there's a pool that has been repaired, but there's no water inside the pool. So it can't be business as usual, Chair. Sorry to take much time, but I'm sure you understand, Chair, that I've been persistent to say I need the CIPSA. The last question that I want to ask from the department, and it's unfortunate that the current CIPSA is now reporting on things that they don't know. I was expecting them to say we can't report on behalf, because even the financials that were rejected in the conference, they couldn't get access to the bank account for the longest time, because these guys could not account. They couldn't account for anything. Now, suddenly, when we requested reports from the department, we have all the reports. We're in Mpumalanga, they couldn't report on financials. They were rejected. Even that 3-page that TG Dodom Namod was having, that 3-page that had not even an audited financials. They had no letter that covers the audit financials. Now, suddenly the department sends us the reports. Where did you get these reports from? Who audited them? Because in my knowledge, if you are dealing with an organization like CIPSA, there must be an elective conference. There must be not elective, an AGM. And one of the things that Tony Khoroge and his Abal failed to do was to hold an AGM. I have Penny here, Honorable Penny, who can attest to these things. They had failed to hold a single AGM where an auditing company would then be appointed or reappointed. That is the norm. That is the culture of organizational culture. But they had never had that. So who appointed this auditors department? Can you provide us minutes of the AGMs where these financials were adopted? Because they can't be presented by 4 people or 1 person and claim that these represent the organization without those being adopted firstly by the organization and forwarded to the department. The department did not have any audit letters from auditors in Mpumalanga conference. So where did you get these letters from? And some of these auditors, they have ran away now when we want them to confirm that these letters, they have audited these financials. Well run is non-existent anymore, and I know that it was Dodo's friend who was well run. And that's the nature, the level of corruption that was there. How do you appoint your own friend who has your sister in the same company?
Honorable Kobane, will you please mute your phone?
Who has your sister in the directorship of this company? And you appoint him single-handedly without other 3 votes from other auditors. You appoint this person a night before the conference and you present as audited financials. We can't be fooled here, Chairperson. I'm sorry, I need to speak like this because I have institutional memory of this. This was one of our baby child that we had hoped it will change things for our children. We are no longer living for ourselves, but for our children. And these guys have messed up the lives of our children and their children also because they are
I'm not sure whether we lost or busy losing Honorable Mtetwa.
Can I chip in?
Before you go, Honorable Makhato, Honorable Mtetwa have made serious allegations. And alongside his experience in this forte, and also the knowledge and expertise in this particular field as the creative industry, serious allegations has been made. And I really would want the department to respond on these issues. Honorable Makhato, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I can listen to the previous speaker, he spoke.
Honorable Makhato, just a second. We do have Honorable Mtetwa on the line again. I just want to repeat what I said. Honorable Mtetwa, there are serious allegations of which, in your start of conversation, I have requested a response to these issues. You've mentioned a number of things. I actually want to take it one by one, but let's leave it there. Let's come back. I'm going to give Honorable Makhato an opportunity, but if you have something to add, I will give you an opportunity later. But we have noted your input, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Makhato, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If you can just listen to the explanation, is a non-accountability, which must be encouraged. Most of the things you can see that there is non-accountability. And again, the malpractices are also flying about. So I think we must also check the financial liability. So I just want to ask questions of SICAP's financial statement from 2015 to 2020. I've got some few questions there. What factors contributed to the financial losses in 2015, 2018, 2021, and 2024? Maybe if they can clarify there, maybe we can have a posture of what is happening. And again, why is the share a gap in financial reporting for the year 2020, 2021, and 2022 in the balance sheet? So they must also clarify ourselves on this matter. How has CIFSA utilized the government funding to achieve its strategic objective? Because you can hear that they said we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, but we didn't get the strategic objective. What measures has CIFSA implemented to ensure financial sustainability beyond government funding? All those things, they need them so that they can clarify. And then my last question, how effective was the distribution of 650 million COVID-19 relief fund to artists and creative practitioners? So all this, they need those people to clarify us so that maybe we can go on with them. So those are the questions I'm having, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation that was done by CIFS. Chairperson, I just want to check before I can continue. This financial presentation that have just been presented, did we receive it early or what? Because I was checking my agenda that we received last week. I didn't see this finances presentation of CIFSA.
Chabu.
Chairperson, the documents, these ones were sent last Monday already. Chairperson, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Molachane. Proceed.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I've tried to check, but I didn't have it, but it's fine, Chairperson. Chairperson, as they've just made their presentation, I think there are few analyses I've just raised when I was going through the report, including this presentation on the finances, especially on their financial statement from 2015 to 2024. Several key points that I've just noted. One, the entity's assets are equal to its liability and equity, indicating that CIFSA is a going concern. We need to have a look at that, Chairperson. We cannot have an entity that its liability are almost equal to its asset. It means you have nothing, Chairperson. Two, Chairperson, there are gaps in the financial report. 2020, 2021, and 2022 are accounted for in the balance sheet. I think we need to have a clarity on that. The other thing, Chairperson, that I want to raise, I just want CIFSA to explain to us, how has the financial management involved its establishment in 2015? How has CIFSA's financial management involved since establishment in 2015? And what progress has been made in realigning CIFSA into a creative economy business entity as per second financial conference resolution? I just want to check, how does CIFSA plan to improve its financial reporting and transparency in future, Chairperson? Because unfortunately, we are not going to allow the maladministration and then take it as if it's a normal thing. We've always said we follow the money. And in this instant, we cannot be sitting back saying that things are going from bad to worse. The other thing, what strategies has CIFSA implemented to diversify its income sources and reduce reliance on government funding? What are they doing to assist themselves not to depend on the government funding? Lastly, Chairperson, I just want to make a few comments. I think one of the presenters was raising the issue regarding the minister. You know, Chairperson, I want to make some comments, and it's very difficult, Chair. Some of the things I wish we could just call the minister, close the meeting, and be only the members and raise our issues. It cannot be right, Chairperson, that every now and then we'll hear such a comment, we'll hear such statement where people will be promised certain amount of money, new organization will be established because people hear that there are funds that are going to happen. We've seen the annual report last week, Chair, and we've seen that as the department, we don't have enough to spend around saying that we'll assist people, whereas we know it can't. Let us not give our people a false hope. Let us not. Already we have the problem that is facing the creative industry, and by doing so, tomorrow it's going it's going to be our problem. In fact, it is our problem now, because when people start to go and raise this issue in the media, it will no longer be the issue of the minister. It will also include us as the portfolio committee. So, Chairperson, my humble plea is that I have so many things that I want to raise on that issue that was raised earlier. But due to the sensitivity of these issues, I think, Chairperson, my proposal on that will be, can you humbly have a meeting with the minister where we can be in as the portfolio members to come and talk with the minister? And I think it's for the second time I'm raising this. In the previous portfolio meeting, I've raised the very same issue that we need to have one-on-one with the minister, only as the portfolio committee, without the professional staff and so forth, to raise some of our concerns that we have as the members. Can the Chairperson please do that? Because it cannot be right that every now and then we have to extinguish fire. We are not fire extinguishers. We are not here to extinguish fires. We are here to represent the community that has voted us in. And it cannot be right that every time we have been seen as if we are against the minister. No. We need to work. We are here to work with the minister. We are here to see that sports, arts, and culture becomes relevant in this administration. But if things are going like this, it will look like as if we are fighting, and whereas we are not. So, Chairperson, my humble plea, let that meeting happen so that we can be able to raise all these issues instead of raising them here without getting any answers. I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Molachana. The other thing is we must first hear what the department said in terms of these responses. And also on the problematic areas, I think we should be certain as a portfolio committee as to whether these two, TSEC and CIFSA have sit and address these problems, that has been mentioned towards us. Advocate, I think it's Advocate Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Look, I share the concerns that was raised by many of our honourable members earlier. I just want to raise a couple of concerns from my side as well. From 2021 to 2023, the increase is more than 400%. I know in all likelihood the situation with regard to COVID is going to be used as reasoning for, the situation within that particular period from 2020 to 2023. But during COVID, that's when the department needed to inject more money to look after the artists, which they failed. If the response is COVID related out of millions of artists countrywide, how many artists were then assisted from the 1.6 million allocated in 2021? Can the portfolio committee be furnished with evidence, a breakdown of what was done with the allocation in 2021? And then, Honourable Chair, I can honestly say that these financial statements feels very incomplete. There's this huge gaps that I'm left unanswered with. And then I also want to know from the department, the utilization within the statements of the NA not applicable. What do they mean by this, and why is this term being used? And then also further, can they speak to us on who ordered these statements provided? I know there's a document provided here with regard to confirmation of completed audits for the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation of South Africa, etc. But I don't know. I don't want to question the auditor, but from the information on paper and that we have, documents that we have received, it makes me very uncomfortable as to how this audit was actually done, because there's gaping holes and unanswered questions that is still left. I am left with a feeling that there is much more at play here, and that there is clear indication as I go through these statements and unanswered questions that there has been some form of mismanagement that has been happening. And that is basically glaringly obvious from the information that we are seeing before us. Then there's also these transactions which appears not to be traced, and I'm thinking, where's the answers with regard to that? And then how much does CIPSA have in their bank accounts currently? What are the sources of their revenue? What is the expenditure pressures? What is the assets? And then also I noted some assets that depreciated by quite a bit, and that is obviously another concern. But honestly, Honourable Chair, with the information before me, there is no way that I can accept these reports, and I am going to reject it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Saleh. Honourable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Let me start joining my honourable members by welcoming the presentation made. Chairperson, yeah, I don't know, it will be seen as if we are lamenting or we are complaining about our minister, and we can't turn a blind eye or keep quiet on what he's doing. This thing of starting everything afresh, it's not right, Chairperson. I don't know how did the minister think about this thing of coming and say, this is my department. I'm calling the shots here, and therefore you do as I please, as I said. It's quite correct. He has given the department to run, but he found people working there. I think he must work with those people. But what he's doing, it's not right. And it's unfortunate because the minister is not here. Actually, these things were supposed to be raised when he is here, because we cannot allow what is happening. When we are given a task to the department, we know that you must inherit what you got there. Yours is to shape those things towards the correct direction if you see that there's something wrong. But you can't shut down everything and start everything afresh. That one, Chair, it's totally uncalled for. But I think we are still appealing to you, Chair. We must have a session where we can speak with the minister. We really need that session. Chair, I think my colleagues has just covered me in most of the things that I wanted to ask. But I've got only one question that I want to raise out of the questions that they raised. What steps has CIFSA taken to address the digital divide exposed during the pandemic, particularly for townships and rural artists? Thank you very much, Chair. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. May I just inform members that we have been informed that the Deputy Minister is in this meeting. And if not, we have to take note that the Acting Director is also in this meeting. So I gathered that there will be communication on issues at heart or what the concerns of the committee is. Thank you. Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, here in Pretoria, we would say, "Mogot lagat lagani." As dear mekaar, it's all over the place, Chairperson. Because I think that, you know, if you look at this thing, renale motat, because I think that when you look at this, the audits and the amount of different audits that are being done from different audit service providers and the way in which it's being done, I think there's just too much for this committee to, you know, interrogate at this moment in time. So I think that we must call as a committee for a forensic audit into this that is done in a manner that can really tell us what is going on here, what is actually going on with the finances of CIFSA. And I also want to then ask, who are these various auditors? I want to ask CIFSA, who are these various auditors who are busy auditing their financial statements? Because it's very all over the place. I think the last time we saw finances in such distress, it was 2008, and the world was coming to an end financially. So I think we must find out, we must get to the bottom of this, and we must have a forensic audit. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Kobani, is that the legacy end? If not, proceed.
Yes, Chair, I just want to confirm that I'm not stick with their reports. The speaker that I was speaking here, we need the minister not bluffing, because this is a very serious issue. We need to put up this in the table together, and we do the way forward. But if we want to make CIFSA to account from 2015, it must be the previous leadership. Those I was working with them together, and give the right, because there's a lot of money that comes by CIFSA, but it was not for CIFSA. As I was a deputy president, I know it was a corruption there. But this report is end of the corruption. I reject this report. Thank you.
I'm now going to give an opportunity to both the department and CIFSA to respond. And I must emphasize that there is serious allegations pertaining to the operation of CIFA. Reports and membership and members elected and members not elected. And a very serious concern from Honorable Mtetwa is the fact that government is contributing money to the department, but we as the department can do nothing. I would not buy that. I want to hear also from the department as to whether there has been a proper oversight from them. If not, why not? And also the department to respond over its jurisdiction over CIFSA pertaining to forensic audit. Clearly, listening to the members and the questions and the concern and the introductory remarks from the representatives from CIFSA, we do have problems. We cannot deny that. But I think as a department, we have to strive to see to what extent we can solve these issues. And maybe, Honorable Kobani, we can still open the docket at the time that you have been there on the corruption that was transpired. I think we can still do that. But the portfolio committee, given the mandate of oversight and to oversee the operation of the department, cannot be told that we cannot oversee the operation of CIFSA. I'm having a particular problem with that notion, and maybe Dr. Kumalo will have to speak to that. I'm going to give Dr. Kumalo an opportunity to respond, and perhaps also, if it's possible, also refer some of the questions to the various respective directors and or those responsible, and also to CIFSA and their representative to respond before we are going to take a decision on what has been presented to us, to say dish up, of what has been presented to us. But clearly, it is our task, like I've said earlier on, when being told that it will be premature having SARU in front of us. There's an outcry from the community. It's a national asset. And we have to do our oversight. And we have to oversee how money is best spent. And some of the issues raised last week with the minister was that, it's an undertaking as to what extent the minister sees his way to accommodate the committee in terms of its recommendations pertaining to the PRRR and things that happen. So what we are seeing here, I mean, in a nutshell, on face value, what is presented to us and the inputs from members of parliament, it's obvious. Why should we give money to CIFSA? So there should be a qualifier, or rather explanation, as to why more money should be given from our side. But on the other hand, also, we cannot allow a situation of an entity, that have been supported by the department to do as they please in terms of the financials of the organization. Dr. Kumalo, over to you.
Through you, Chair.
You may, Honorable Tetwa.
Through you, Chair, I would like the department to also speak to, because according to the public protector, when I complained to the public protector, she gave the reason that they cannot investigate because this is not a government institution, a public institution. And the department, when I said the department has not taken actions, she said, this was Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane. She said that the department has taken necessary action, which was a forensic investigation. So if the DG could also speak to that forensic investigation and then give us what they what actions have they taken in view of that the outcomes of the forensic investigation. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. And noted, Honorable Mtetwa. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I think as you also indicated, I'm going to ask my colleagues to also come in and address, some of the questions and comments that were raised. But I want to start here, Chairperson, by saying when the minister joined the department, he had several stakeholder engagements with the industry. And he was responding to anyone where he could help it to accommodate those particular meetings. Anyone who was seeking for platform to engage with him, he had those meetings. And those count to well over 10 different stakeholder engagement, going up to 20. Now, Upon having those engagements, including an engagement that Minister had with SIFSA in Cape Town, upon what was emerging and what was coming out of those engagements, Minister then made a decision that it's not going to be possible for him to continue having individual meetings with different stakeholders as and when they approach him. Hence, the idea of the Bosberat came about as a result of a need to put together all the stakeholders, key stakeholders, role players within the cultural and creative industry. That Bosberat that took place on the 29th and the 30th of September. SIFSA was also amongst other federations like Abo South SIF and others that Minister had. SIFSA was also made aware that there was going to be that particular Bosberat at that meeting in Cape Town. And in such a way that there was even a commitment from the minister that that Bosberat will happen within this number of days, and indeed it did take place. Now, I just wanted to explain that part, Chairperson, because the calling of the Bosberat, from my understanding, it wasn't an intention to do away or to shut down any existing structure, but it was to create a platform where the stakeholders, the role players, and anyone who could be able to come to that particular Bosberat. Now, what we were doing, in fact, President, we ended up not with 50 plus, we had close to 70 plus different organizations that came there. And we were not going to turn anyone down, Chairperson, who was saying they've got a national footprint. Because the proof of whether or not they are a national footprint wasn't actually the main objective in terms of the Bosberat. But the proof was actually going to come out of the process that is now actually being followed. Now, subsequent to that meeting, that Bosberat of the 29th and 30th of September, again, there was a commitment that was made by the minister that within this particular time frame, he would actually convene a meeting with all of those that they were nominating. Now, in the Bosberat of 29th and 30th, Chairperson that I keep referring to, all the organizations that wanted to do presentations were given an opportunity to present. Everyone was going up to the stage doing presentations. Some came with prepared presentations. Some that had not prepared presentations were also given an opportunity to verbally present, including SIFSA. Now, what actually came out of that particular 2 days, that then led to the nomination of representatives across sector, Chairperson. We are using a UNESCO classification, which Honorable Eugene Tetwa is aware of. That's the classification we use. We look at all the cultural domains and the identification of the sector clusters, because we wanted a manageable figure, came as a result of looking at those cultural domains and looking at all the different disciplines, subsectors within those cultural domains. Now, the sector they nominated people that they called representatives, again sitting to a number of about 70 plus, including SIFSA. SIFSA was also represented. And then, Chairperson, on the 28th of October, we then had a meeting where all these people that were actually nominated by the different sectors came to a meeting, and Minister gave feedback. And the feedback that was given to the minister was based on what the Bosberat had said. The issues that people were raising there, representative practitioners were raising, we ended up, Chairperson, with about 12 different interventions that were raised in the Bosberat. So at that meeting of the 28th of October, feedback was actually given to the members. We gave back the document that came out of the Bosberat resolutions, but also Minister then presented a proposed funding model. And given the concerns that were actually shared with Minister, both at the stakeholder engagements and at the Bosberade, Minister made a recommendation, which obviously he did say, I would agree, that as the Minister, this is the recommendation that he's coming forward with for the sector to be able to support each other. The 2 million that the President makes reference to is not the cost for programs, chairperson, and projects. We know very well that you cannot be able to organize an event. It's not for sectors to organize events, but it's for these 16 clusters to then be able to organize themselves and create a platform where they can form networks, where they can be able to seek support, not just from government, but also seek support from private sector and other sources of funding. So if it's a crafter, the crafters are being given an opportunity now to organize themselves, get funding from the department to form their own boards and be able to organize themselves. That is not money for them to go organize events, etc. Subsequent to the meeting of the 28th of October, we then wrote to all those representatives that were chosen by the sector, not by the department, that were chosen by the sector. We wrote to all of them to say, this is the guidelines that we are providing. And the guidelines are talking to the fact that because you have been nominated to represent visual artists, you have been nominated to represent crafters, you need to actually go out and get other representatives to a maximum of 10. And those are going to serve in the structure that is a coordinating structure for that sector. Now, the objective here, Chairperson, is for the sector to be supported the way it said it wanted to be supported at the Bosberade. People like Arthur were not denied an opportunity to attend. Arthur has formed a SIGA, an organization from SIGA. SIGA was there. SIGA was represented at both the Bosberade and the session that took place subsequent to that. And as I said, Chairperson, we ended up actually allowing people to actually come as they were coming forward to say, I'm also a nation. And because the objective at that stage was not to actually leave out anyone, but to allow everybody an engagement platform, that is what happened. There is no intention, as far as I know, from the side of the minister to shut down CIFSA, and he has communicated that one very clearly. But his approach, which he tabled to the sector representatives, was that he wants to work directly with the sectors because of the outcry that has been happening in the industry across different cultural domains. So I wanted just to start there, Chairperson. Obviously, I might not have answers personally to all the questions that go back to 2014, 2016, because I had not joined the department, which is why I said earlier on, I've brought with me in this meeting colleagues that were there at that time. However, I need to say, Chairperson, at the time in 2020-21, when I joined the department, the new leadership had been appointed, which is under the President Joy, who was talking earlier on. And there are systems, Chairperson, that we have put in place. And those systems, Honorable Mthethwa, are based on the report, which upon joining this department, I was given an investigation report that had investigated CIFSA. And that report, Honorable Mthethwa, as far as I know, was shared with him. But I stand to be corrected. And it had very specific recommendations. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm recalling from memory, Chair. Specific instructions, for instance, recommendations, for instance, it was highlighted that CIFSA did not have policies in place. It was highlighted that the issue of governance were actually not being done in terms of drawing clear roles and responsibility, amongst other things that were recommended in that investigation. That was communicated to CIFSA, and that is why they were then able to have a policy conference to develop policies, and that is why they were able to then demarcate the responsibilities in terms of not them playing all the roles as what used to happen prior to that investigation. As I conclude, Chairperson, just my opening remarks in response, I also just wanted to also indicate that perhaps it is important for us, Chairperson, to highlight the fact that we are not saying we're not able to play oversight over SIFSA. What I was saying, Chairperson, is that they are not an entity, which means there is no founding piece of legislation. However, like any other structure organization that we fund, they are subjected to the PFMA provisions and prescripts, and we sign an MOA with them that then outlines the specific compliances that need to come about. Chairperson, I just wanted to say, and they are complying to that. They are doing that. They are submitting MOAs, business plans in line with that. That's the oversight that we are playing. I wanted just to conclude by saying, before I ask Mr. Mbiba, who was there at that time, I'm not putting you under the bus, Mr. Mbiba, but I'm just asking that you assist us because you've got that institutional memory, which some of us do not have. I wanted just to indicate, Chairperson, that we did ask the old executive to attend this meeting. Mr. Tony, the president, is the one that the project manager, Mr. Tuli, was engaging with. Up until Friday, Chairperson, our understanding that Mr. Tony and one other member whose name is slipping my mind was going to attend. And then they communicated, I'm made to believe on Friday, that because they had done a handover, they don't believe that they need to be part of this meeting. However, Chair, I do share your sentiments around a need to summon the old brigade of this particular SIFSA, because quite a number of questions that were asked, including those from Honorable Member Mthethwa, they are in a better position to respond to around what happened in their task team meetings and all those things. But if you allow me, I'm pausing, Chair, because I see a hand. After the Chair, if you allow my colleagues, Mr. Mbiba in particular, to then come in with address some of the comments and questions. Thank you, Chair.
Before I take that hand, thank you, Dr. Kumalo. In your response, it is a clear confirmation that the plight of the committee to meet on a regular basis, either with the department and or the minister, I think it's important because you've highlighted a number of things that we may or could perhaps have solved in that particular room, during these, should I say, cordial discussions. I have also no problem for us as a committee to summons the previous board. We are in a position to do that. The question is, will it be possible? Number one, yes, of course, maybe to summons them, but in the responses, what I think we as a committee would like to hear is what the current board is doing pertaining to institute consequence management in cases where there's evidence of wrongdoing. I think that is for us now in these responses. Then we are actually on our way somewhere to solve these issues in every single entity. And I found with my very first engagements, 7 months after the minister has been appointed, safe to say he is busy. But if we can just schedule an hour or two, everyone put their phones down, and we engage in having cordial discussions. Let's say Boxing South Africa. There's an allegation, and that's what I did when it comes to basketball, that is presented to us with pages, the same numbers, and it was actually a horror. And I think this is the things that we would like to hear. Has there been any consequence management? Is the department intent to do so? And maybe after all of these, we can collate for ourselves to say, okay, we will take this issue and we will work and we will wait on the department to give us a feedback pertaining to the actions being taken. Honorable Kobane, I'm going to give you an opportunity, and after yourself, we will give the department again through Dr. Khumalo an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I wanted to know because now the statement changed now. He said, no, I came in 2019, 2020. But the statement is state from 2015. And then they were inviting the previous leadership of the CIFSA, but that denied to come. But now I understand the DG because she's saying we cannot call them because they are hand over to another leadership. My question, why does still making this new CIFSA leadership for struggling to not give them money to run CIFSA? And if they put up all these sectors to support them, what CIFSA is going to lead? Because CIFSA, it was for everything. Because once they put up these new structures, sectors, means CIFSA that don't have anything to do. Because now the means of putting CIFSA, because it was a problem to government, every artist who was going there, you want to get a donation, you want to get this and this, until they say you must make one structure as a CIFSA. But now if the minister, you want to divide, you want to pull out those sectors to CIFSA, what CIFSA is going to do is going to face only the sector of the artist singers only. That's what I want to know. And the counting of the money, they'll count the money that is going to the account of CIFSA. That's my worry. If that 8 million went to our CIFSA and passed like that, when we are getting 5 million and our putting 8 million, that is not for CIFSA, for 3 years term. But for one day, they put 8 million and put like that. Why they never put it there? Because they must count the money went to the CIFSA's account. They never put it. That they are called corruptions. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I see more hands forthcoming. Can we perhaps give the department the opportunity to elaborate on the concerns, to respond to the questions? Then I will give a second bite. Unless it is very urgent, I would allow you first, Honorable Molatane, and then Honorable Mtetwa. If it's not urgent, we can save the question for a second bite.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chairperson. I think I will save the. In fact, it was not a question, because my worry the way things are going, and after the explanation of Dr. Khumalo, I'm just worried if our questions are going to be answered or not, Chairperson, because it's nowadays it's usually the trend that is happening, that will be asking the questions, but we don't get the answers from the question that we've asked. Even if they can send the question in writing, we'll respond back. We don't. People seem like to answer what we did not ask. So I'm just worried if our questions are going to be answered or not, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
I agree. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed, she's correct. My honorable member is correct. You see, the first question I asked was that I want the DG, the acting DG, to take accountability as the accounting officer, the ultimate accounting office, to confirm that these reports, according to her, they are truly reflective of what transpired. And I highlighted the issues that I have a problem with. Now she just jumps into justifying what is happening currently, regardless of me having raised the fact that this is a duplication. After a cost of 15 million or 30-something million has been spent, now it's a different process, which is exactly the problem that we have always had with the industry, where the department wants to deal with the members directly, and they can't even verify if the organizations that attended are truly representative of the entire sector and subsectors. Now they depend on the invitation that people received. Previously in the apartheid, we used to have what we called a directory of every artist participating in the sector. Now, when you listen to what has transpired, his members, she's very naive that the industry is very divisive. The very same members that they have selected in this task team, they mobilize themselves amongst each other as friends to say, you must represent. For instance, you have somebody today who's representing dancers. That I've never heard of her representing OP as a dancer herself. Never heard of her being a dancer. I've always seen her in the film and video industry. But she's now representing dancers because there's no even vetting that is happening. Now, I wanted to ask the DG, please, she must tell us, why shouldn't we declare her delinquent? It has happened with SAA member, a chairperson of the board of SAA, former chairperson of, she was declared delinquent because she has failed to apply fiduciary duties to observe her role as the accounting officer for fiduciary. She waited for somebody to alert the department, and regardless of the alerts, they then went into investigating. I must applaud that she went into a forensic investigation. Regardless of all the alerts that the department was getting, no, they waited until the money was depleted. And then we always have this crisis management approach to asset. And then yet we want more money to be given so that they can do exploration. We can't allow the department that constantly sit there on their laurels and expect that they should be alerted before they remember that we have a fiduciary duty of observing where we have put money. We must follow the money, we must see to it. It took them the entire 3 terms of SIFSA to have a forensic because I raised the issue. Yet they knew that there was something wrong happening. I agree with the point with the fact that I think it is Honorable Liam Jacobs who says there must be our own forensic investigation. And those who can, like you said, Honorable Papa Penny, can open I'm going to open a case because I have evidence of everything that had transpired, corruption that transpired in the interim. There was an interim committee. Nobody took it. And they are accounting officers. They must know when there's an issue. Okay, you've got the forensic investigation. So the department must lose 15 million in order for you to get recommendations, not actions against those who have transgressed the law. We can't continue like that. It doesn't help to come up with this cosmetic approach of saying, no, we have an investigation. And then after the investigation, it's silent because the recommendations are saying the next leadership. But you have lost public funds and you're not accounting on that. You are not even sorry to say, we are sorry that we lost 32 million. That was senseless expenditure. Now we are going to take another approach. It doesn't make sense. I can tell you, you can go anywhere. It wouldn't make sense that you have a parallel process that you are starting when you have SIFSA that was supposed to organize the sector according to the sectors and subsectors. Now you're looking for sectors. And this is exactly what the Deputy President did. He went for members from different sectors to represent them, to be representing their sectors in the interim committee. That hasn't happened. The sectors are not organized. Because the other challenge that you might be having, how do you justify having 15 organizations who are all music-based, music industry-based? And this is where you are hearing your voice from. What about the crafters who are sitting in the pavements? Who's representing the crafters? Tell me, DG, who's representing the crafters who are sitting in the pavements to sell 2 pieces in order to buy food? We can't continue like this. Some of us, we've got children who have involuntarily inherited our genes, through our genes. They have inherited these gifts. They are coming already. You can see the trend. Arthur has got a child who's an artist, who's a DJ. I've got 3 kids who are artists now. But you're playing with our children's future because you are earning a salary. Honestly, you all need to be declared delinquent because you are unable to exercise your fiduciary duties. And there's PFMA. Why do we have PFMA? Why do we have treasury regulations if we can't hold people accountable? We live in people, other people from the monies that you have provided by the government. They have bought BNBs, they've got properties. They are not even artists themselves. They call themselves administrators. But you haven't investigated those things. You're focusing on certain individuals selectively so, because they're not your friends. I can't take this. I really can't take this. I have suffered as an artist. I'm not going to allow my children to suffer also, and the generations after my children to suffer because of people who are only concerned about their salaries and positions. And yet they don't do their duties. We need to start with the department to hold the department accountable, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, members, I'm listening you out. And, you know, it is a newly elected minister and he has his management style. He opened up, he invited, and he listened to everyone. And everyone want to come and everyone have a proposal. And listening to Dr. Khumalo, clearly it is yes, that some of them will be, you know, sift out from the process. That is my understanding. I also hear the counter arguments of it's the same, it's the same, it's the same. But there is a worrisome trend in the department. And I think to some extent, when it comes to the financial management of the department and its entities, there's a trend. And maybe what we should have, Dr. Khumalo, is for the department to share with us, the 28 entities, how many have been subjected to forensic audits. We've asked this with boxing. I don't even want to go into basketball, which has been in a matter of 2 weeks, been given an 18 million rand to have a tournament here. They could even give a proper financial report. And we can go on and on and on with all of these cases. And yes, we understand that the department, the minister and the deputy minister cannot be everywhere. And that's why, members, we should eat this elephant bit by bit. And that is why I said, let's give the opportunity to the department. Explain to us. Tell us who is subject to investigation within this department. What has been done? Because the very same management or board or whatever it may be can open dockets against those that is no more with us. Because we are losing monies left, right, and center. Gary Kirsten, my favorite, 6 million rand a year. Google it, no board. Google it, nothing. There's nothing that you can see or report. Are we seeing fruits? Are we seeing fruits on the boxing? And it is a replay every time of every single entity that appears before us. And we endeavor and we want to be with the department to say, come, let's go and let's get this country right. How is the minister going to have his 300 people going to the Olympics with the chart I have explained in terms of outcomes and the pipeline and programs? How is these things going to happen? When is the department going to give a hearing to the portfolio committee to say, we can't blast 16 million a day on the big hawk or whatever the case may be? The advocacy program, the list is so long and it really gives us sleepless nights. And that's why, if you can sense, I leave members to talk. Somehow, somewhere, people will pick up these things. And people mustn't be angry around this desk. If Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Jacobs, or Honorable Khabo is going around on TikTok and making these things known to the public, we need to solve these things. So I'm asking indulgence members, let's hear the department out. Let's listen to them. And at the end of the day, it's us. Because my worry is, how can we as a portfolio committee not have a say? Or how can we as a department not have a say? How can the minister not have a say in a department called SIFSA that's a lot of things looming there? So I'm going to give the opportunity, and maybe I must adjourn for 10 minutes, a comfort break, and then I'm going to give 20 minutes to the department, and then after we will start with the Freedom Park, because also members remember there is some other engagements of members after 3 o'clock. So we are rushed for time. I don't say that we have to rush this, but my only problem is the chairperson of this portfolio committee, and I don't know whether other committees operate the same. But for heaven's sake, if we leave a meeting of this nature and we come back and we go for oversight, we want to see results. We want to see people in jail. We want to see people fired. We want to see progress. We want to see, like when we were in Eastern Cape, the monies that have been spent by the department. It was a blessing to visit some of those areas that have been run by women. This is what we want to see as a portfolio committee. So we want to work together to get somewhere. And if there is bad apples amongst us, we should get rid of them, honorable members. We should get rid of them. We shouldn't shy away to speak out on issues where there's injustice when it comes to the one particular sport portfolio committee that brings this country together. I'm going to adjourn. It's 10 past. We will be back 20 minutes past 1. And then we'll give the department the opportunity up until the latest 10 to 2. And from there, we will take it to Freedom Park. Thank you, honorable members. Good afternoon, honorable members. Is it possible that the professional staff can just indicate whether we are whether we are co-rating so that we can start?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you so much, PC Secretary. I must apologize. I am at Parliament and the air conditioners is not working for quite a while and it's extremely hot. I tried to open the door and but nevertheless, Dr. Kumalo, please assign the those who's going to respond to the committee, let them be factual. We are going to give up until, like I've said, 10 to 5. Thank you.
No, thank you very
Members,
much.
please note, I'm not going to allow any hands anymore until the department has finished. Thanks, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am wanting to just respond to the issue that the report presented by the department, overview report by Mr. Luthuli. I can confirm that I know the content and those are the figures as were given to me, and as far as I know, are correct and truthful, including what Mr. Luthuli highlighted in his presentation, those amendments that he was highlighted. Mr. Mbiba would expand on what I'm saying in terms of the report, but also he's going to address other issues that happened from the inception of SIFSA. Through you, Chair, Mr. Mbiba.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. Good afternoon, senior managers from the department and other colleagues. I'm going to just expand on the report that has been presented by Mr. Luthuli earlier on, with minor comments and clarification on the funds that were allocated to the organization as a response to Honorable Mthethwa, where he asked that we confirm the authenticity of the report. I can confirm that yes, the department allocated resources from 2014-2015. Based on what was presented to the committee, you'd note that the first year, the initial figure will be slightly above what the department distributed to the organization. I can confirm that the correct or the exact amount that was distributed is 15,772,884. I'll repeat that, 15,772,884. And what has been presented to the committee is based on the financial statement that was presented to the department. And in the second year, then the department allocated, which is 2015-2016, allocated 5 million. And then the third year, the department allocated 5 million again. And just a clarity on the allocation of the 12 million that was done on in the year 2018-2019. That particular amount was not for the administration purposes of this organization, unlike the other amounts that were distributed before. But that particular amount was allocated specifically for the USIBA award, as also confirmed by Honorable Mthethwa. And out of that amount of the 12 million, not all the amount was utilized. Only 11.5 was utilized. Therefore, the department only transferred 11.5 million, not the entire 12 million as allocated in the agreement between SIFSA between the department and SIFSA. Secondly, I want to touch on the question of SIFSA in general. I can confirm, yes, this organization, when it was initiated, it was a noble idea from our former president. The discussion started together with the sector around about 2009 to 2010. The former president consulted with the sector. And after that consultation, then the former president handed over certain tasks to the former minister, who is now the deputy president. And that was then activated within the department, whereby the former minister appointed an interim tasked team, which was tasked specifically to develop a concept document, and secondly, to ensure that the organization is being registered. Within that task team, if my memory serves well, 2 officials were appointed, was the chairperson of the committee and the deputy chairperson of the committee. What then the minister requested the committee was that they would, as they discuss matters, ensure that they develop the concept and they register the company. But as you would know, Chairperson, the registration of a company would want an organization to have people sitting on the board for specific purposes. That is when, within the interim committee, the discussions as to how to allocate seats were actually done. The department had no role in that, but we used the democratic process to allow the committee to ventilate matters within themselves and agree as to how they would register the organization. This is what happened, and I think it would touch on the issues raised by Honorable Mthethwa to say certain people were given organization, but to the best of my knowledge, those matters were ventilated within the interim committee, and an agreement was reached to say these specific people will have to be given those positions. And from the department, we did not influence that process. But I must say that the question of fragmentation in the sector is very real. And that was actually seen moving into the elective conference in Mangaung. When that happened, certain matters that were presented by the interim committee were actually rejected by I would say the masses, because that is where everybody from the sector was actually invited. And in that, I'll recall that when the interim committee was pursuing this matter in terms of the conceptualization of the organization, the idea was that they would want to see SIFSA to be kind of like a SASCOC body, a body such as that would actually be adopted by government and be an institution that is somehow linked to the Department of Arts and Culture. But those things were not actually concluded to an extent that even in the conference, there were arguments that the question of consultation was not done properly. However, there was an agreement that the elections should go ahead. That is what then happened. And the new, I would say the new executive by then, that took a position from 2015 up until 2019, were mandated to do further consultation to ensure that all the sectors are well represented. And in that consultation, they requested them to also go into the provinces to ensure that every member of the cultural and creative industries is well consulted before anything else could happen. The challenge that transpired after then was that after they've given that mandate, there were also issues that came from the ground where members were not happy about the manner in which that leadership handled the business. They felt that they were not consulted enough. That then necessitated the department through the ministry to then initiate the process that led to the 2019 conference, which appointed the current executive that is sitting with us today in this meeting. I just wanted to clarify this matter, but to emphasize that the question of fragmentation in this sector is very, very, very serious. And Chairperson, perhaps maybe the idea to say, at some point, we may also need to get the previous leadership to be part of this kind of discussion. And perhaps maybe it will be from that level that this committee, the portfolio committee, would actually see the kind of fragmentation that the department has actually been dealing with. But what I can confirm is that what we have allocated to the organization, that what the department has allocated, it has been allocated, and they have provided reports to the department, and we do have those reports, and we have shared with you all the financial, the audited statements. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Zwelakhe. Chairperson, there were questions that came from several members, Member Mahato Mlotsane, Seli, and Nkosi, and I think also Member Liam, who also added to the question from Member Sali on the auditors. Those were very specific to be responded to by the CIFSA colleagues, because they were talking to what is contained in the financial statements. So through you, Chair, can you allow me to hand over to CIFSA? But as I do so, I want to just respond to the question from Member Mthethwa that says, or comment from Member Mthethwa that says, the 16 organizations are music-based. It is not correct, Member Mthethwa, that those organizations are, the 16 clusters are music-based. The total 16 organizations, as I said earlier on, are informed by the clustering of the cultural domains. And they cut across performing arts, visual arts, and craft, which you were making reference to, is represented. There are nominations that were done at the Bosberad with 2 people that were nominated, and we have the names of those people. Design, the space of design, cutting across the area of creative design, of communication design, and the other areas of design, including fashion design, are represented. Books and publishing is split into 2 across the value chain. Audiovisual, new media, multimedia, they are representative. So it is not music-based, it cuts across, the 16 clusters cut across. President or TG of CIFSA, can I hand to you for the questions that were specific to the financial statements?
Thank you very much, Acting DG, through you, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. There was a question that was raised in regard to who are these various auditors. Mr. Mthethwa was correct when he indicated that he thought that we were going to report from 2019 to 2024. However, as one of the Portfolio Committee members indicated, that when you inherit something, you are taking responsibility when it comes to account. So we are reporting on that. Now, we received the audited financial statements of 2015 to 2019 on the 1st of October 2024. Now, for 2015, well-run general trading was the auditors for that financial year. And then between 2016 and 2019, it was Lutheran and Associate General Chartered Accountants registered as auditors. And then for the financial year of 2021, it was Junda V, Business Accountants. And then for the financial year 2022 to 2024, it is RM Mbanjwa / Keenan Martin, CA, between brackets SA, CGMA. They are the auditors responsible for the audited financial statements for the period since 2015 to 2024. Now, there was also then a question that was raised to say that during the period of COVID, how many artists were benefited from that period. The department will have that specifics. But for the financial year that you were looking at there, Shamin, we had a policy conference as the Cultural and Creative Industry Federation, because as the leadership that was elected in 2019, we did not have systems in place. As it was indicated that there was a handover given to us, there was no proper handover given to the leadership that took over in August 2019. The only handover that we got was a walkabout at Downtown Studios. That was the only handover. After that, we had to develop systems on our own as the incoming leadership of 2019. So as our president indicated that with those systems, as you are going to be looking at the maladministration that has been happening, we did not have guiding documents. So the department...
My apology. My humble apologies. I got very... Can you... Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible, Chair.
My humble apologies. You talk about a walkabout when you hand over. Does that include the assets of SIFSA?
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, the walkabout was going through a building where we were shown a printer and chairs. After that, nothing else. So we were waiting for a follow-up meeting with the previous leaderships where we reached out to them for over 6 to 7 months, where we even inquired about the financial policy of SIFSA, which we never received. So we reached out to the department then to say that in 2020, can they assist us with a policy conference, because as the incoming leadership, we cannot be leading SIFSA without any guiding document, without any policies, which the department then allocated the first tranche that was 1.5. And then afterwards, with a system that we could not report properly, there was a discrepancy of oversight. Then it took us almost 6 months also to clear that oversight. And when you look at the annual financial statement, you will only see the reflection of the 1.6. After that, the department with SIFSA then put measures in place so that we as the leadership of 2019 to 2024 can account properly, where we then must make sure that we appoint auditors as per the requirement of what Honorable Mtetwa said. There must be an AGM that must be held. We can also say in this meeting that our AGM was to sit, but due to the change of ministries, we could not fulfill that mandate for AGM to sit. So currently, where we are, is there was also a question on how much does SIFSA currently have. It has 58,434 rands currently in its bank account. It was also asked the depreciation of the assets. It is assets that we have acquired, and when you look at the lifespan of laptops or phone that you acquired, every year it does go down. But SIFSA has an asset register and it has that assets in its offices. And it was also a concern raised to say that the equity and assets, the going concerns, you are correct, Honorable Member, when you say the going concerns means that SIFSA has nothing, because up to date, we were building systems in place so that we can address the question to say, how does SIFSA then plan to be sustainable without government funds? For the financial year 2023-2024, we have managed to make sure that we form partners with private sector and public sector, where we're going to have impactful partnerships. Sunday Times was already on board, and just to mention a few, they are also in our reports. This presentation was made just for the financials, but a comprehensive report is with the department that outlines what systems we were putting in place. Now, to make sure that we are self-sustainable, We are also of the view to say that we cannot be dependent on government grants. Hence, we made sure that we are formulating these partnerships. It was also then asked to say that since SIFSA started, how did we go about addressing the digital dividends between the rural area and urban area? There was a project that the president started with one of the sector members where they were looking at the digital migration and the digital formation platform where we can go into marginal areas. Those were also concepts that were already busy to make sure that we reach the vulnerable areas across the 257 municipalities. So those are the things, Honorable Chairpersons, that as SIFSA we were busy with, making sure that we deliver on the mandate. And also, we were also busy with the sector structures. We can indicate that at the beginning of our term, there was a slight misconception in regard to SIFSA, what SIFSA's role was. Was it to formulate structures in all 9 provinces? How was the structure supposed to go there and formulating subsectors? And then we were starting to address that in the financial year 2023-2024, where we started to have sector council consultations so that we know for the financial year 2024-2025, we will be structuring SIFSA in its original mandate, where we have sector councils that will be representing the sectors. Thank you very much. If I omitted anything, I think the president can come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Disek. The department have 10 minutes left. I'm gonna let you sneak in, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, my mentioning 16 organizations was just a hypothetical situation. She missed the question. The question was, how did you verify that all those members are actually active members in those domains that they claim to represent? Because we've had a situation before where people would decide which domain they want to represent, even if they are not part of that domain. I will leave it there on that part. But Chairperson, now you would see that what I said initially, that the money that was said, 12 million, was given to SIFSA. It was placed to us as funding for SIFSA without any description of what it was for. Now it has been confirmed that it was for Usiba Awards, which was not planned for, which was not budgeted for in the annual financial year, that particular financial year. Now, the question that follows is, why was it not tendered? Since such amount is above minister's discretionary grant or discretion, why was the money given to, who's this lady that passed away, Zanele Mbogas, without a procurement process? Because even if it is given to SIFSA, SIFSA was supposed to then have a procurement process in terms of who is going to manage the event or coordinate the event. But it was
Honorable Mteto, don't go any further. I don't want the department to miss your point. Can the department respond on that particular point that Honorable Mteto has mentioned now? The 12 million, it was not budgeted for. It's a far above the discretion of the minister. Can we just zoom into that? Dr. Kumalo, who's going to respond to that?
Can you assist? Yes, Chair. Zwelanke, can you please assist in terms of what happened there?
Please unmute.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I recall very well, the 12 million that was allocated to SIFSA, it was a discussion that happened at Office of the Director General level between the organization, where they initiated a project that they wanted to implement. where as a project manager, I came in, it was facilitating the agreements between the department and the organization. Based on the information that I had, it was something that was planned within CIFSA that was actually presented to the department. Why it was not advertised, any grant that is being given to an organization, we don't have to go through tender processes. It's only when you acquire services in terms of SCM policies.
Mr. Lozeka, thank you so much. Where did this money lie? Was it in APP of the department? Where did it come from? We want to understand this for future purposes because we are busy now with a very important process, the BRRR, where we've made recommendations and we raise serious concerns on planning indicators, targets reached and targets not reached. And also thank you to the department who have given an ear to us to change their presentation and all of that. But we want to understand, if this money has not been budgeted, you talk about a meeting, this money hasn't been budgeted, where did that money lie? Where did it come from? We want to get an understanding on that. Thank you.
But also further, Chair, this is far from the truth, because those awards were said to be the minister's awards, not CIFSA's awards. So it can't be minister's awards, but initiated by CIFSA. That's not true. That is not true. The deputy chair of CIFSA is here. He did not know about those awards. So please don't mislead us, Zwelake. Tell the truth, and that's it. We will see what to do with it. Just give us the truth and nothing else.
You can proceed, Mr. Zwelake. Please unmute. Mr. Zwelake, I hope you did not get a shock. Please unmute, you can speak. Anyone want to follow up on Mr. Zwelake's
I had not finished it. If you allow me to finish then. My questions, just the last question, or two last questions. When you listen to the issue of auditors, still it is unclear who appointed those auditors, how were they appointed as an organization. Auditors are appointed at the AGMs, and we have evidence that CIFSA had never held an AGM. Now, how were those auditors appointed? Which AGMs, and does the department or CIFSA has minutes for such AGMs as proof of that they're sitting? As per the Companies Act dictates that every organization must hold an AGM. Now, it then also begs the question, how did the department further fund an organization that was not performing, that was mired by, infested with maladministration, misappropriation of funds, mismanagement of funds, anything that you can talk about in terms of auditing? They were not close to anything that they were supposed to do. Now, lastly, it is the well-run auditors. You can't find them now because, as I said, that that was a personal friend to the person that was said to be Tichi, Mr. Dodo Munamot. And you can't trace them now. But the department must have had a submission of their letter to the department that these are audited, for the department to accept the report, which was not there, by the way. Which was not there. 2016, 2017, there was no report of CIFSA. That is why it failed to report at the conference that they were forced to hold because they were failing on everything. Now, how did the department fund somebody who doesn't have a report, who doesn't have auditors, audited report, and then 2024, then the reports are there? There's no answer to that question. And what did the department do? Because
Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable
Yes.
Mtetwa,
Sure.
just a second for me. You are taking a lot of questions, and in the meantime, the representative who responded is gone. Can we assess what is the situation where he is?
He had lost connection, Chair. He's here.
Okay, he may proceed.
I don't know how far did he hear, but I want him to explain how did the department continue to fund an organization that had not provided any reports, as you have heard that the reports, audited reports, only came in 2024. We never had reports. That's why we took CIFSA by force to a conference, because they were not holding any AGMs where these financials would have been adopted and then presented to the department. How did the department continue to fund regardless of these reports audited? And then the well-run auditors. Every other letter from auditors, the letter that you see now from 2022, it shows the directors. Who are the directors? What have you done? Because this is a criminal act, fraudulent, that you bring a letter that suggests that these are our auditors, but this is my friend with my deceased sister as a director. Why hasn't you arrested Dodo for this? This is criminal activity. Why is the department endorsing mediocrity? Please, please explain to me. How were these auditors appointed at which AGMs? And do you, as the department or CIFSA, have minutes to these AGMs as proof of the sitting of such an AGM in view of the Companies Act that dictates that every company, registered company, must have an AGM annually? And the PFMA, when one has to report to the department, I must provide a report with audited financials in order for the department to give me the next tranche of. But we've heard that you have constantly given the next tranche without these. I can tell you that there were no reports. These are fraudulent derived reports that with auditors probably that were bought, or they must explain themselves how did they audit, who appointed them. I thank you, Chair.
Proceed. Can we start respond the 12 million, the APP, the minister's budget that has been referred to?
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to the 12 million, as I indicated, the matter is discussed between the organization and the Director General at that time. I do not have the clear records with me as to how that money was allocated and from which budget it came from. But I can confirm that it was discussed at the upper level and it came to us as officials for implementation. In relation to the issues raised, the latter issues raised by Mr. Mtetwa, you will remember that...
Sorry, before we go to the next issue, are you able to provide to the committee the information from where the 12 million has been taken? Because we want to go back in all of your plannings and APPs of the department to go find it. Where was it? We want to see where it's transferred to. We want to have an understanding what is going in the department, what is going on in the department. And I really want to apologize for our frustration in this regard, because we are facing entities and entities and entities with almost the same trend, the same problem. And it's just like, you know, us losing the plot when it comes to shifting of monies in a fashion that it goes out of fashion. It is really of great concern. Can you confirm that you will submit to the committee the direct budget vote or from where that money has been taken, because there are arguments and counter arguments of money's been taken. It was from the minister, and Mr. Mtetwa argued that it's far over the amount of the minister's discretion, and we as members cannot get information as from where does this come. We 10 minutes over our time. I don't know. I don't mind if we can proceed this meeting whenever time, but I'm not, this committee is not going to give up until we're going to get it right with the department and with the entities, and prevent that this department have been misused as a free ride for monies for all, because we want to see results. We want to see results. We have two members on this committee who's very passionate when it comes to the sport, arts, and culture. And so we can take every single entity. There is a sound interest and appetite of what is transpiring here. I was just saying to someone during the interval, if I had my will, I would take all of these members and put one at boxing. Please go ever look, go and ever. I put one at SIFSA, put one at wherever, so that we can get this country right and spend the monies of this country the way it's supposed to be spent. So if you, Mr. Zwelakhe, can give us an undertaking that you will provide this information, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, the allocation was well recorded. We have those records within our files. That information will be provided to the committee.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, if I may proceed, Chairperson, in relation to the challenges that SIFSA had, I indicated earlier on that during the elections at Mangaung, there wasn't any agreement as to who should constitute the conference. And the election, however, there was an agreement that was done to say we'll go ahead electing new members. And those new members were tasked to do, among others, to go and consult with the various provinces, all the other provinces. So the money that was allocated since then was them to go into all these provinces, consult with the members, up until such time they have actually consulted. Then they can sit together and have a conference. So those were the challenges that emanated in terms of trying to address a sector that we saw as fragmented, yet at the same time there were challenges on the ground for them to ensure that they bring all the members together, for them to have what would be a authentic AGM. So those are the issues that the department had to face. And certain measures were designed within the organization to ensure that, much as there are resources that were allocated to the committee, given the mandate that was given to Mangaung, such are being reported and accounted to the department.
Dr. Kumalo.
No, Chair, I don't have anything to add on to what Mr. Mbiba is saying. It predates me, Chair, so I don't want to spoil and contribute information that I'm not privy of. So handing back to you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Doc. Members, there's the report.
Chair.
There's the responses.
Chair, my question was not answered. I asked a specific question on. the appointment of auditors at which AGMs, and can the department provide us minutes of such AGMs as proof of the sittings of those AGMs as per the Companies Act dictates?
I am aware, Honorable Mtetwa. The problem I'm facing here as the chairperson is we do not have enough time to go on site, to have, on-site visit, to go and see for ourselves due to the schedules of Parliament. And I also don't want to every meeting, indicate to high-profile individuals on questions being asked and questions not being answered. But I think the people will see for themselves when they go up and stream on this particular meeting. But I'm going to give members an opportunity for closing remarks before I'm going to release SIFSA and then also requested Freedom Park to proceed. We have 1.5 hours left for Freedom Park, and that's it. Honorable Eugene, Honorable Kobani, Honorable Makgato, Honorable Molatsane, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I want to put it to the department that the financials that they gave us from 2016 until the start of the new leadership are fabricated. And I'm putting it to them, not asking questions. They have failed to answer questions. There's no evidence that these financials were properly concluded, were properly drawn from the organization, because there was no organization. Secondly, I want to recommend that, I want to firstly say that I wish the portfolio committee should not support this new formation of the minister, this new exploration by the department. I want the department, it must look into establishing an organization or elevating SIFSA or any other organization by an act of parliament equally to the SASCOC structure. Nothing else, nothing above, nothing below. That should be the answer to the question that you are faced with, rather than these explorations and misleading the minister and not advising the minister correctly. Otherwise, I'm going to go and open. I'm telling you, it's not a threat, but I am promising you that I'm going to open cases now for people. They must be declared delinquent. If you are unable to act according to your fiduciary duties, you deserve to be declared delinquent. We can't have such situations. Thank you, Chair.
Proceed in that order.
Chair, thank you. What I want to say here, we are one. We are one. To work together must be united here. We don't want every time we have to shout each other. The culture of South Africa is to respect. But let's respect our duties. When we present something, give us a quality, because we're hired here, we've been voted to come here to make everything to go strictly by the law. But what is happening is not. And the department, if you don't give us the right things, I have a lot of things to say in future that you don't know about SIFSA, about Department of Arts and Culture. Now, give us a right report, because we don't want to be misled. We are here to make sure the country, it must go, the people must pay.
Proceed, Honorable Makgato.
What's wrong now? Chair?
Oh, proceed. We lost you.
You never lost me. I'm still alive.
Proceed, honorable member. Proceed.
You lost me.
Proceed.
No, it's okay. I was saying, Chair, we need a clear report. We respect each other. We are family. But in terms of things like this, we cannot stand and support it that is right. Wrong must be wrong. Thank you so much.
Thanks, honorable member. Honorable Makato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We also received the report again, but we don't know the real thing about the Freedom Park, but we just understand that one day we'll understand it. The presentation includes sections on the composition of executive management and staff, indicating of human resources and important aspects of the entity. Is there other ones which are very much responsible so that we can understand it. And again, financial allocation and audit outcomes and suggesting financial management. All those things, I think they must be together so that we can understand, and even in the future, we can speak one thing. So now I want to go to the questions. My first question says, what specific measures are being... Okay.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, let me do this. I have indicated that I'm going to give members an opportunity for closing remarks.
No,
We are
I just
10
wanted
minutes.
to mention that Honorable Makabu was already on the next item.
Yes. So what I would suggest, members, I don't want us to call the SIFSA back. What I want to suggest that we close this meeting with the following recommendations. That we request the department to institute a consequence management action against those perpetrators. Then we also request the department, where necessary, to open cases and also submit that evidence to the portfolio committee on the cases and case numbers. And finally, so in the light of the input of members, each and everyone, to recommend a forensic investigation, and that we give SIFSA 6 months to deal with this, all of these accountabilities. And if there's a member that would like to add what your wish list is pertaining to the 6 months, let's do this, and we request the professional staff to have that program for us ready in terms of members who would like to do oversight on their own, to go out there and to find out and to keep our hands on this particular issues. But there's a thorough need. It's a big shock for me to have a walk in the park as a handover with nothing else on paper. What has been bought for the organization? What has been left for the organization? And we have a department supporting SIFSA. So money is been given, has been stolen. And then also we would like Mr. Zolake to refer back to us on the issue of the 12 million that are being shifted around has been pleased. So that one I can already now indicated, and I have a big appetite for that. To follow it, where has it been taken for, where has it been APP, what is it been meant for, and all of those things. Because, you know, we have witnessed money laundering through various ways. So I actually got quite a shock with the input of Honorable Mtetwa. But it seems also that when it comes to SIFSA, Honorable Mtetwa and Honorable Kobani knows a lot what is going on in this organization. So I also expect from them to do what is best and to start and to take action. Because what we've seen here, we want a solid structure, a solid registered structures. Because sometimes people come and people go, and you know, you come and you ask who's doing this, then you see everyone is singing, everyone is someone now, you know, in business, or everyone was never a carpenter, he's now standing in the line because someone has called them together and say we are now looking at all carpenters and so on. So this is my proposal to the committee, because we are almost now 20 minutes over the time, so that we institute the consequence management. We open cases and get a report on that. We need evidence, and that there must be a forensic investigation towards SIFSA. Is there any other person that would like to add? Honorable Makato, and then Honorable Matlosana, before I'm going to Malatsane, before I'm going to close.
No, I was making only the questions. But according to you, you said the questions are not so much important.
No. What I can do, Honorable Makato, keep it. Let's do this in writing, and that it also be submitted to us as the committee. You can do that on our behalf. After this meeting, the professional staff will send it. I think it's still good, even if other members have questions to us, they are welcome to do so. Honorable Malatsane.
Okay.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. My concern is only one. You know, we've been raising this issue of department not answering all the questions that we always ask. They will always check which one can they ask, and then the rest, it's up to us to think about the answers, if that's how I have to put it. And Chair, this is really unfair to us. This is really unfair to us. We cannot come here, ask questions, expect answers so that we can be able to adopt the report. At the end of the day, we don't get what we're supposed to get. And when we reject the report, it looks like as if we are against the department. You know, Chair, I'm getting to a point where I'm being frustrated. Presently, I don't know whether should this report be adopted, or should this report be sent back. I, Chairperson, really, I'm getting frustrated. This thing of not getting the answers, what is the use for the department to come here and do presentation, knowing very well that they don't have answers to our questions, Chairperson? It can't be. Really, it can't be. Somewhere along the line, we need to cut this cancer. It's a cancer. We need to cut it, because we can't. We spend so much time preparing ourselves for the portfolio meeting to come and raise issues in order for us to understand what is happening to the entities. But at the end of the day, it's like you are busy going to the river to get water with a bucket with holes. When you arrive at home, there is no water in a bucket. Chairperson, really, something needs to be done. It can't be right. Thank you, Chair.
I share your sentiment, and thank you for that. In the midst of cancellation of other entities due to valid reasons, Jabu and Zoleka must keep this in mind to see whether we can come together as a committee for a day to have all of these issues unpacked and worked out timeframes and strategy. So how we're going to address that. With that said, I will release Sifsa from this meeting, and I will immediately give again over to Dr. Komalo to lead us with the issue of Freedom Park. The representatives of SIFSA,
Thank you once.
They are welcome to leave as well. Proceed.
Thank you once again, Chairperson, honorable members. The chairperson, the new chairperson of the board would do the introductions of herself and the team, if you allow, Chairperson. And then we will go into the overview presentation to be done by Director Tsanyane, and then the presentation of the entity itself. So through you, Chair, can I proceed that way?
It's fine, you can come out.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Ms. Kruger.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable PC members, professional staff, Dr. Kumalo, and all other people on the platform. I'm Shani Lee Adams Kruger. I'm the chairperson of the newly appointed council, so we hardly there for just over a week. And I'd like to introduce my fellow council members. We have Professor Cooper. If you can just switch on your camera so that the PC members can see you. We have Mr. Zach Gordon, Mr. Masimola, Advocate Naidu, Mr. Plaiki, Mr. Tsedu, Ms. Barbara Watson, and then from Freedom Park Executives, we have the CEO, Dr. Jane Mufamadi, Acting CFO, Ms. Connie Ngamalo, HOD Corporate Services, Mr. Kliani, HOD Heritage and Knowledge, Ms. Shamasi. And then, Honorable Chair, through you, I would request the CEO and Acting CFO to lead us with the presentations, assisted by myself, Professor Cooper, and Mr. Kliani. Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will start with the overview, Chairperson, and that will be done by the department, and then we'll hand over to you as you have advised. Mr. Tsanyane, if you could start, and please perhaps not read through each slide, just to save on time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, ADG. Good afternoon once again, Chair and honorable members. It's a normal overview, honorable members, that we normally do. I'm not going to go through it slide by slide because some of the information that is here was submitted, but I must say that before, when we submitted the information, it was before the appointment of this new council. So the presentation, the only update that we have is the names of council members who were appointed recently. Freedom Park, in terms of the mandate, I also am not going to read through everything because it's something that as well is in the presentations, but safe to say that it is a public entity that was established in terms of Public Finance Management Act and is under Schedule 3A, and it was established to honor the heroes and heroines of the struggle for freedom and humanity by memorializing and storytelling that narrates a story spanning for a period of 3.6 billion years through the different epochs that have been mentioned, there, which is Earth, ancestors, people, resistance and colonialization, industrialization and urbanization, etc. In terms of the performance of Freedom Park on a 3-year period, you can already see that they're faring very well for the past 3 financial years. With the 23-24, they are sitting at 94% in terms of the predetermined objectives and their key performance indicators. Financial allocations for Freedom Park on an escalation basis from 2021-22 at 96 and increasing in 22-23 and in 23-24 sitting at 105,341. The infrastructure grant, this is the money that is allocated by the department for the upkeep of the park. And as you can see that in the 2 financial years, there has been allocation. The last allocation was 26 million. 23-24, where there was no allocation because there was still monies available to be used by Freedom Park. But the total there it's sitting at 105,341 for the 23-24 financial year. In terms of the audit outcomes, the Freedom Park has received a qualified audit for the 2 financial years, with the 21-22 with unqualified audit with findings. And these are the findings, issues that have been picked up, Chair, in terms of the audit findings, where Auditor General has identified certain issues. One of them was the errors that were picked up in the financial statements, and also the evidence that was also missing that the AG could not obtain, and that could not be properly accounted for in terms of the depreciation of on capital assets. And also there were some material misstatements in the annual performance report, which was submitted for auditing. I think the Freedom Park will also explain further there in terms of how those were dealt with, and also the issue of financial statements, which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed reporting framework as prescribed by Section 55 of the PFMA. The Council of Freedom Park was appointed in terms of the Cultural Institutions Act. As stipulated, this is the new council, and the members of the council sitting here were subjected to interviews, the new members, and then we do have some that are returning from the previous council, and it started on the 1st of November and it's going to end on 31st October 2027. So this is the composition of the new members as they've been introduced now. These are the names which I've indicated, Chair, that your presentations, maybe that printed one would have different names because we submitted prior to the reconstitution of this council. So these are the members. We have a total of 8 members that were appointed by the minister. There were actually 9, and one of the members could not accept the appointment. Hence, we are now having 8 members. There will be a replacement looked at, which will look at the skill of the member that could not accept. These are the oversight activities listed. As you can see, it talks about the number of council meetings per financial year, where 23-24 we're sitting at 11 and an attendance rate of 96%. Committee meetings, there we're sitting at 29. And then we have audit committee meetings at 10, and the management meeting at 15, and the staff meetings sitting at 4 for the 23-24 financial year. In terms of the governance engagements, this is the list of the governance engagements that the Freedom Park management attends, as well as the chairperson of Freedom Park attended in 2024. In terms of the composition of executive management, as present and introduced, we do have the CEO present, who's still at Freedom Park for a contract up until 2026 July, and then the chief financial officer until 2027. And then we have vacancies, and there are people that are there acting in those. We have the executive corporate services, whose contract ends in 2028. We also have a vacancy of the head of legal and company secretary at Freedom Park. This is the staff complement sitting at 87, 52, 35 female and male respectively, and also breaking it down in terms of racial issues. And then in terms of the challenges and interventions that Freedom Park has, the one issue that is a major challenge that Freedom Park is facing now, which has an impact on their financial standing, is the issue of a 99-year lease agreement. Freedom Park, where it's located, it's on a land which is owned by Public Works, and there was a lease that was signed between DPWI and Freedom Park, and that lease is subjected to escalations of 12%. And this lease payment results in Freedom Park recognizing a liability of about 5.3 billion, and this liability exceeds the assets of Freedom Park, and it then places Freedom Park in a predicament because if you were to look at their financial statements, it places it on technical insolvency. Freedom Park will also explain further on that one. The acting CFO will explain, or the CEO. And in terms of the interventions required, Freedom Park has communicated with the department to actually request that engagements be held with the Department of Public Works to look at options of looking at donating the land to DSEC or to Freedom Park. And that land be acquired at a reasonable price, or maybe looking at the issue of restructuring the lease agreement if that option could not be considered, so that it can, give Freedom Park a relief in terms of these escalating costs that are pegged at 12% per annum. So that is what the department is looking at, to engage with the Department of Public Works to look at the options that could be considered to alleviate this financial challenge for Freedom Park, which places it under technical insolvency. And then the other one is Lily's Leaf strategic challenge. Lily's Leaf Farm was given to Freedom Park to actually administer when it experienced some challenges. I think it's one issue that was also reported in the media widely. Department intervened and placed that Lily's Leaf under the management of Freedom Park. There are ongoing engagements between the department, the minister, and the board of Lily's Leaf Trust, which currently is not a public entity, but it is being assisted by Freedom Park. So this has an impact as well in terms of the operations, which I think the management will also expand more when they do their presentation. The last one, Chairperson, is the issue of the continual whistleblower reports that have been received against the management at Freedom Park. And the department did receive this whistleblower, which date back to the previous administration, and those were given to Freedom Park Council to actually respond to and where necessary conduct investigations. And the Council of Freedom Park then indeed conducted the investigation on those allegations that were submitted, and the full report was produced. And understand that report was shared also with the committee. And the Freedom Park Council and management will then be able to respond should there be questions around that, as we also have members that are returning from the council. Chairperson, that is all from our side in terms of the overview. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Chris, Dr. Khumalo.
Thank you, Chair. We're handing over to Ms. Adams-Kruger.
Thank you, Chair, Honourable Chair. I'm going to hand over through you to the CEO, Dr. Jane Mufamade, to lead us in the presentation with the acting CFO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you can see the presentation.
And not yet, Doctor. We can see it now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just quickly run through the table of contents, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and colleagues from the DSEC. The presentation will cover a general background and overview of Freedom Park, which is an introduction, the mandate and vision and mission of Freedom Park. We'll touch on the annual performance plan. We'll also touch on the annual report and other operational matters and also the challenges. We are a 52-hectare site that is located in Salvakop in Pretoria, and we are a post-democratic entity that was established and launched on the 1st of June 2000. We are an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and we comprise a memorial, a garden of remembrance, and a museum that narrates the story of Southern Africa dating back 3.6 billion years through the 7 epochs as articulated by Mr. Zanyane. We are a memorial that exists to acknowledge the men, the women, and the children who contributed to the freedom in our country. This slide is just a brief introduction that I would like to share.
Freely flying in the sky, and long before Africa was subjected to racial and colonial rule, the continent was borderless, seamless as far as your eyes could see. Stiff and sustained resistance by the people ushered in independence and the ultimate liberation for the people of Africa amidst lots of casualties and human sufferings. Our attainment of democracy in South Africa came at a huge price. Thousands of people lost their lives fighting for freedom and democracy. Freedom Park, a heritage destination located in Salvakop, Pretoria, the city of Tshwane, stands out as an epitomic embodiment of all the hard-won struggles for freedom and democracy in South Africa, the African continent, and the world over.
A day should not be far off when we shall have a people's right, a freedom park, where we shall honor with all the dignity they deserve those who endured pain, so we should experience the joy of freedom.
Freedom Park will be a place of hope in which will be embedded the rich history of our country and all humanity. It will represent both a transformed landscape and historical memory intertwined. It will be a place which will hold our memories in incubation, allowing them to nurture a future free of bitterness, free of hatred, free of stereotypes, free of racism, and free of the destructive fury of war.
We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. There is no better place to commemorate this day than here at Freedom Park, which stands as a monument to human dignity, democracy, and national reconciliation.
Indeed, President Nelson Mandela's dream was realized. Come join us at Klapo for a breathtaking heritage experience that navigates visitors on a unique journey dating back 3.6 billion years ago, 7 epochs. Earth, ancestors, peopling, resistance and colonization, industrialization and urbanization, nationalism and struggle, nation and continent building. We will take you to Isivivane, the symbolic spiritual resting place for those who died fighting for humanity and freedom. Skumbuto, a memorial garden which stands as a testimony to the conflicts that shaped the South Africa we live in today. Moshate, a venue for high-level discussions, and the Ainsmanplek, where families and visitors can relax after a tour. Freedom Park, a symbol for nation building, social cohesion, and national reconciliation. Visit freedompark.co.za or follow us on social media.
Thank you, Chair. I will quickly run through the mandate which has been articulated. We are a presidential legacy project, and our mandate is really to honor the heroes and heroines of their struggles for freedom and humanity. As I've already indicated, the 7 epochs were highlighted by Mr. Tsanyane. In terms of the mandate, we see our mandate broadly as responding to the Constitution in terms of the preamble, where we look at the preamble which says that we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, and also it goes further to talk about healing the divisions of the past and to establish a society based on our democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. But the statement as articulated by Madiba in the video, where he talks about honoring with all the dignity they deserve those who endured pain, so we should experience the joy of freedom. It's really the founding statement that encapsulates what we are all about. We also see ourselves fulfilling the recommendations of the TRC, especially when they talk about issues of symbolic reparations to ensure redress, restitution, rehabilitation, restoration of dignity, and reassurance of non-repetition. And we are that permanent reminder to remind South Africans and the world that the freedom that we enjoy today was not free. We have the responsibility, being an agency of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, to contribute through our programs to social cohesion, reconciliation, and nation building, and therefore summarizing our primary mandate as to honor those who died for the freedom. We have packaged our programs, and our programs are mainly focused on history, heritage, culture, spirituality, and indigenous knowledge systems. But in terms of implementation, we focus on issues of remembrance, commemorations, issues of healing, dialogues, various dialogues with the nation, and also the issues of preservations through our exhibition. And that is a summarized highlight of our vision to be a leading national and international icon of humanity and freedom, and our mission being to be a pioneering and empowering heritage destination that challenges visitors to reflect on our past, improve our present, and build on a future as a united nation. This is just a collage of the various elements, some of which you may have seen through the short video, where we have the reeds, we have the Isivivane, we have the amphitheater, we have the eternal flame, and we have our museum Tapo, which is where specifically we focus on the 3.6 billion years of history. But within our wall of names also, we look at the 8 conflicts that shaped what we call South Africa today, starting with the pre-colonial wars, the wars of resistance, the genocide of the Khoi and San, the South African War, the World War I and II, and also the 4 pillars of the liberation struggle. In terms of the alignment to the medium-term strategic framework, we report and respond primarily to priority 1, which is a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And here we have 3 outcomes. Primarily, as we start, the issues around improvement of governance, as we implement the various policies. We are also focusing on issues of sustainability through fundraising and also resource mobilization. So we're looking at that as a broad category. And we are also trying to improve our effectiveness and efficiencies in government, and we will articulate some of these aspects in the next slides that are going to come. The issues of the audit you have already seen. There are issues also in terms of the ICT, and also how do we then contribute to job creation through various aspects, including our procurement systems. The other priority that we focus on is social cohesion and safer communities. And here primarily our focus is on issues of redress, inclusivity, and access. And we have, as part of our core mandate, core business, the issue of inscribing, researching, and inscribing the names of those who paid the ultimate price on the wall of names, so that the wall becomes a permanent reminder and symbol of their sacrifices. We have also, within what we call the Pan-African Archives, a program that we digitize various cultural resources that we collect from various veterans in particular, or academics, where the information regarding our journey towards freedom is residing, and we are trying to digitize as much as we can. And mostly this information responds and align to our storyline through the 7 epochs, as we indicated. We also have what we call a resource center, a library, if you like, where also within the library, we purchase and procure books that correspond and confirm and validate the storyline that we are telling. And these are primarily books that are written by Africans for Africans, and giving the narrative in terms of the history, heritage, or culture, or liberation heritage from the insider perspective, so that we can begin to emancipate our voices as Africans. We can begin to tell our stories from our own versions. And obviously, within the spaces within our museum, to complement the permanent exhibition that we have, from year on year, we do host and install what we call temporary exhibitions. And sometimes we do this in collaboration with various partners. We also have a signature program in terms of the commemoration and reflection of the resistance and liberation heritage route. In particular, the 23rd of March, which we call the Day of Reflection. You may know it as the SADC Day of Liberation, where we celebrate and remember the Battle of Cuito-Kinevale, which ushered the freedom that we celebrate today, amongst others. And for our learners and students, we do have programs within our education unit where we publish material in a simplified manner, so that the learners and students, as they come for the tours, and also as we go to the schools through outreach programs, they can then understand where we come from. And the programs are also varied. It's not just about the liberation struggle, it's also mainly about social cohesion and nation building, and encouraging diversity and respect of difference. The other programs, it's the storytelling program, which is one of our signature programs, where we have permanent storytellers that engage not just the students and learners, but also the general public when they come. We tell the story, the history, through a storytelling processes. So the stories that we tell are generated from the content and the concept of Freedom Park and its mandate. And this is one of our very successful programs that annually we also host what we call the International Storytelling Festival, called Ungasali, or Do Not Be Left Behind. We also, in our attempt to correct the distortions of the past about ourselves in terms of who we are, we have a research unit where we encourage the production of knowledge. We publish information in opinion pieces, in research articles, and sometimes publishing in peer-reviewed journals, where we are beginning to educate the nation and to disseminate the information about who we are as a nation. And we as part of that, we conduct seminars and conferences and public lectures, sometimes focusing on specific epochs, on specific days. For example, this year we honored through a lecture amongst other lectures that we had. We also have dialogues where we create platforms for communities and the nation to come together and discuss and deliberate on issues of concerns. There may be an issue either in the media and so forth and so forth. We encourage dialogue and we create those platforms so that various communities can come together and focus on what is it that we need to do as a nation to come together. This year, our dialogues have focused on a celebration of 30 years, where we launched what we call 30 at Freedom Park Dialogues. And the various themes we're looking at various sectors of society in terms of what do they think we have achieved in the 30 years, what are the challenges, and then what do we need to go forward. So these are some of the kind of the dialogues that we conduct. We have a national interfaith committee which comprise various faith-based leaders, and through religious leaders, we also are encouraging them to contribute within their communities on social cohesion and nation building and building peace and stability. They come once a quarter, they advise us, they reflect, and they advise on the nature of the programs that we need to implement. And for example, this year, when we conducted the exhumations and the repatriations of those who were laid in Zambia and Zimbabwe respectively, this committee played a critical role in guiding, in advising, and also ensuring that the exhumation followed the appropriate dignity and decorum, and the appropriate rituals are performed by the family. So they also serve as the support and counselors for the families that we engage on as we deal with the nature of the work that we do. The outcome too on social cohesion focuses on, if you like, marketing, communication, and branding. And this is one area that we admit we need to do a lot more work to be more visible and also to reach out broadly the South African society. And the focus here is to increase on the visitor numbers and also to profile and position Freedom Park to make it that historical and heritage destination for all South Africans. And we always say, irrespective of where you come from, cultural, religious, political, when you come to Freedom Park, you see yourself reflected one way or the other, because this is the entity for all South Africans. It must resonate with all communities. And to implement some of our programs, we realize that we cannot do so much alone. And therefore, we have profiled and privileged partnerships, memorandum of understandings with various organizations, with government entities, with civil society. And also recently, we have heightened our collaborations with various embassies, especially because there is an international solidarity arm. And this has assisted us not only in terms of profiling, but also in saving in the resources, because where there are like-minded institutions, we collaborate and we share on the expenses, and that leads to savings so that we can do more within our communities. This is just a slide that shows how our programs in terms of the reporting templates is categorized. We have one section which is administration. This will be your support departments, finance, HR, and corporate governance. Then we have business development, which is mainly the core business, which is led by the heritage and knowledge department. And here, this is the engine of the organization where the substance, the content, and the direction of the core business is led. And public engagement, this is where we communicate the products to the public, and also where we try to encourage the public to come to Freedom Park and or to interact with us on various aspects. The next slides, which I will quickly run through, is just to unpack the programs that we have achieved. And I can just maybe ask that you focus on the 2023-24, which is the period under review that we are reporting on as per the annual report. And as Mr. Tsanyane again did present, although there will be a slight variation in terms of the figures, these are the programs that we achieved this year. Of the APP targets that we had, 3 were not achieved, and this was the resource mobilization of fundraising, where we didn't do too well. And the second one, as you move on to the next slides, will be the issue of the audit, because we had put it as an annual performance target that we need to attain an unqualified audit. Unfortunately, we were qualified, and the next slides we will unpack the problem areas that led to that qualification. And thirdly, the last item, which we then did not achieve in the year under review, was the heritage education program that we could not attain on time. It was implemented just after the year end, and therefore we could not report on that. As you will see in the next slides, we did not have any irregular expenditure. We were at 0. There were no fruitless expenditure. We were also at 0. And this business development, again, this is just unpacking the programs that I have flagged highlight within the Heritage and Knowledge Department. That is just that one program on the heritage education that we didn't achieve, but the acquiring of the cultural resources, we did achieve our target, and also several of them were processed and packaged in line with the archival standards. And the books that we did procure in the final year, you will notice that we have a backlog also in the acquiring of books, because these are not just ordinary books. Some of them you can't even find in exclusive books, and these are specially ordered. And sometimes we have to follow around as the veterans publish their books in order to collect them, because we're very particular about the nature of the books and the publications that we want the public through Freedom Park to consume. And also the other aspect being the names collections and the names verification and inscription on the wall, which are targets that we have achieved. And the day of reflection, the Battle of Kwitekine Valley, I had already highlighted on that. We also, as part of our remembrance, do what we call commemorative events, where in a particular year, we select various topics, various themes, and various epochs that we need to commemorate. For example, the Buipatong massacre, that during the period under review, we commemorated, and some collaborations with the international communities. And for example, we also did the Maseru raid in this period as well. And I think I will run again with your indulgence, Chair, because I have already highlighted the issue of the storytelling and the names, and also the research and the conferences that we normally do. These slides really elaborates and give a comparative analysis with the previous year in terms of how we have achieved, and the last column looking at the current programs and the targets that we're doing in 2024-25. The other area that the previous council raised sharply is the issues of the visitor numbers. After COVID, we lost basically all our visitors to Freedom Park. As you can see, we had to start from a low base of 4,500 plus. And we therefore decided that we need to gradually work on increasing our numbers on a year-on-year. And you will see that 2023, we attained just over 37,000, which is a very low number. And this year we had increased, but I'm happy to report that in the midterm, by end of September, we had already surpassed the target of 40,000. So we are on a positive trajectory to really increase the visitor numbers. And also the same applies to the digital platforms, where we also look and follow the visitors who follow us on digital platforms. And you will see that we got at least over 167,000 visitors through our digital platforms. We did, during COVID, introduce a virtual tour, which is online, and also other services like your online ticketing, which before COVID we did not have. And this is what has also assisted us in broadening the exposure of Freedom Park. And also we are embarking on what we call profiling and positioning activities, which is marketing, which is publications, and also our outreach programs where we go to various communities. We have heightened our collaboration with civil society, but also with traditional leaders and the traditional leadership institution, including our organic intellectuals like traditional healers as well, and other sectors of society. Chair, I will move to the key strategic risks that we have identified. One being the failure to acquire and digitize the cultural resources. Here we realize that memories are fragile and most of our veterans are passing on a daily basis. Therefore, there is an urgency to record as much as possible. We are clearly aware that Freedom Park alone cannot complete this task, but we are doing the best that we can, and therefore we flag this as one of our key risky areas of loss of information, especially authentic information from those who were there, those who experienced what we have gone through. And honoring being our core business, where we are about honoring. If we do not do that, then we would have failed in our mandate. And maximization in terms of partnerships, we have seen a lot of benefits. We have published at least 3 books as part of also disseminating the information, and we're hoping to influence the Department of Education to utilize some of these books. We've also seen researchers and academics flocking to Freedom Park for information, and there's few PhD and master's theses that have already been written about Freedom Park, which is what we want. And of course, if we do not meet our obligations in terms of compliance with laws and regulations and policies, then that becomes a primary challenge. And the financial sustainability is our attempt to mitigate, and so that we do not just solely rely on government grant, but we are able to generate income. You will see in the next slide where we talk about the challenge of balancing access, but also realizing revenue, where we do not want, in our attempt to make money, close out the large population of South Africans who may not be able to afford. So we're looking at this as sensitive as possible, but we realize the greater and urgent need that we must also make some money through other processes. And the infrastructure and ICT, this is a bigger challenge that we have faced, especially last year. We were seriously exposed where we had to shut down and almost lost the information, which is very critical. And therefore, this has been flagged as one of the key risks that we have worked already in addressing to mitigate against such future occurrence. And the lease agreement, Mr. Tsanyane did speak about, but there are other slides towards the end that flag the issue of the lease agreement of Freedom Park. This is just a view of isiVivane, our spiritual space, and how it's composed through the boulders that represent each province, the national government, and also the international communities that supported our liberation. In this slide, I'm simply highlighting the programs in terms of the capital and infrastructure projects that we embarked on in the period under review. In particular, just to flag the generator, where we had to go to the department, and we are thankful that they supported us in this to install a generator that mitigated against load shedding. In particular, our museum is 90% technology. We were forced during load shedding to close the museum because then the objects and the exhibits were not visible. And we are happy to report that we have completed this project and we're 100% connected, whether there is electricity shortage or not, so that we don't deny the visitors the experiences. Another key project that we embarked on is what we call description and object labeling, where previously the objects within our museum was not labeled. And through feedback from visitors, we had to embark on such a project. However, this is just minimal information because the approach of Freedom Park is not to be a conventional museum where objects are there with labels and they speak. We want people to speak for themselves. We want people to share the stories. So the visit becomes an interaction rather than a visitor just listening without their contribution and input. So we addressed that very carefully so that we don't lose the primary purpose and approach that we have achieved. The eternal flame is also the flame that is always burning. As we remember, in particular, those whose names may be lost in memories, we are aware that we may not be able to know and collect and reflect all the names of those who suffered and those who died. So through the flame, we remember them all the time. And that flame also had challenges, which we are happy to report that the issues have been fully addressed, and we have a maintenance plan which also alert us when it's due for maintenance without waiting for it to break down. The other issues that I just want to flag will be the waterproofing. Those who know Freedom Park will know that we are in a hill, which in terms of the environmental impact assessment, it's a very sensitive hill that shifts from time to time. And therefore, as it shifts, we experience a lot of leakages, both in our museum, in the restaurant, and also in the admin building. So we had to quickly prioritize such maintenance and addressing those leaks, and we are happy that we did that. And the other critical project that we embarked on was the upgrade of our infrastructure programs. We had a security breach last year, and to our dismay, we picked up that some of the cameras were not working, and conveniently where the breaches were. And we are happy to report that we had to quickly mitigate. And as we speak now, the upgrade of the CCTV has been completed. However, we have instructed the relevant department to increase additional areas where, as we did our continuous assessment, we felt that we also need to a large coverage. But the other primary purpose is that we want to gradually reduce the number of warm bodies so that we can rely on technology so that we can mitigate against the runaway costs of securing the site. These are the current projects that should be completed by the end of the current financial year. The access to ablution facility in our picnic area called the 8-span Black, the repairs of the reeds. If you walk through Pretoria, you'll see the reeds. We call them the reeds. Those beautiful lines that symbolizes the rebirth of South Africa as a nation. And we have experienced again challenges because they are at the pinnacle of the hill, which is difficult to access through a cherry picker. And therefore we are re-looking at various models in terms of how we can quickly turn around as and when we have lights that goes off that are on the top. The tallest is over 32 meters, and it's a very still structure and posts. So it's a bit of a challenge for us to do that. The other key program that we are working on is the construction of a security gate. Freedom Park currently is only secured through physical security and a boom gate, and we made representation and we were granted an allocation in the infrastructure project, which is what we had left over, as Mr. Zanyane had said, and we are currently, I'm told, at adjudication stage to get that project underway so that we can properly be secured. I am therefore, with your indulgence, Chair, ask the acting CFO to quickly run through the next 4 slides, and then I will come and conclude.
Chairperson?
Yes, go for it. You know, I never knew that Dr. Mufamadi has such a long breath. And when I engage with her, she's someone of little words. That's why I just leave her, let she speak and speak. But if you need a cherry picker or boom gates there, you must call the committee. I thought that the CFO would have proceed, and I'm so happy to hear that it's only 4 slides. They may proceed, Dr.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, our council members from Freedom Park and colleagues from DSEC. I'll just quickly go through the performance as indicated earlier by the CEO in terms of our performance for the year under review. I think CEO has already articulated in terms of the non-achievement of the 3 programs that have been highlighted in the slide. One of it being the unqualified audit, the revenue, which is through the fundraising, and also the educational support programs that's on our program 2, which is our core. I'll just go through the numbers, which is only going to be the 4 slides, Chair. I'll start with this statement of comparison of budget versus actuals. I think Mr. Tanyane has already articulated in terms of the revenue that we've received from the department. This is the total revenue that the entity has had in the year under review, which sits on 130. This includes the 105 that Mr. Tanyane indicated earlier, and also the revenue that we collect through the gate takings and different intakes that we do within Freedom Park. And therefore, the total income in terms of the revenue is sitting at that 130. If we can move to the next slide, CEO. The next slide just really takes us through the expenditure of how the received funds has been spent across the entity with the different programs that CEO has indicated earlier. And also, as you can see, the bulk of it sits with the personnel expenses and other programs that we have, and also the list that I think CEO will also go into detail in the later slides. So this is the total expenses for the year in review, which sits in 118. If we can move to the next slide. The next slide is our financial position. Chair, in terms of our total assets, we are sitting on assets of 501, and you will see when I move to the next slide, which Mr. Tanyane and the CEO has articulated in terms of the lease issue that sort of makes Freedom Park looks technical insolvent and not a going concern due to the 12% per annum escalation on the lease. You will see, and I'll just dive into, without going into the detail of the other numbers, is on our current liabilities. You see the list is sitting at 5.3 billion with with adherence and also in compliance with GRAP, we are required to straight-line the lease. So our liability over the 99-year lease that we've gone into with DPWI, Public Works, in terms of that, it makes us technically insolvent, and you see that the net assets are sitting on 4.9 billion, whereas our assets are sitting on 500,000, as the previous slide is indicated. These are the numbers, Chair. I'm not going to go into the detail of, but as you can see from the financial position, the lease really is playing a critical role in the imbalance of this financial position of our financial statements. Thanks, CEO. I'll stop here. Thank you, Chairperson. I will quickly dive in so that we save the time. This slide also had, Mr. Tsanyane did show the audit outcomes. We just added an additional slide. He focused on 3 years, we did 4. As you can see that 2023, 22, 23, and the current year under review, we were qualified. I will just flag the areas of qualifications. But the below slides just indicate also that with the qualification, there were no material findings per se, and I'll break that down. The basis for the audit outcome, the qualification was really related to the prior year statement of comparison. In the previous year, we were qualified because of depreciation and the cash flow statement, which we did rework on because the AG had picked up that their totals and the totals that we calculated when we submitted the annual financial statement, there were discrepancies between their numbers and our numbers, in particular related to the depreciation of assets. The formula that we had used and their formula led to such discrepancies, which also had a ripple effect and affected the general cash flow statement. And in this year, the qualification, because as we submit our annual financial statement, we must do a statement of comparison in terms of the prior year. And therefore, the AG felt that while we had attempted to correct, the prior year figures were still not as their conclusion, and that alone led to the material qualifications. There was no material findings related to the annual performance report. There were no irregular and fruitless expenditures. There were no material non-compliance in the findings. And also in the previous audit, one of the areas that was flagged by the AG was the issue of the lack of consequence management, which we had fully addressed, and the AG was happy with that. The other area that had led to the material findings in the previous year was the prepayments, and this related specifically to the IT, how we have procured. As you know, that in terms of the PFMA, unless there is express permission, we are not allowed to embark on prepayments before the services are rendered. And we went on, and this was satisfactorily addressed, and the AG was happy with that. This is just the key areas, the findings as per Mr. Tsanyane's slide on the misstatements, on the cash flow and depreciation. But again, just to emphasize that this is the previous, the 2022-23 statement and not the current statement. The next slide is also just the areas that were flagged by the Auditor General in the previous year, which we had improved on the consequence management, how we had in the past handled the issue of irregular expenditures and fruitless and wasteful expenditures, and the issue of consequence management also related to such, where the AG felt that the actions that we had taken previously were not satisfactory, but in the current year under review, then they were happy with that. There were no findings at all, Chair, regarding the supply chain and procurement. And also, as I said, in terms of the performance information on the annual performance report. This is again just some of the elements that I had already spoken about. We are also happy to report that the Gallery of Leaders project has been completed and ready to be launched. And within our wall of names, Chair, as per the 8 conflicts that I've highlighted, we have to date approved and inscribed over 192,000. And each name that we inscribe has a biography that gets approved by what we call the Names Verification Committee, which is a committee independent of Freedom Park, comprising the former liberation movements, state entities, academics, and other experts on the issue of liberation heritage. These are the other issues that we are also reporting on. The department has asked us to facilitate and assist in looking after 3 key entities, one being the Matola Monument and Museum, that is in Mozambique, in Matola, where there was a raid and some of our South African heroes were killed there. We are primarily focusing on maintenance and upkeep of the Matola Monument. It's a very beautiful monument. It's in good condition. And the staff that are working there currently are paid for by the Mozambican government. They are under the Department of Arts and Culture in Mozambique. However, there is a need for engagement between our department and the Mozambican side. We did submit recently a report to the department, which we know they're still looking at, indicating the state of readiness for us to fully take over. We have been dealing with that, but it was a shared responsibility. But the Mozambican side has indicated that they are ready for the South African government to take full responsibility of the monument. The other monument that we are responsible for is the Samora Machel monument in Buzini. And we have also there implemented various maintenance projects. We did also submit the report to our shareholder, the DSEC, in terms of the state, especially because Samora Machel is not in a good state. We are maintaining on a day-to-day basis. However, that building, we believe, Chair, it's a disaster waiting to happen. We have done a condition assessment, and we have happily, we are working with the DSEC infrastructure team for further advice and submissions. However, we have done several maintenance programs, and it is presentable. However, there are various challenges also, especially during rainy seasons. The last one is the Lilies Leaf. As per Mr. Tsanyane's presentation, we have done several. As you know, that Lilies Leaf was closed. And once after we were requested to assist, this is just a list of the maintenance work that we have done in terms of the restoration. And the key challenges that Mr. Tsanyane is referring to, it's really on the management. Our understanding is that the trust did write to the department requesting financial assistance, but also indicating their readiness to hand over Lilies Leaf to government to take over and declare as a government entity. Now, the maintenance work has been done because before that process can happen, DSEC did a due diligence to understand what are the key issues, what are the liabilities, what are the key risk areas, so that as they take over, then they know fully well what the challenges are. One of the primary challenges is the debts that Lilies Leaf had accumulated over the years, some of which has been mitigated. However, they still have key debts that they need to be paid off, and or negotiate with the debtors so that there could be some form of write-off and so forth. But the primary challenge becomes that Lily's Leaf is a trust, which then is guided by certain regulations. And until and unless the trust is dissolved,
Dr. Mufabadi, I have to unfortunately stop you. I actually leave you for full hour over the time. Members have received this presentation. It was 3 women who presented. It was Women's Month. It is GBV campaign within a month, and it's for all those reasons I left you to proceed. I'm giving you 2 minutes just to close up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the last slide is just the list, which I will not repeat. Ms. Ngomalo had articulated on this. This is part of the challenges that we have raised. The 4.9 billion liability, the issue that has not been resolved for the last few years that we have tried. Sustainability of the park, of course, it remains a risk. And the last aspect will be the media issues with Chair. I will request the chairperson to address, and that will be the last chair.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure how you want to continue with the media issues. I've asked Mr. Tliani to just assist us with this as he was part of the investigation. So I'm not sure, do you want us to share the feedback or how do you want us to address this?
You may just do us a high level, crisp report on this. Is this related to the media issues related to media?
There were a few questions raised by the media, Honorable Chair. So, Mr. Tliani, if you can just get yourself ready just to take us quickly through it on a very high level.
Proceed.
Mr. Tliani?
While we wait, Honorable Mtetwa.
Okay, I'll wait.
No, Chair, you can continue, sorry.
Proceed, Honorable. Oh, proceed, Mr. Tliani.
Thank you. Mr. Tliani?
Thank you, Chair, and through my chairperson, greetings to honorable members, DSEC colleagues, and also our council and colleagues. I'll be very, very short because of the interest of time, just to say that this report that we are flagging was submitted to the minister on the 14th of December, 2023. It followed several media inquiries that spanned the months of November and December 2023. And following that, the department requested us to look into this. An internal investigation was launched, which looked into these particular areas. It was then submitted to council, and after council processed it, it was submitted to the department. I will just highlight some of the issues that were covered in the report. The first one was on the gallery of leaders, where the issue was some of the delays, but also there was questions about the allocations. And the delays were explained in terms of the technicalities of the project, but also to highlight the fact that the allocated amounts were spent accordingly and within budget. And in fact, the latest from our finance department is that there are still a bit of savings from that project. So it was carried within budget. The second area was around the ethnic issues within the department, within the entity, wherein allegations were around the disproportionate high number of Chivenda-speaking persons. A comparison was done in which it was found that the issue was not true statistically, but also the concern was expressed that this might be taking us back as a country wherein issues of ethnicity, tribe, and race arise instead of looking at the capacity of persons. The next issue was questions around the CEO's PhD. It was established that the PhD exists and can be accessed on the public website of the University of Venda, as we checked at the time, but also the issues around who supervised the CEO. It was found that this was not untoward as a practice across universities. The issue on the realignment of the structure issues were raised around that. Just in 3 bullet points, for the past 3 or 4 years, the organization looked into ensuring that it comes up with an efficient and effective structure. And the principles of restructuring, especially as held within the public sector, were stated, this being one, that the structure should not lead to any person losing their jobs. 2, that no person should be worse off, and worse off meaning in terms of their position or the nature of the position. That is, there should not be any degradation of the position. Also, that the person or persons should not lose their benefit, as in the degradation of the benefits. And all these principles were upheld. There was a placement committee made up by management and also the recognized labor union. All persons within Freedom Park were placed. What we are dealing with now, Chair, is the objections committee. And these objections committee objections deposited to the objection committee, which is again made up of the organization represented by management and workers represented by union. The engagements are cordial, obviously having their own normal dynamics that arises between management and union, but they are going on. To assist in that process, there is the job grading, so that when objections are made, we can therefore consider them against a scientific grading system. The procurement malpractices, there were a number of issues raised, but as you can see, even in the past years, the opinion was not around issues of procurement. It was on issues of misstatements and so on, as the CEO and the acting CFO has mentioned. The particular area that was highlighted was security services, and that process was found to have been above the board and free and fair. And in fact, the winning company offered the cheapest price, and thus far, we have not had any issues that would suggest that the company was not qualified. On salary increases, indeed, as from 2019, because we rely solely on the grant from the department, our salary bill was kept at 60 million rands a year since 2019 up until this year. And as a result, the organization could not offer normal cost of living increases. What the organization did, or what management did, was as and when there were savings, then those savings would be used as ex gratia. Ex gratia meaning in lieu of the salary increases. And the ex gratia was paid for 1920, 2021, 21-22, and even 22-23. It is only this year that there has been increases. So the issue has been addressed. There was also an issue on the vehicles and drivers. For the record, the organization has got 3 motor vehicles. That is a Baki, a sedan, a Mercedes-Benz, and also a hatch, that is a Mitsubishi, which were bought using the National Treasury Transversal contract. That in itself would suggest to the committee that it was bought on a savings basis. 2, to say that the organization has got 2 drivers who belong to the corporate services department, and these drivers are available to all. The other issue was around the relationship between Freedom Park and the Institute of Foreign Affairs, which at the time was led by Mr. Tsedu before he could be invited to become a member of the board. And therefore, the interaction between the Institute and also the Freedom Park predated the current council members' membership of the council. So there was no direct correlation. That is the first thing. The second thing is that the process was done duly. And the third thing is that there was tangible benefit out of the project that was done. It was a media campaign that was carried out largely around the COVID season, when organizations were trying a number of innovative things to do. Indeed, there were submissions from NAHAU, the union, but these submissions had been addressed on various occasions. And so, Chair, these are the main issues that were raised. Safe to say that the issues were subjected to internal verification and investigation, and they were found not to be true. And in the submission that we made to the department, and also to the office of the minister at the time, there were a number of attachments. In the interest of time, I will not go into each one of them, save to highlight that some of the investigation had been some of the allegations had been tested by the public protector, and we attached the unedited and report of the public protector. They were also subjected to a law firm that looked into that, and the findings of both the law firm and the public protector, even though they were on various points of emphasis, were conclusive that the allegations were without a base. Chair, that was the main report. There was then later on allegations that were made on Facebook, but they were a rehash of what was raised. Just for the record, the Facebook allegations were around August 2024, and they were also addressed. The report is also available. I am not sure if I should go there or the first major report suffices. I am in your hands, Chair.
Let me proceed in the following way. There are already members indicating they would like to be excused due to other commitments. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow members to ask questions, and that both the department and Freedom Park representatives take notes and perhaps just respond to the crucial questions. And perhaps also on a later stage, give us in writing all these details. I noted the hands, honorable members, but while I'm speaking, I just want to inform members that I've noted the the areas that has been flagged by the AG, we have actually gone very fast over those three. We had a very thorough presentation. But what I would like the department to do for the committee is to explain to us in their submission the consequence management and the amount of people that was involved. Were there any arrests been made? What amount of monies has been recovered? I think we can go back to the stream as well on a later stage on all of these questions to come back. And then perhaps also submit a list of consequence management and of names that has been involved. Another interesting thing is that with all the problems that we have that has been mentioned, I'm having a little bit of a slight problem looking into the percentage of meetings vis-a-vis the problems that we have, with an average of 97%. Then I'm not too sure, and I don't understand the rationale for having a whistleblower as a challenge. A whistleblower must actually be, in actual fact, an opportunity, because what we need when it comes to whistleblowers, we need to also indicate what protection do we have for whistleblowers, because at the end of the day, where whistleblowers is involved, it brings down a number of things, challenges that we have within the system. The risk factors and the problems that has been mentioned, there's a sound cross-pollination towards these two, and perhaps also that the Freedom Park just perhaps give us a submission on how they're going to deal with the branding, because branding is actually, in actual fact, our core business to have some income. So it also and some kind of an update on how they're going to deal with fundraising. Then the process of the engagement with the Department of Public Works, while there is an appetite on both sides on a cooperation pertaining to development and also maintenance of this project. At the end of the day, this is a monument for us. I've been there during the repatriation. I've seen sound work, and I've seen space, and I've seen similar to that of Robben Island, where they can perhaps having small chalets for people to stay if we would like to make some money in that. A final thing from my side is the issue of shoulders. I'm coming from a very small community, Alabama, in the Northwest Province, Clarkston. And I remember the days when some of our people in Alabama actually went to the army. Some did not came back. And I am busy with a case as still that when people are struggling, perhaps if you can come back to us to what extent and how are we in a position from this side to assist them. And then also to come back to the committee on the other monuments, the Matola Monument and the Lily's Leaf, alongside the challenges that we have. How best are we going to execute our duties, vis-a-vis the challenges that we have? That is all the issues from my side. And members, while I am speaking, I don't want to waste anyone's time. I would further suggest that we move the minutes to another meeting, and I would like to request members to, in due course, again, give an opportunity to submit changes so that we can just adopt the minutes. I'm doing all of this, but please pardon me as there are a number of us having other obligations after this. I'm going to give, I can only see on my screen, Honorable Tetwa, and then Honorable Moletsane. If we can take down this presentation in order for me to see the other hands. Honorable Tetwa, you may proceed. I see your hand, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know what's happening with my. Okay. Chair, I'm happy. When I was reading, going through the report, I noticed that there were so many overachievements. And I know that the portfolio committee must find a way of verifying these overachievements, because for us in the reports, there are numbers, but not on the ground, we can't verify. So we need to find a mechanism of following on this, because if truly these overachievements are meaningful, then we commend Freedom Park. I was part of the conceptualization of Freedom Park, Chair. And one of the challenges I constantly raised during the meetings, where I was mostly the only young person at that time, and coming from a very influential sector of creative and cultural industry, is how do we increase the interest of our youth, as many as we can, as we would see this as many would see this as history, as the history that they were not part of, especially that our youth had become apolitically post-1994, disengaging from the politics of the struggle for self-determination into the struggle of survival. That's the first question. The second question, how many books authored by the youth to assure that the legacy continues beyond our generations? Our generation. The third one is, what programs are there that are encouraging youth reading? Because I hear that it's mostly veterans' books that are written, but how many young people are participating in the reading of these books? And fourth one is, how many of your total visits are of the youth? The fifth one is, what efforts have you taken to also capture the youth struggle post-1994, which was forever compared to the 1976 youth struggle? And I'm asking this question because one of the genres which I belong to, Kwaito, for instance, was a revolution post-1994. And as a result, we have not documented it due to being sabotaged by DSEC on the then approved documentation of Kwaito history, especially whilst its proponents are still alive and now dying one by one without having told their authentic story. As the CEO said, that they want people to tell their own stories. But here's a genre that has not told its story, unique to South Africa, but had not. The last one is, what lease liability she's referring to, or he is referring to, as I was under the impression that Freedom Park was built from scratch and therefore ownership is DSEC's. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Molatane, following by Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first appreciate the presentation that was done by Freedom Park Chairperson. Chairperson, I think, let me start at the back. On the presentation, I was expecting that we'll be able to have in fact, on the reports, the outcomes, the outcomes of the investigation that happened on Freedom Park. As Chairperson, at some stage, we discussed this out of the meeting regarding the huge allegations that we saw on a newspaper regarding the Freedom Park. And I was expecting that when we get this report, at least we'll be given that investigation outcome that proves whether these allegations are just allegations or something has happened. For an example, let me state one. In one of the newspaper clips, there's where they are saying that the workers signed the petition for the suspension of the CFO. I was expecting that to be addressed, to hear what was the issue of the workers and how it was resolved. One. Number two, when you still go through those, there are somewhere where they mention that the park loses something like 500,000 due to scammers. I was expecting maybe it will address those things. There were at some stage where it said that the workers spent something like 65,000 on the KFC. So I was expecting that will be also, that investigation report will also addressed. And then the other thing, Chairperson, there are so many issues that have been there on the media platform that I was expecting when we are sitting in this meeting, we'll get answers from regarding whether to say that this were not the true reflection of what is happening there, or that is the what happened. This is how we are intending to resolve that matter. The other thing, Chairperson, on the presentation, they've said that they spent 60 million a year on the salaries. 60 million a year on the salaries, and you check the staff, they have 87 staff complement. Chairperson, I think I will need clarity on that, or if you spend 60 million on the salary, on the complement of 87 staff, plus minus how much are you spending per one staff member? Because, you know, I think last month we had that portfolio meeting where we complained. It was Love Life, where we complained that these entities, they will come and get money from DSEC. At the end of the day, they want to be paid an executive salary. And at the end of the day, with executive salary, it means you won't be able to do what you're supposed to do with the funds that the DSEC giving it to you. So I just also to check on that. The other thing, Chairperson, there are so many allegations that went through the Freedom Park. And the important thing is that if we can have the report, the report from investigations that happen, so that some of the questions, even if you want to ask them, because now they've talked that there was investigations, and investigation have been done, the report have been sent to the department, because we don't know what does the report entail. It's very difficult to engage on some of the allegations that are busy going through the media platform. If we can be able to be given that report to go through it, so that we can be able to engage, having something in hand, because there are so many allegations, Chairperson. Allegations from nepotism of the CEO, allegation from the car that was bought by the Freedom Park money, and we need to know all those things, Chairperson. I was thinking that one of the things when the presentation were made, they were going to clear all this allegation. But for the mere fact that we don't have anything in hand to say that, no, the allegation have been cleared, here's the proof. To me, it means nothing, Chairperson. To me, it means nothing, Chairperson. I think I will come back if Chairperson allow the second round. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Malatsane. Honorable Nkosi, following by Honorable Mahato, and then Honorable Liam Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And
let me welcome the presentation made with regards to Freedom Park. Chair, on the presentation of the Freedom Park, the presentation includes sections on financial allocation and audit outcomes, suggesting financial management is a key focus areas. Freedom Park received an audit opinion for 2023-2024 with multiple areas identified in cash flow statements and issues with depreciation accounting. The audit opinion is a qualified audit opinion. The analysis that I have as well is that the Council of Freedom Park is in the process of being reconstituted. The current board term has been extended to 31 October 2024. So, Chair, I've got a few questions that I want to ask. One, what specific measures are being implemented to address the errors in cash flow statements and depreciation accounting that led to the qualified audit opinion? Two, how does Freedom Park plan to improve its financial management practices to achieve an unqualified audit in the future? Three, what is the timeline for reconstituting the Council of Freedom Park, and how will this process ensure continuity in governments? Lastly, Chair, what strategies are in place to ensure Freedom Park contributes effectively to social cohesion and nation building as per outcome 14 of the National Development Plan? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Makhato. Please unmute.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the report from the Freedom Park. The first thing I think it is more curious to us. I think they must give a report. They must make a report and give us a report so that maybe we can engage each and everything. Another thing I just want to check, where do they accumulate their money to move with the people? Because when they are speaking about the people, we can see them speaking about money. So I just want to check them. Where do they take money? And again, how does Freedom Park plan to improve its financial management practices to achieve an qualified audit opinion? Maybe they can tell us anything so that we can hear what they are doing. The last one, what oversight activities are conducted to ensure Freedom Park's adherences is to its mandate and effective use of allocated resources? So those are some questions I have with them, so that in the future, let them make a report so that we can understand more. Thank you very much.
Honorable Liam Jacobs, following by Honorable Eugene Matetwa, following by Honorable Monetsane. Then I will give the department an opportunity to respond on the issues.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, I really want them to listen properly and to have a pen and a paper out while I speak. And what I'm about to say is for Honorable Mtetwa, I did the maths. And I ran through some numbers, and what's very interesting is 1.7% of all of the revenue that this place gets is from sales of goods and services. 1.7%. After that, 130 million rand comes from non-exchange transactions. So that's a capital gains not investment grant. Capital grant, that's the government subsidies, of which it's about 97 million rand. So if you look at it, we earn 2.3 from sales of goods and services versus then getting an additional 130 million rand from non-exchange transactions. So I want to ask the first question. I respect history. I adore and appreciate our country's history. But there must be a way of giving our departments efficiency and our entities efficiency, because it can't be that we're only making 2.3 million rand from ticket sales and sales of goods and services versus how much we then spend on staff. And that's why I come to the next thing. Approximately 60 million rand is spent on staff. That is more than 26 times how much we get from the sale of goods and services. 26 times. There's a big gap between these two things. And I want the staff to explain to us then, what is the justification, and can you please categorize it in terms of pay scales and salary structures? I'm very interested to see who earns how much and for what, because I think that we deserve to know that. The second thing is that there was 16 million rand spent on strategic programs. I want to know what were all of these strategic programs and what did they yield? What was the big outcome from these strategic programs? And then I want to know what were some of the contracts that were awarded and what was the biggest one in terms of the strategic programs? What was the biggest contract that was awarded for strategic programs, or the biggest program that was done via strategic programs? To who was it given? And yes, I think that's what we'd like to know, Honorable Chairperson. I think the country deserves to know this. It's very crucial information, and information that I hope they are able to give us. Because if they do not give it to us now, the embarrassment will only be furthered by myself writing a question to the Minister. Thank you very much.
Proceed, Honorable, did I say Molachana? You may go. Unmute, please. Only 4 o'clock. Honorable Molachana, unmute. Going once, twice. Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, proceed.
I've already spoken, Chair. Thanks.
Oh, that's a legal. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's a leg. Are you on with 2 gadgets? That's a legacy hand then. The department, I'm giving you an opportunity. You may designate anyone to speak on issues.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted just to talk to the issue of the reconstitution of the council, Chair. I thought my colleague Tsanyane had covered that in the presentation, but be as it may, as Honorable Nkosi has asked, the members that we have present in this meeting today are the new members born out of that process of reconstitution of this particular board that went through the processes as depicted. So they commence in terms of their term of office on the 1st of November. It's 8 members. 3 of those members are returning members. I hope that answers that, Chair. Can I hand back to the to the council and the CEO for the rest of the responses? I wanted my colleague just to respond on the issue of the receipt of the report by the department, Chair, perhaps afterwards when the council has responded. Thanks, Chair.
Just for clarity, Dr. Kumalo, you're talking about the issues that I raised in my opening remarks.
I'm talking specific. Yes, I'm talking specific. Yes, you also raised the Chair, but I'm talking to that report that was also sent through to the department. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Before the department respond, I just want the portfolio secretaries to take note that I think in future when we have more than one entity, we should schedule the times and perhaps just call them. And I take it for granted that they are also perhaps on the same WhatsApp group to prevent entities. Yeah, I was just thinking now about Freedom Park representatives, the board, council, and everyone sitting since I think 9 o'clock and only had the opportunity to start presenting from 1 o'clock. I think we should work on something of that nature. The Freedom Park, Shani Lee Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And thank you, honorable members, for the questions and the inputs. I think it's just to do justice to this, Honorable Chair. I think that we will submit a comprehensive report on the allegations. We've already put the report together. And some of the questions that were raised by the PC members, the answers are in the annual report already. But we will, just for ease of reference, we will just put together a very comprehensive report for the portfolio committee so that we all on the same page when it comes to these allegations. Honorable Chair, being the newly appointed chairperson of Freedom Park, I really want us to move forward on this. I think it's been coming on since, questions that were raised comes from 2016. And I really think we need to start focusing on what is best for Freedom Park and for the country as a whole, and not to come and waste the portfolio committee's time. So through you, Chair, I would really request that we submit the comprehensive response to you so that we can just move forward on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. May I then also use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone, to the department, to the entities, to the members that attended, and yes, Honorable Molatani.
I'm not sure. Are you moving to close the meeting?
Yeah, I'm moving to close the meeting and give Dr. Khumalo also an opportunity for closing remarks. I called your name.
Yes, Chairperson,
yes.
My apologies. But what I want to say, it's no longer that time when you call my name. I want to raise something now because I can hear that you are closing the meeting. As there is no answers did we get, the Freedom Park said that they will send us the full written report. So with that, I don't have a problem, but I will say that we don't adopt their report up until we had everything that will make us to understand the situation at Freedom Park. Thank you, Chair.
Let me just say, Honorable Molatana, as also indicated by the chairperson, that the report that has been in front of us address quite numerous of the allegations. And what has been said is that they will just collate for ease of reference for the committee all of those issues and resubmit it. So we are in possession of those allegations when it comes to the report. Honorable Jacobs.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ensure then that, and I want this promise to be made on a public platform. You must know South Africa is watching. So I want the promise to be made that when we get this collated report that has all of the information in it, that the crucial information is highlighted as it pertains to the strategic programs. We deserve to know how much was spent on each one. We deserve to know who the contracts were awarded to, if there was contracts, and we deserve to know the impact and what, if possible, the amount was rand per impact or rand per performance indicator. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Like I've said, that brings us to almost the end of this meeting. And I'm really happy that Dr. Khumalo has also indicated that she will respond to some of my opening remarks this morning. And this with particular reference to the interviews, the film industry, looking and watching the Facebooks during this development, what has transpired there during that time, alongside those interviews. I think it is just fair that people like the Ismail Muhammad of this world, as well as the African Film Decentralized Autonomous Organization and others receive a crisp response from the ministry, and perhaps let this be communicated to the ministry, because this issue hasn't stopped. It is quite viral out there when it comes to the National Film and Video Foundation Council, and I think it's an issue for us as a portfolio in terms of our oversight of national importance, and we believe that it should be addressed. It must be addressed, and we should not wash this away, so that we can prevent what we have learned throughout the time of the developments to a monument, if I may use that word, like Freedom Park. So it is important for us to receive some of these response, and especially promises that some of these issues are brought to the minister's attention, but we would like to see results in this particular cases, and that we receive the necessary answers of what has transpired, because this issue is still ongoing. If you watch the Facebook, various platforms, it is important. Dr. Khumalo, I will now give you an opportunity to have your closing remarks, and thank you so much, together with your entourage, for blessing us and giving us the opportunity to interrogate, to ask questions, and to get clarity on behalf of South Africans.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, we are committing to providing a response to yourself as well around how the minister is dealing with the issue of the complaints received. I'm aware of two main ones, Chair, but there might be more, as you are indicating, where the minister, through the ministry, have started actually compiling what then depicts a response to those particular complaints. I was actually referring to the report when I said the report, Chairperson. I was just wanting to endorse the fact that, yes, as a department, we did receive the report from Freedom Park, and I'm glad that the Chairperson has spoken to a compilation of a consolidated report, because it becomes important as a new board for them to also satisfy themselves around the implementation of the recommendations coming out of that. Chairperson, just in conclusion, we appreciate you indicating the staggering of times, because obviously we're really very much reliant on the professional staff and the secretariat. As you correctly say, the team has been here since 9 o'clock, and I know that board members have got other commitments. So we would appreciate, we will work with the professional team just to ensure that staggering actually happens and they join at that particular time. Otherwise, thank you, Chairperson, again for the guidance from you and the portfolio committee members. We do regard your inputs as enhancements of the way that we do work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khumalo. May I also then again, lastly and finally, make use of this opportunity to thank everyone present in this meeting, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.